as they host the New York Islanders. All fans in attendance, you get an exclusive hat designed by Capitals forward Pierre-Luc Dubois, courtesy of the Washington Capitals. So 10th caller right now, you will win 800-636-1067. It's better to win than to pay. So call now for your chance to win. Speaking of winning, I know this story will upset Jason. It upsets me that this guy is such a luck box. A guy who recently won the $315 million Powerball jackpot in New Jersey. So here's his story. He's basically our age. He's 56 years old.
Right.
By the way, speaking of that, happy birthday to my wife. She turns 56 today.
Wow.
So happy birthday, Amy.
Happy birthday dinner tonight?
We will be doing dinner outside of I'm in a school night for this guy.
Oh,
For
come
me,
on.
waking up early.
You know, it must have plaque on his Jimmy
Yeah,
Johnson.
you guys maybe have some plaque down there.
Maybe I need to go and get some ultraviolet rays shot on it. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure that out later.
They're not sun rays.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever rays they are.
right. So just dinner tonight.
Probably just dinner.
Right.
You never know, but most likely just dinner.
Maybe
So
hot dogs.
hot dogs for dinner. This 56-year-old dude, his name is Tayeb Swami. He went to the store and bought orange juice for $5. Mm-hmm. Okay, comes home with the orange juice. His wife said, "You spent $5 on the OJ. It's on sale at this other store for $2.50 for half price. Please go take it back to the store, get a refund, buy it at the cheaper store."
So they took the $5 OJ back, got a refund.
So he goes back to the store.
Okay.
Goes to the customer service counter, returns the OJ, sees the Powerball sign, because, usually at the customer service center, wherever you do your grocery shopping, there's, you can buy lottery tickets. He sees the Powerball sign for $306 million. Caught his eye.
Luckiest guy in the world.
He says because he liked the number, he decided to buy 2 tickets with the cash that he got back from buying the too expensive orange juice. And next day, he planned to do some work in his backyard. Then he looked over in his driveway. He said, "Car's all beat up and dirty. I need to take it for a car wash." Mm-hmm. He stopped at a light, sees a 7-Eleven off to the right. I pointed to the left, off to the right. Mm-hmm. Pulls over, decides to check his ticket. Winner! Hit the $306 million Powerball, all because his wife wanted cheaper orange juice than the orange juice that he brought home.
That's unbelievable.
Can you believe the super luck box that guy is?
That's
Tayeb Swami.
I mean, some of these stories of these people that hit, and they buy 1 ticket
I know.
or 2 tickets.
It's mega annoying. Mega Millions, mega annoying.
And $315 million after the payout. I don't know.
$306 million, but who's,
$140 million, something
Probably.
like that. 100,
probably something along those lines.
Doesn't have to worry about taking the OJ back now.
I mean, what a super luck box, that guy.
Yep.
Good for
Well,
him,
he needs
though.
to move out of New Jersey.
Good
Is
for
what he has to do.
Good for him.
They're nice parts.
Good for him and his family.
Oh, man. Yeah,
Hey,
well, that's a
maybe
hook job.
Maybe if he's moving out of New Jersey, we can touch on this story as well. He would book a Southwest flight. Maybe flies from New Jersey to his new home, and I don't know, say he goes to Scottsdale, Arizona. He's got all his newfound wealth. Well, now, Southwest Airlines, starting today, they're enacting their controversial new policy that will raise ticket prices for plus-size passengers. It goes into effect today.
Wow.
Under the new rules
How much you have
announced
to pay?
last year, travelers who cannot fit between their seats' armrests will be required to buy a ticket in advance.
That's fair.
This is from Southwest. Quote, "To ensure space, we are communicating to customers who have previously used the extra seat policy that they should purchase it at booking."
I think it's fair.
How much more are they increasing it?
I guess they just have to buy, instead of just getting a free seat because they can't
Yeah.
fit in the
Oh.
current seat,
you
they've got
have
to
to
buy
buy-
the next
You
seat.
got to buy 2 seats.
Yeah,
okay.
so
Gotta
let's
buy
say
an extra seat.
your flight's $150. You're paying
buying
300.
$300.
Yeah, you're paying 300 because you're
I mean, you're
big fatty.
technically using 2 seats,
Yeah.
right? Like,
I tell you, there's nothing
is when you're on the plane and you're
Yeah.
already like seated and you see that big sloppy walking down the aisle.
Yeah.
Everyone is staring at
Everyone's
that big
thinking the
sloppy.
same
Please
thing.
no, please
please
no.
no, please
Yeah.
no, please no. I sat behind one. It was within 6 months, and here's the worst part: he was enormous. He smelled.
Oh no.
And that is like you can't even overcome that. You're just doomed now for the 2-hour flight. This sweaty, smelly dude.
Now, this is not on a flight, but I definitely sat next to a really smelly person. Now, this will not shock you. At a poker table in Vegas,
right.
he was uber smelly.
Yeah.
And you stayed there?
I mean,
You could
it
request
was
a
a
seat
tournament.
change. Oh,
It was a
tournament.
tournament. It wasn't a cash game. If it was a cash game, I would have pulled my chips
Oh, it was
up.
a tournament.
A
Okay.
tournament. The only way I'm leaving is if I get shipped to a table or I get eliminated.
I don't know. I would've gone all
eventually
in.
got eliminated.
Thanks. Or would you guys rather, if you're on a plane, have to sit next to a big sloppy
Yes,
or
a
person?
kid?
No, or a person that takes their shoes off during the flight.
I mean, that's so disrespectful.
I'd rather it's the shoes off
Well,
person.
depends.
Provided they don't smell.
Yeah. What if it's a girl, a female? Her
she just-
her feet probably don't
She
stink.
just slides her sandals
You
off
think,
or
you
whatever.
think girls' feet? That's a good question. I don't even know. Do girls' feet smell better than guys'
I'm gonna
feet
say- I'm gonna
on the
s-
whole?
Probably.
I don't
It's not
know this
something
for a
I've ever
fact.
I'm
comprehended.
gonna guess
I
they're
never-
slightly
I'd
better.
rather have a girl take her shoes off than a guy.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Right? You would.
I'd rather a girl take anything off than a guy.
Okay.
I would rather nobody sit in the seat next to me if possible.
All right. Would you rather
Utopia,
have?
but-
would you rather have a big fatty next to you or a
Or stinky
a
feet.
15-month-old?
15-month-old sitting on his mother's lap. Because good chance the
don't know.
15-month-old
Headphones.
does this.
Headphones.
Does this.
Maybe not.
Falls
Yeah, but
asleep.
they're gonna cry.
No,
At some
maybe
point,
not.
they're gonna cry.
Some kids
Could
just
be.
don't fall asleep.
Could be.
And they're a nightmare.
It's
For 4
That's
hours.
the gamble. You got to gamble sometimes. That's a gamble I'm willing to make.
But the fatty, that would be uncomfortable.
It is. It's the worst nightmare. You just see it coming.
Yeah.
No, but you're right. Even if it's not.
All right. Would you rather have a
On a plane. I
would
mean,
you
you
rather
know.
have a fatty
Yeah.
or someone that won't shut up and has bad breath?
Give me the bigums. Give me the bigums.
A non-smelly. I'd rather have a
Bad
non-smelly
breath,
large
and they
person.
won't stop talking.
Yeah, they just want to keep talking.
No,
JP Flame.
I can't have that. I can't get flamed by bad breath on my 3-hour flight.
Right.
I just can't have it.
Yeah, I'm
There are
with you.
lines you can't cross.
Hey, could you put the oxygen mask on while he's flaming you?
Yeah, you could do that.
Panic the whole
Just
plane.
drop it out of the
Yeah.
ceiling.
Yeah.
Tilt everybody on the entire plane.
Yeah.
They think the plane's going down.
This is why I don't fly anywhere. All these nightmare stories.
Just got to keep it to a minimum.
Do you ever worry when someone offers you a mint or gum that means you're humming?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
I would
too.
think that would be the first thing running through my brain.
Right.
Is my breath humming right now?
Yeah.
Do I have dragon
All of a
breath?
sudden, I just get I get
I
panicked.
generally think my breath is pretty good to good. But man, if somebody
Right
comes
after
up and
coffee, I
off-
don't think your breath is that great.
might not be great. I don't think it's offensive. I know some people who just have offensive breath 24/7,
Yeah.
and it's a real issue.
Right. I don't know what you can do. Mouthwash all the time.
Oh yeah.
I used to have mouthwash in my car.
I stick to Listerine.
Gotta
then
have it.
Then I read it's really bad to
If
do
you
that
kn-
all the time.
Yeah, but if you know you have bad breath, you got to roll the dice with whatever
Yeah.
side effects
Better
are
just
from,
to live a shorter life.
from the mouthwash. I would agree. Better to cut 5 years off your life than walk around blowing.
You can't be
hot
known
breath
as the
in people's
stinky breath
face.
guy.
No,
That's
can't
the
do that.
worst.
All right, we have to get out of here. We will see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley. They're coming up next here on the Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 1067 The Fan.
CBS Eye on Veterans, presented by University of Maryland Global Campus. Alex Balber of the Wounded Warrior Project's Warrior Care Network explains how veterans with traumatic brain injuries benefit from both at-home rehab and awesome life experiences like rock concerts. And that's what the Independence program is about.
A, I'm a huge Pearl Jam fan. B, what you just described is really part of that social enrichment approach that we do take. The trick there is accurate diagnostics of whether somebody truly did sustain a brain injury, and then getting the treatment and the care plan developed for that individual.
I'm Phil Briggs from ConnectingVets.com for CBS News.
Let our dedicated military and veteran advisors help find the right path toward the degree you need for the career you want. University of Maryland Global Campus. Visit us in our virtual advising rooms at umgc.edu/virtual advising. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Get that back-to-business energy with up to $100 off custom print orders on business cards, flyers, signs, and more. Shop everything you need to fuel the momentum in-store and online. Staples, that was easy. Ends 131.
Winter's all about layers. Coats, gloves, boots. At Dulles Kia, the layers are in the lineup. Drive a new Kia K4, just $239 a month. Step up to a new Sorrento, only $379 a month. Or go all in with a Telluride as low as $389 a month. All brand new, all loaded with tech, and now all under one roof at Dulles Kia's sharp new facility. However winter hits, there's a Kia that fits at Dulles Kia in Leesburg or DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details.
Navigate divorce. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
If you are facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria, where giving back is just how they're built. The Subaru Loves to Help event is on, and Buyer is proud to support Operation Warm at Carpenter Shelter, helping local kids stay warm and taken care of this winter. While they're at it, Josh is making the math work. You can score as low as 0% APR on a new 2025 Forester or Outback for 36 months. So do what I'm doing. Get over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Tell them Bish sent you in. Check them out online at buyersubaru.com.
It's the last call for clearance at Lazy Boy. We are clearing everything out store-wide. Get 2 great chairs for one low price, plus up to 50% off clearance. All the comfiest Lazy Boy furniture is all on sale during the last call for clearance. Get our best offers on your favorite Lazy Boy furniture. Hurry, deals like these won't last. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy. Discount applies to select floor models, discontinued items, overstocks, and clearance. Excludes advertised items and select styles. See store for details.
Danny Krebs, GM at Lindsay Volvo Cars of Alexandria, where we're paying over the cap for trades. No doubt about it.
Hold up, Danny. Dowd is about it. Why are you leaving me out of this?
No, Nick Dowd. Not you. Your trade-in value. We need all cars and are paying top dollar.
No way, Danny. Dowd loves it at Lindsay. And even though my XC90 seats 7, I never feel like I'm in the box. I'm not taking any offers.
I see, Nick. But how's about...
Psst, psst. Wow, one question though. Do you make checks?
Only the paper kind for your car.
Lindsay Volvo Cars in the heart of Alexandria. LindsayVolvoCars.com.
These are real stories of audiologists and the people they helped.
She was such an adorable 5-year-old.
I saw her at 73.
Baby was just a tiny 6-month-old.
Nobody else had concerns.
She wasn't participating and slept mostly.
Unaddressed hearing issues in babies can affect them for life.
Her mom listened to her gut and brought her in to see me.
They assumed the reason was her dementia.
So I fitted the little guy with a hearing aid.
Mom was right. Her daughter couldn't hear high frequencies.
I found instead it was a profound hearing loss.
And after helping her, educationally, she just took off.
He's 5 and doing so well.
Everyone has the right to communicate.
She's participating in life again.
Are you or someone you know having difficulties with hearing or balance? An ASHA certified audiologist can help. Visit us at asha.org/public.
Did you know that more than 90% of poisonings happen at home? Look closely and you will find poison risks hidden in plain sight inside every house. But there are actions you can take to poison-proof your home, like keeping household cleaners locked up high and away from children, properly labeling and securing medicines and supplements, and installing carbon monoxide detectors near bedrooms and furnaces. Visit poisonhelp.hrsa.gov to learn more, or call your local poison center at 1-800-222-1222, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
If we continue to consume our natural resources at the rate we do now, by 2050, it could take 3 Earths to meet our needs. The Earth can't speak up when it needs help, but we can. Be the voice for those who have no voice. Visit worldwildlife.org.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
For all 106.7 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot. Whoa! Scores at the buzzer! Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan. An Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
Good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Happy Wednesday morning, Junks listeners. We are the Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm Cakes. At Money Metal Cakes is where you find me on the Twitter. Yes, I'm still calling it Twitter. Reluctant to call it X. Joined by Jason Bishop.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Oh.
Hope all's well.
What's wrong?
Just trying to get through the morning.
Eric Bickle rocking the old school WHFS hoodie.
Yeah, that's right.
Very good.
You know who sent this to me, right?
Who?
Danny Sellis.
Oh, wow.
Danny Sellis. I miss
Is
that
he still
dude.
living in
Good
L.A.?
guy.
Is that where he is? L.A.?
I'm not sure where he lives these days, but
Explain who Danny Sellis is.
he used to work with us at HFS. He
Right.
was like probably was the assistant PD there.
Part of
I
the
think.
music department.
Yeah, big music
Good
guy.
dude. Really good dude.
Really good guy. Got into like music management or whatever, and occasionally he'll like something on social media or something, and I think he heard me talking about the HFS like gear or something, and he found like a rogue website.
Yeah.
And
Very
he
nice.
just sent me the sweatshirt.
He hipped me to Fall Out Boy before they became like a household name.
He did.
He's like, you got to listen to this CD. These guys are the next big thing. I was like, yeah, whatever. Bad band name. I've never heard of them. Get this crap out of here.
No,
and then
he's right.
like 2 years later, Sugar We're Going Down comes out.
Yeah.
And
Huge hit.
They become massive.
Yeah.
And now, they're a household name.
Yeah.
So he was a seer. He was ahead of the curve.
No, but it was very kind of him because I looked this probably was like $60-$70.
Really?
Yeah.
Hard to find.
There's a website that sells a bunch of stuff where like it's old nostalgic stuff, but like the licensing is all expired
Radio
or whatever.
Insider.
So they just kind of print it themselves.
Sure,
you know
of
what I mean.
course.
Mm-hmm.
To wear a winter coat, especially while I'm driving. But my car is out on the driveway all night. It's 16 degrees.
Yeah.
And I also thought, like, if my car breaks down, and
die.
Yeah.
Like I could literally die if I don't have a coat.
Yeah.
Right.
So I just reluctantly brought a coat today.
You got to have some blankets in there.
I don't have any blanket. I'm not as prepared as Valdez because he's uber prepared.
Right.
Like I don't have a sleeve of saltines and backup water and provisions. I should. I'm not that prepared.
This is a story that my mother, actually, my youngest, called. They're just checking in on her because she's staying with my sister these days. And Kate called her, and they were just talking about the snow and the blizzard. And she told her a story that when I was young, I was at a neighbor's house or a friend's house or something. She and my dad got caught in a blizzard, and they pulled over at a gas station because they literally it was like the heart of a blizzard. You couldn't drive; it was impassable. They had newspaper. They used newspaper as blankets.
Okay.
My dad had newspapers in the car.
Silly use for the Washington Post, Valdez.
Well, that's another use. They
definitely
used newspapers as blankets to get through the night.
Hold on, they stayed the night?
They were stranded.
Wow.
They were stranded,
A
and they didn't
newspaper
have enough
blanket.
jackets. They didn't have blankets or anything. They weren't prepared, and they used just newspapers to try to just stay warm. And they probably like snuggled,
Sure,
get the
body
body
heat,
heat,
yeah.
and then they had newspaper over them to cover them.
That's pretty insane.
Right?
Yep.
I know Valdez and I talked about it in years past. I know I still have like a Slim Jim or two in my car. Those things never go bad.
No.
I put a gallon of water in my car.
Yeah.
That's smart. You're prepared. I'm not.
The first
I
day I
don't
drove in
panic
here, I had a
room.
shovel in my back seat just in
Really?
case.
That's very smart.
That is
Yeah.
smart.
Just dig yourself out.
Never know.
You just never know. There was
Yeah.
a guy stuck on this block I think it was yesterday morning. He was stuck right here.
Yeah.
What's that restaurant right here on the street level? Right over here. Starts with a B.
Bonjon. Silly wings.
He
you
was
sleep on their wings officially.
I do. He was stuck right in front of Bonjon.
Right.
And then some guy came, had a little mini shovel, and he hooked him.
Do you know what I'm becoming obsessed with? Is so I just not like within the past year I got a Ring camera.
Okay.
and if use a ring, you're part of like the ring community.
Okay.
And it's almost like a chat feature that everyone who has a Ring camera is like connected to. So
you guys talk about all the crazy stuff you see?
Yeah. And people will post like, "Hey, this person, I saw this person trying to open doors in my driveway."
Right.
Like this person is walking around the neighborhood.
It's like a neighborhood watch.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
And then they'll post footage of the Ring camera, or this like, "Hey, my cat's lost," or something like that.
Is it just your community, or is it all across the country?
You set it to like a radius.
Okay.
So I have like a 5-mile radius or whatever.
Okay, so you're getting all the local gossip.
Yeah. There's like a porch pirate out there.
Porch pirates.
It'll alert you to the porch pirate. But the people that are on there are either lazy or elderly because they're begging for people to come and shovel them out.
Yes.
Oh, really?
I'm addicted to reading their help, please.
It's probably the elderly. I've seen those too. They just,
for sure.
I mean,
old people,
I mean, they're
They can't go
stuck
outside.
in their homes. They can't move.
When I took my mom to lunch last Friday, I told her, "Mom, you're probably not going to be able to leave the house, like even with my sister and everything, for 3 weeks."
I know.
Like it's pretty staggering for old people
that are hunkered down.
Like I mean, that one slip, they're dead. Like,
Correct.
You can't leave.
Correct. It's not worth it.
You can't even go to church. You got to watch church online.
No,
like you
no
can't.
church.
And it's really, I know I'm going stir crazy, and I can still get in my car and at least drive around a little bit and pick up some hibachi or something. But there, if
Gilbert,
if you're
heating up the hibachi,
if you're
heat it up.
stranded,
Let's go.
If you're an elderly person, you're stranded in your home.
It's tough.
Brutal.
It sucks.
It does suck.
It's
man.
honestly, it's prison. You're in a prison.
Kind of is.
Yeah.
It's like
But I don't know.
Creed's
But I
my
don't
own
know.
prison.
I don't know if these people are elderly or not, because you think an elderly person wouldn't be able to go on their Ring app and then ask people for help.
Well, I would guess most elderly people don't have a Ring app or would not know how to operate it.
Yeah.
I think
Maybe it's not elderly. Maybe someone's doing it for them.
I think it's just
Maybe it's their
Could be.
kids.
Or
Well, could just
lazies,
be people
or
that
lazies.
just didn't. And I kind of mock people that are out there shoveling, but this is the one storm where you really had to get it done, a lot of it done on that first day, because it all glazed over. Like, good luck shoveling now.
It's hard as rock.
It's like impossible.
Foreigner wrote a song about this weather, cold as ice, by the
They
way.
did. It's a great song. Stands the test of time.
It's brutal.
It's like impossible. So if you didn't do any shoveling, get any of it done on day one,
Man, you're screwed.
You're screwed.
Well, today's my mailbox day, so
Trying
like
to dig it out.
Yes, but I have like a pry bar and metal shovel and everything.
Oh,
so
you have all the tools.
Oh yeah. So I'll be able to like pick away at it, like I'm climbing Mount Everest.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I was done yesterday, and then I looked out my back door, and Winnie's recovering from an ACL surgery, so she's like hop along, like she can't like go out in the backyard off leash, like. And I looked in the patio, and it's a sheet of ice. It looks like Capital One Arena when the Capitals come home to host whoever.
It really is.
And I was like,
you can't go out there.
I got to do this. So then yesterday I had to crack that ice, make a path.
I don't even know how you did that.
And well, you just have to get the shovel underneath and crack the ice, and then lift it up and hope you don't
but I
fall over from a heart attack.
On my driveway, I'm using the shovel on top.
I had to
of
do
this
some of
point.
that. I have like a chisel.
Yeah,
and then
I can barely get it.
I even did this for Winnie because like dogs, they like the scents of the yard or wherever they're on their walk, so they can go pee or poop. There's no scent coming up when it's covered in a.
No, they need grass, and they can't find a space.
In just a frozen hellscape that's my backyard.
It's
they
a
don't know
nightmare.
where to
They
pee and
don't
poop?
know where to go.
So
my dog was a nightmare. It took 30 minutes.
I know.
She's in a routine, too. She usually goes in about 3 seconds.
So I shoveled all the way off the patio, and then I shoveled like, I don't know, a 6-foot section of yard. So there's at least some frozen grass poking through. She's still like just sniffing around, doesn't know what to do. She doesn't know where to go.
I know.
She doesn't know what to do. She has no. It stinks. It takes forever.
Now, why can't we just get some 40-degree temps to start melting this S?
We live in a weird spot.
And
We
I'm
have
praying that we
sweltering
don't get that
summers.
storm this weekend. I'm praying to the Lords above. We can't get
right
it.
there with you.
I thought we were like 50-50 on it, right? What is Doug saying now?
I didn't watch Doug yesterday, but they're saying that I watched a little bit this morning, and they're saying that they think it's going to stay east.
I think it's going to miss us and then hit New York, the New England area, New York, Boston.
Good. You know what? Drake May can shovel his driveway and misses us. Good for that. All right, coming up on the show today on a Wednesday, it's a game show Wednesday. At 7:20, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Caps when they host the Islanders at Cap One Arena. That date is February 2nd, so you want to keep listening for that. That's at 7:20. Brian Keefe, Wizards head coach, he's going to join us at 7:45, coming off a win from last night. Spencer Carberry, he's at a different time.
Coming after a loss.
They just got boat raced in Seattle, hopped a flight to Detroit, so he's going to be on late in the show at 9:45 instead of his standard time.
Yeah.
So Spencer Carberry from the Caps coming up at 9:45.
Probably just got into Detroit.
Probably. All right, when we come back, we'll get into the Junk Sports page. The Wiz got a win at home, and we'll dive into more that happened in the sports world last night. Next on the Junk. Coming up at 7:20, it's a game show Wednesday. You'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals take on the New York Islanders on Monday, February 2nd. So keep listening for your chance to win those ticks. But right now it's time for the Junkies Sports Page. It's sponsored, of course.
It is sponsored by our good friends at Open Road Distilling. Went there yesterday.
Oh, good.
What'd you pick
On
up?
the way. I
pick up some bottles.
I had a case. I had the birria. Is it birria or birria?
It's
birria.
I think it's birria, but I could be wrong.
Quesadilla. Anyway, it's just really good. I had that for lunch, and then I picked up a couple bots.
Did you dip it in like the sauce or the great? So good, so delicious.
It's awesome. And then I picked up a bottle of Independence bourbon and a bottle of vodka.
Excellent.
You don't really
Sounds
drink
like a fruitful
bourbon,
trip.
though, right?
No, but the cold weather, I like to throw a little bourbon and ginger in there.
Okay, there you go.
But not
Get a little
usually. I don't.
Spicing it up over there. I like it.
But it's great over there, Open Road Distilling. Of course, you can get all of their liquor right there in the restaurant and in the distillery. And, of course, all of those dark liquors are available at ABC stores in Virginia. But make sure you go over there, have some lunch, grab some bottles, and tell them the junk sent you.
Excellent.
Don't we have another guest today?
Oh, yeah, we have a guest update. John Keim joins us at 8 o'clock today to talk Commanders.
Yeah.
And then Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals, joins us at 9:45 to close out today's show.
Yep. There's a lot going on. I don't know what you guys want to start with. I guess one of the bigger stories from yesterday is Bill Belichick being snubbed from the Hall of Fame.
It just seems so dumb.
He fell short, needed 40 out of the 50 votes to get into the Hall of Fame.
Felt like one short, I think, right?
He was one short, and I guess it's not a surprise. Bill Polian is one of the voters, and, of course, he was the GM of the Colts.
He denied this.
Yeah, but there were some sources that said that Polian told whatever source or whatever reporter that he needs to wait a year because of the cheating scandals.
I know, but he denied it later and said it's absolutely false. He voted for him.
Okay.
He said that to SI, and then he said he wasn't sure what he did to ESPN.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, then maybe he did.
Yeah. So who knows?
He is getting up there in years. I mean, I can believe he's not sure exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
That doesn't shock me.
The story says he reportedly told voters that Belichick should wait a year
because of
Spygate.
I
don't know
and
if the people are just making that up. So maybe he told that person, years ago, and then changed his ways. But anyway, so he's not getting it this year.
I mean, if you have a Hall of Fame for anything,
he's going to get
and
it.
You have a guy with a resume like Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Okay, are there a few blemishes on it because of Deflategate, Spygate, whatever?
Yeah.
It calls into question the very existence of your goofy Hall of Fame if that guy doesn't go in on the first ballot.
Yeah, but what can you do if you have a rogue guy who is politicking other people?
Here's what you do. You take away that guy's credentials.
Sure, you can do that.
Yeah.
But he's still not going to get in this year.
Yeah, it's just, you know what? It makes me look at the Hall of Fame in a different light.
Yeah.
It makes me look at it like...
Well, everything's political. It's just like the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Everything's political.
Sure.
Everything's just whatever.
It devalues the pro football Hall of
Mostly
Fame.
everything's fake. So, whatever.
You know what? It doesn't affect my life whatsoever.
It doesn't.
I've never been to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I don't have plans to go.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Life
you know who
continues.
else I guarantee you it doesn't really affect is Bill Belichick. He just strikes me as one of these guys that could care less either way. Like, I'm sure he wants to be in the Hall of Fame. Who wouldn't? Mm-hmm. It's not going to ruin his day. He's still banging a 23-year-old.
Yeah. And eventually he's going to get in.
In the Hamptons or whatever.
Yeah. So I wonder if the voters will do the same thing with Tom Brady.
I mean, it would just...
Well, again, they'll just look idiotic if they do.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't care. I just think it's funny that... Anyway, so Bill Belichick is not getting in for this year.
It kind of blemishes the Hall of Fame.
Totally does.
They're all fake. They're all just political. Of course. Yeah. Totally.
Well, so what I don't understand is so they want to re-punish him for Spygate? I mean, he was already punished.
I
right?
guess, but yeah.
They're just making him pay a penance for a year because of Spygate and Deflategate.
Allegedly.
It's
I mean, that's the common sense.
It's spectacularly dumb.
Why else wouldn't he get in on the first try? On the first year?
There is no other reason.
That's the only reason.
Right.
I mean, he's unlikable, but they're not voting for him because he's unlikable.
Right. That shouldn't keep you out of the Hall of Fame.
They're holding back votes because of those two scandals.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
They're all dumb. We got like all-star play. Like the fact that Pete Rose's not in the Hall of Fame. I mean, come on.
Yeah, scandals. All right, so Belichick's out. The Wizards, they won last night.
Break up the Wiz.
We were supposed to have Coach Keefe on. I'm not sure. Is he coming?
He's not. That was a mistake.
No, that's a mistake.
Okay, he's not.
We can forget about Keefe.
All right, so Coach Keefe is not coming on. Anyway, they beat the Trailblazers 115 to 111.
By the way, I don't know what I can or cannot believe online these days, but according to Polymarket Sports, somebody named, quote, Bitcoin to 500K put 60K on the Wizards to beat Portland. Winner.
Won like 200K.
Unless this is fake news. They turned 60K into $205,000.
Wow.
I don't know if that's 100% true. I'm just reading what's on my computer
Probably
screen.
fake, but it's a good story to talk about.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, what maniac is walking around with 60K that he's going to drop on the Wizards?
Well, just how would you know?
Well, it could be a bunch of dudes.
Could
Who
be,
knows?
sure.
Could be, but
Could be
how
a
would
huge
you know
group.
that this is probably
This
the
is the
game
one-
that they're probably going to get one?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it seems
They're
like
on
you're
a 9
Well, maybe
game
they thought
skid.
Denny
drawing
was
pretty thin.
Maybe they thought Denny wasn't going to play because Denny had a back issue and missed. I think he missed the last couple games. Now he played last night.
I think they wanted to make a statement last night, though. That's what it seemed like to me.
Because of the Denny trade?
Yeah, because of the Denny trade, the noise that surrounds it.
True. Maybe that was part of it.
And they were going all out to win this game. You had Keefe sub in Jameer Watkins, who's the defensive stopper we talked about yesterday on the final possession to guard Shadon Sharp, who was the best player in that game. And he got them a stop to win the game.
Good. Our DeMatt, the boy Jeremy Grant, did not play great. He was played 24 minutes, but it was 3 for 10, 0 for 5 from 3.
Does anybody know if JP Flame attended the game to go see his man crush Denny Avdia?
Don't know.
He might have.
He was sick with bullets hypothermia.
He was? Okay.
But the Rising Stars, let's see, Keyshawn, he had 19.
Yeah.
Alex Sarr had 29 and 12.
Right. And Trey had 18.
And how many blocks? He had 6 blocks, too.
Whoa, 6, get out of here.
Alex Starr is going to be a star.
Yeah. Can we change his last name?
Alex Starr. We should.
Yeah.
Should be. Should have already happened.
Bilal played 28 minutes. Oh, so he played 28 minutes. We were talking to Will Dawkins yesterday, and he said he's going to be back soon. He didn't say he was going to be back last night, but he played 28 minutes.
Let me examine his line. 5 points.
Yeah, took 2 shots.
5 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 2 get out of here's.
Right. And 1 field goal.
1 field goal.
Yep.
That's correct.
And Trey Johnson.
The offense is going to take a while, EB.
Had 18, so he was
looks like
7 for 13.
he hit 1 3, and then
you know what he was? Efficient. He only took 2 shots.
Yeah, hit 1 3, a couple free throws.
Oh, that's my guy. I'm gonna go down swinging on him.
So the Wizards get their 11th win. They are 11 and 34. Next up, the Milwaukee Bucks tomorrow night at home at 7:00. The Caps. Man, the Caps are just
rough. It's a rough road trip.
It's been a rough season, kind of.
Rough season. But
since December 3rd, it's been a rough season.
The road trip, especially out west, is not borne a lot of fruit.
Yeah, so they get pummeled by the Seattle Kraken.
They have Willie back,
5-1.
5-1. Willie was back, and he was not pulling punches. I mean, he basically said, "We got our asses handed to us in this game. The Detroit game is the biggest game of the season. Like, if this isn't a wake-up call, then I don't know what is."
They keep saying that. Every time they lose a game, they say the next game is the biggest one of the season.
It's a big one.
So they've
at
lost
Detroit.
7 of 8. Okay. Since December 3rd, they won back-to-back games December 2nd and December 3rd when they beat the Kings and San Jose out west.
Right.
All right. Since then, so since December 5th, they're 8 and 18.
Yep. That's going to be a problem when it comes to playoff time, unless they really catch fire down the stretch.
Oh, they're 4 or 5 points out right now.
They need to rack up.
It's not going to be easy to. They got to win like 6 in a row.
They need to rack up a few wins before the Olympics break because they face, I think, all teams outside of Nashville that are ahead of them in the playoff race in the East. So teams like the Islanders, they host the Hurricanes this weekend. Detroit is on Thursday
Detroit's
night.
on the West, but
so yeah, they've got some ground to make up. They've dug themselves a pretty big hole.
Mr. Bickle, their next 4 at Detroit, Carolina here on Saturday, New York Islanders here next Monday, and then at Philly next
I
Tuesday.
feel like they need to win 3 of those 4 heading into the Olympics break, or 4 or 5 if you throw in the Nashville game.
Just brutal. We need them to make the playoffs.
It would be nice. Otherwise, it's going to be a long spring.
Yeah, college hoops.
Not looking good.
Last night, UConn, ranked number 2, beat Providence 87-81. Michigan gave Nebraska their first loss of the season. Nebraska is 20-1. Fred Hoiberg doing a hell of a job. And his son, Sam Hoiberg, pretty good player, but they lose at Michigan. Michigan's 19-1. Michigan State beats Rutgers at Rutgers. Did you see Rutgers?
Their books.
They're in a deficit for their athletic department in terms of the numbers because they hired a new athletic director, I think this past summer, and she was hired to come in and just clean it all up. And there's just a lot of numbers to kind of look over. Basically, for last year, they spent $193 million on coaches' salaries, on scholarships, on facilities, on team travel, yada, yada, yada. But they only made $146 million.
Oh.
So they were in the hole about $50 million this past year.
Yeah, they're in the red big time.
They're in the hole over $500 million
in the last 10 years
since they joined the Big Ten.
Yes, $517 million since joining the Big Ten.
Sounds
in
like they
2014.
need to get out.
I'm guessing the financial windfall for them didn't really come to life.
And that's after getting $62 million for the Big Ten network and the media rights.
Sounds like they have a spending issue. You know what? You know who I'd send up there to tidy up the books? Jason Bishop. You can cut a lot of costs.
I don't
there.
think I'd be spending
think about
$46 million in coaches' salaries.
When they're that much in a deficit, and I know that you get donations, et cetera, but like, how are they going to put together NIL deals to be potentially competitive at all?
I have no idea.
I mean, it doesn't seem like they can. They need to get out.
Where are they going to go?
Yeah, but if they get out, then they're not going to recoup $60 million a year for
They're probably not giving that much
won't.
money in NIL because their teams aren't very good.
Yeah, how
football
could you?
team's not good. The basketball team's not good.
Yeah, but maybe your costs would go down because you don't have to travel all over the country the way they do. You maybe just be in a regional conference.
Yeah, they spent what did I say they spent in travel? $13.5 million in team travel last year.
Mm-hmm.
The department's spending has increased by 175% during its first 11 years in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
They need to get that under control.
They got to figure out
These
what they're doing.
cost cutters.
So, Indiana beat Purdue. Speaking of the Big Ten, beat Purdue last night at home, 72-67. It's kind of an upset there. Coach Cal, Arkansas beats Oklahoma. It's just kind of some of the local schools, if you consider some of these locals. Virginia won at Notre Dame in double OT, scored 100 points, beat them 197. St. Louis is really, really good, ranked 21 in the country, beat GW last night, 79-76 out in St. Louis. I was talking to Coach Caputo yesterday on text, and he goes, man, St. Louis is just really good. We got to play our asses off, but lost a tight one. VCU beat Richmond 77-69. Virginia Tech got a win at home down in Castle, beat Georgia Tech 71-65. They are 16-6, 5-4 in the ACC. Hey, Joe Brady is the new head coach of the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, saw that.
The Buffalo Bills. So now there's 3 openings.
Keeping him in-house.
Keeping him in-house. Joe Brady is only 36 years old.
Wow, he's that young? I didn't realize he was that young.
Yeah, 36 years old. He played at William & Mary. He played, I think he was a receiver, wide receiver at William & Mary. And then he was a coach at William & Mary. He was at Penn State as a grad assistant. He went to the Saints. So he went from Penn State grad assistant to the Saints back in 2017. He was an offensive assistant or a passing game coordinator for LSU back in 2019 when LSU had Joe Burrow and all those great receivers. They won the national championship. Then he went to the Carolina Panthers in 2020. He was only there for a year. And then he went to the Bills, and he was a QB coach, interim offensive coordinator. Then he got the offensive coordinator position. Now he's the head coach at 36 years old.
Quite a meteoric rise by him. Good for
Signed
him.
a 5-year deal.
You guys have any thoughts on basically the quarterback hand selecting a coach? Because Josh Allen was very involved in the entire process.
I know. I could see that.
I don't have a huge problem with the quarterback having at least some input as to who the head coach is going to be. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's the most important person in your organization. They should have some sort of voice, right?
I think a voice input counts, but I think Josh was heavily involved in this compared to other quarterbacks.
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, especially if you're a quarterback the stature of Josh Allen, and I know that you'll get pushback. He hasn't won anything. He hasn't won a Super Bowl, but it's one of the better quarterbacks in the league.
And Joe Brady's name has been out there for the last couple of years. Maybe not for an NFL head coaching job, but for a college head coaching job. But he's, like you said, he stays in house, and he'll be the Bills' head coach.
Yeah, it just seems like the Brown spot is completely nuclear. Nobody wants to go anywhere near.
I mean, you only go there if
point.
No one else will give you the gig.
That and Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That Arizona and the Raiders still.
Arizona, Cleveland.
Left. That's it.
Yeah. I got to think they start announcing their head coaches here in the next few days.
Cleveland?
You would guess.
Well, I mean, just at least one of them.
Didn't you say Schwartz is being looked at?
He was interviewing a couple days ago for the Cleveland job, yeah.
Right.
Well, he's supposedly they want to retain him as DC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But if you're a coaching candidate, why would you choose the Browns when basically they have your interim head coach and replacement
sitting waiting in the wings,
sitting right behind you?
Mm-hmm.
But then you'd also feel comfortable that, well, if they love Schwartz so much, they would have just elevated him made him the head coach.
Yeah, maybe they will.
They must not love him they love him as defensive coordinator. As head coach, not so much.
It's just one of those dysfunctional franchises.
Yes.
Yes, it is. And probably always will be until Haslam sells the team or dies.
Yeah.
Aussie Open on the men's side, the top 4 seeds are into the semifinals. Alcaraz, Sinner just beat Shelton straight sets.
Did I see Joker had to retire?
No, Joker won because his opponent retired.
Oh, his opponent retired.
Yeah, so Joker is into the semis. He was down 2 sets. Wow. And Musetti, who the Italian he was playing, had to have upper leg injury, so he had to retire.
But the
Joker got in.
guy it was down 2 sets had to retire.
No, Joker was down 2 sets.
Crazy.
Yeah.
He had Joker and he still had to retire.
He was down 6-4, 6-3, and then he was up in the third 3-1, but then Musetti had to say, I'm out. And then Alcaraz Zverev will play in the other semis. On the women's side, did you see Coco Gauff slamming a racket?
I did see that.
After she lost yesterday?
Yeah, it's not that uncommon.
It's not.
She tried to hide it.
Doesn't she know it's expensive to restring rackets, EB?
Yeah,
How's she be ready for her next match?
She's got to go out and buy one.
Restringing.
So Sabalenka will play Svitolina. I think that's tomorrow. Sabalenka going for her third Aussie. And then, speaking of the Bills, Jess Pegula is into the semis. Pegula, her dad is the owner of the Buffalo Bills.
I'm well aware.
And she'll play Rybakina in the semis. So you got the 1, the 5, the 6, and the 12 on the women's side. There you go.
Hopefully you're making some cash on those Aussie Open picks.
I'm not, but I went 4-1 in college hoops last night in my parlays.
Very nice. You probably
I think I netted $12.
Yeah, $8.75.
No, a little higher. $12.
Big windfall for you. All right, when we hit the Skins at 7, is there a name that used to be associated with the Skins that's in the mix for the Arizona Cardinals head job? That's coming up at 7. And also, don't forget, it's a game show Wednesday at 7:20. You'll have a chance to win tickets to see the Caps take on the Islanders at Capital One Arena.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Shop snack favorites at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off select snacks like Kettle, Late July, and more with Prime through February 3rd. Perfect for movie nights and game day watch parties. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Cold temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals Winter Sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Michael Mason. No country, no badge. You're gone. Now gone. Unshackled.
Jason Statham is Michael Mason.
He was an elite operative, but he broke the rules.
He took down a full assault team.
Are they going to arrest you?
It's not the police I'm worried about. You think you can outrun what you are? You know it.
Shelter, rated R, starts Friday, only in theaters. Get tickets now.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, guys, EB here. It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff. The final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60. Can you believe it? FanDuel's making sure you're in on it.
Remember, you can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. I have to give a quick thanks to my buddy Greg, who works at the Amico in the O-Town.
Uh-oh.
He heard me he heard me give a birthday shout out to my wife yesterday, and then he put her name up on the marquee, the electronic sign that happy birthday, Amy.
Really?
Yeah,
at the
very
Amoco.
nice.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, right there in the middle of the bustling strip of O-Town, Maryland.
Did your wife ever frequent the Amoco?
Sure.
So he knows
because
her.
that's our spot for Harris Teeter gas points, CB. It's very important.
Okay.
The more you spend at the Harris Teeter, the more gas points go up. So you could get like $70, $80 off
exactly
per gallon
where
of
is
gas.
the Amoco?
It's right on on Georgia Avenue, right before you get to 108.
Oh, okay. Is it on the right or
it's on the
left side?
right-hand side.
Okay.
Wow.
So you could actually stop there and get gas because you don't have to go to the other side of the road.
I hate going to the other
Can't
side.
go to the other side. Got to go to the correct side.
So, yeah, your wife, big star yesterday.
Guess Big Star was her day.
I mean, it's a very busy, heavily tracked road.
Bustling.
I mean,
just so busy.
It's as busy as it gets.
There's so much commerce going on right there.
Right.
Though there is directly across the street, there's an old Capital One Bank building that's been shuttered for probably, I don't know, 2.5 years.
And they haven't replaced it?
They haven't found a new tenant.
It's crazy.
It's just sitting there.
You would think they'd find another competing bank that could use it.
Maybe. It's got a weird parking lot. Right now it's just like a charitable donation.
Right.
Company has just, I don't know if they're squatting there or just set up their spot there for people to bring, like items for tax deductions.
What are you going to do with all these dying malls?
I don't know. Pickleball courts.
I know they put pickleball courts, but you can only
do
up
so much.
You got to have 2,000 pickleball courts.
Right.
We were in Raleigh, and in their downtown area, they have these. It's hard to describe, but these little the downtown strip, like kind of the. Like a hibachi place, or maybe like a sushi place, and another one, like a Chinese, whatever.
Now they're just empty.
They're just empty. It's embarrassing. It looks terrible. It was so cool when 5 years ago when they had them. I don't know, man.
Can't keep them full.
Drive by and you think like where all these old sports authorities were or whatever.
Right.
Like, what are you gonna do?
I mean, sports authority. I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like those.
It's been quite a while.
You go to malls and, a bunch of the stores are shuttered.
I knew Sports Authority was on the way out, for several reasons, but this is a huge thing. If you're a national chain, and I've said this before, if you're a national chain and you don't have automatic sliding doors, you still have to go pull a door open, you're nubs. Now, I believe
that exists.
I think you're kind of nubs. Now, I believe Dick's Sporting Goods,
you have to open your own door?
Yeah, they've got, I think it's 2 sets of multiple pull-open doors.
Really?
Yeah.
I
don't love it.
Trying to think of a store that I have to pull the door open.
It's not really that big a thing.
It's not, but the bigger stores certainly have the sliding doors.
Right.
The smaller
it's
ones.
Shocking.
I kind of turn my nose up at you if you have now.
I can't believe he's thinking about that.
If you're a mom and pop shop, it's fine. But if you're deep pocketed like retail behemoth out there, and I got to put my hand on your dirty door. I kind of look down on you. I'll be honest.
The store that's just I'm stunned still exists is Best Buy. Stunned that one still exists.
There are still some out there, but they are dropping.
They're dropping.
They're dropping in numbers.
You find one, you go in one, they hardly have any employees.
Yeah.
There's more dishwashers than anything in there. And it's just weird stuff in there now.
I mean, they're just getting.
I just got my washer and dryer from Best Buy.
Getting crushed by
it was about 6 months
of
ago.
the world.
You like it because they have the payment plan. Did you do the payment plan?
Of course.
He loves the payment plan.
He does.
Yeah.
What do you pay, like $14 for the next 20 years a month?
No, it's only a 1-year plan, and then the interest comes in.
Yeah. But you like it for the 1 year.
I'm paying like $50.
When you walk into Costco and they have beautiful, amazing, state-of-the-art TVs at bargain basement prices, of course Best Buys are going to start falling by the wayside.
People just buy stuff online. They don't even really have to see it in person.
I told Valdez this yesterday. I could not believe how little I paid for 5 dozen eggs when I went to Costco. Usually I don't buy eggs at Costco,
You
but I
bought
was
5
there.
dozen?
Bought 5 dozen just because
How big
we
is
use a lot of
what
them.
Is it,
and-
like a big thing like
no,
this?
it's like there's like a cardboard tray on the bottom that that has half of them, and then there's like plastic over top, and then another plastic like clamshell over top, and it's wrapped together.
Oh my god! So all right, so
5 dozen eggs.
Well, let me guess. So if a dozen eggs these days, what are they about? $5 a dozen?
Something around
if
there,
you
yeah.
get regular eggs, you don't get some weird organic thing that's
Right,
crazy.
right. Just regular run-of-the-mill large eggs.
So for 5 dozen,
60 eggs.
60
eggs.
All right, what do I I don't even know what it.
I'm going to say $20.
All right, hold on. What do I pay for a dozen eggs in
right-
Harris Teeter?
right.
Well, it depends what
$4,
kind you're getting.
$4.50.
All right, just the standard, just the
If you're getting the standard
Harris
the
Teeter brand.
cheapies, they're probably like $4 or $5.
Yeah, if you're not getting like Eggland's Best, if you're not getting
All right.
premium.
I think Giants like $3.69.
Yeah.
For the cheapies.
Oh yeah, like grade C.
Yeah.
All right, so 20. You guess 20?
Yeah.
I guess 20.
I'm going to guess less just because it's Costco and he's talking about it. I'm going to guess 12.
$8.50. I couldn't
Really?
believe it. I was like,
$9 for 60 eggs?
I had to look at the. I was like you looking at your computer screen. Like, is this correct?
Are they really small? Are they just
No,
like
they're standard.
pumped up with steroids
No,
or
they're
something?
standard large eggs.
What kind of poison is in there?
I mean, I don't know if there is poison. I've survived it because we've probably gone through about 70% of them.
We go through a lot of eggs. We're constantly
It's
going
an
to the grocery.
amazing deal.
I don't know where I can put it. Just have to put them in. I mean, I don't.
Oh, I could put 60 eggs in my fridge.
Oh yeah, you could, especially if they're butt cheap.
And I've got a fridge in my basement too. So if I don't have any room in the kitchen, put it in the basement.
Dude, we have a weird thing going on with our extra fridges, like in our garage.
Yeah.
Where when it's cold outside, the freezer shuts off.
Really?
It's a bizarre thing. Like
Okay.
my wife understands it. I don't understand it. But when it's cold, when it's colder outside, it
just knows it.
Somehow
it's self-aware.
I don't know what happens, but when it's cold, it stops working. And then when the temperatures get warmer, then it gets cold again. I don't understand.
I mean,
it.
think about it. You could put stuff in your garage for
It's
the next
not
2
even-
weeks. Just
yeah.
put stuff on the
My garage is
garage
so
floor.
cold.
Just leave it in your car.
Yeah.
Use
You can
your
put
car.
those eggs in the garage or in your car door.
Yeah, good.
Oh man.
Don't leave soda in your car though. You'll
No, but I've got some
you'll have
ginger
a bunch
ale.
of exploded sodas in your
I've
car.
got a bunch of ginger ale in my garage.
Oh, you do?
It's so cold. Oh yeah.
Is it frozen?
It might be dangerously cold.
Nah,
Like to the
they're
point
okay.
I got
where
a couple literally frozen water bottles that I could kill people.
They're
with.
okay.
But if I hit you over the head with it, you'd be done ski.
Hey, Cakes, do you want to tell the listeners about the 8-year-old Powerball story you told yesterday? It's so funny.
So I recapped the Powerball story that I thought was recent.
Remember the guy in New Jersey?
Yeah, about the guy who was like, his wife said, "Why'd you pay so much for the orange juice? Go back and return it." He returns it, buys Powerball tickets, hits like a $306 million jackpot. Apparently, it was a regurgitated story on Twitter
For 2018.
And I thought it was new. I thought it had just happened.
Yeah.
And in the
Everything's
group
regurgitated.
chat for our NFL playoff fantasy league, somebody's like, "Good job telling an 8-year-old story, you big moron."
That was funny.
But like I checked it. I saw that the time that it was posted like 7 hours ago. So I'm like, well, this has to be fresh. This has to be new content. Wasn't.
Nope.
So it barely happened.
Somebody
years old.
sent me
2018.
a tweet yesterday and said that the Guy Fieri story that we did
Was that fake?
Was AI.
I remember. I tried to guess AI. I said, "Is this AI?"
I don't know. I don't know if
and
that
you
guy's correct, but that's what the guy sent me last night.
Really?
I just said everything's fake. So
Everything. You don't
probably
know what.
believe you.
Yeah.
I know I can't do
Don't know
this
what to
because
believe
we talk about this every year after the Super Bowl. I feel like I should boycott the commercials. Like just
because I don't really care about them.
I don't care about them. The teaser ads are going to drive me nuts. It's just I don't care about that part of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But it's grown to be such a thing that like if I don't pay attention, if I don't pay attention to them, I feel like I'm out of the loop.
Yeah. I haven't paid attention to him in years. Like he has to really jump out at me for me to like lock in on it.
I can't recall a great one recently that I'm missing out on. Maybe I'm just spacing it, but
no. Valdez is right. Since the GoDaddy ones are gone and you don't have the jugs.
Yeah. I mean, that's been a long time ago, right?
I guess like the last real
What's up?
That's like 20 years ago.
I know. Budweiser.
Those are probably
frogs,
the best ones.
Budweiser frogs.
I mean, let me guess.
Doritos usually has a pretty good.
They'll have some decent ones. Let me guess. Budweiser's going to have Clydesdales in their
I think
commercial.
their Clydesdale is teamed up with a bald eagle. It's a Go America type commercial.
Okay, all right.
At least that's from what I'm reading.
Well, can we find
Super
out
Bowl
if the Guy
commercials.
Fieri one is actual AI?
Yeah, you check on that.
Yeah.
Or is that real?
I'll let you do the research.
Meanwhile, I'm going to scour Twitter to try to find a new Mega Millions or Powerball winner
Right.
that happened
From
in like
2012.
2010, way back in the day.
You know what? Joe Brady being hired by the Bills, it's a fake
Didn't
story.
happen. Yeah.
It's
I mean,
fake.
who knows what's real anymore?
That's fake.
All right, well, coming up on the show, John Keim will join us coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll get into the latest Commanders news with him. And speaking of that, We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Speaking of opportunities, in about 20 minutes, you'll have an opportunity to win Caps tickets. We'll just do some simple Caps trivia, so keep listening at 7:20 for your chance to win tickets to see the Caps take on the Islanders.
Okay.
At Capital One Arena. But right now, look at the time. It's 7:01. It's time to hit those skins, EB. Skins hitting time.
All right, Kicks. Not a ton going on. It was interesting that former Commanders head coach Ron Rivera's name popped up out of nowhere yesterday. Of course, I think he's currently like the GM or whatever at Cal.
He is, yes.
Kind of handling the NIL stuff, I guess, and all of that. But he did an in-person interview with the Arizona Cardinals as their head coach.
Man, you got to be desperate.
And I know Jason and I were talking about it off air. Jason's like, well, maybe it's like a Rooney thing.
It's a Rooney Rule thing.
But they interviewed Anthony Weaver. I think he's a legitimate candidate in their mind.
I guess.
He's got a career record of 102 and 103.
Mm-hmm.
He did take the Panthers to a Super Bowl. Now, they didn't win.
That is correct.
But remember, he had that 15-1 year with Cam Newton, where he kind of took the league by storm that year. But here he was like 26-40. Nice guy, but I'd say on the whole below average head coach.
Yeah, his best days are well beyond him.
Here's what I would tell the Arizona Cardinals. If you want to hire him, strictly hire him as your head coach. Do not let him go near the personnel department.
Right.
It's fine if he's coaching the games. It's okay.
I wouldn't want him coaching the games.
Okay, but it's the Arizona Cardinals.
I know, but it's still an NFL team.
How good? How high can they punch here? They're a bottom feeder.
Well, I mean, that's what we thought about some other bad teams that, made the playoffs.
This seems like the type of hire.
Did Carolina make the playoffs?
This year?
Yeah.
They did.
Right. Have they been a bad team the last few years?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
This seems like an Arizona Cardinals-esque type of hire.
They're not going to hire. They're not going to hire Ron Rivera.
I don't think so. It might be more of a courtesy thing and just see what he has to say.
I think they interviewed Mike LaFleur.
Okay.
I read that. And then he might be maybe the leader in the clubhouse. Who knows?
I think Raheem Morris is getting sniffs there, too.
Everybody's departing the Jets. And I want to say, by the way, I was ahead of the curve on that. When I saw Aaron Glenn on Hard Knocks and the way he was acting,
right?
I thought he was a clown.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, he's only been there 1 year, right?
One,
correct. Just a total disaster. I think he's lost maybe 7 coaches, including both coordinators.
I feel like he needs to win 8 or 9 games to keep his job next year. And I don't see that team winning 8 or 9 games.
That's a big ask.
In 2026.
Now, his offensive...
Well, who's the quarterback going to be?
That's part of the reason why I don't expect them to win a lot of games.
I mean, just think about how many teams just have no idea what they're going to do at quarterback.
Right.
Which is a reason why Washington's 7th pick may be attractive to several teams out there.
Hopefully so.
But this year's not a great draft for quarterbacks after Mendoza. I mean, Ty Simpson, I'm sorry, he's not going to be a good NFL quarterback because he hasn't played enough college football. He's got to go back to college. He's not going to, but whoever drafts him is going to be disappointed. So I think the 7th pick, it might be valuable or attractive for other positions, but
not for quarterback?
I don't think for quarterback.
You think only Mendoza is going to go in the first round?
No, someone might reach.
They'll reach for a couple.
Someone will reach on a Ty Simpson, but I don't think he's definitely not worth the 7th pick.
You think only Ty Simpson is in the running? If the only 2 will go in the first round? That'd be rare. Be pretty rare.
I mean, I'm not saying a team won't reach. Emerge. I'm just saying it's not a great year for quarterbacks.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
After Mendoza.
But I'm saying that it doesn't matter. Teams are going to grasp.
Yeah, I agree.
And guys are going to come up. They're going to have their pro days or whatever, and people are just going to go crazy.
I'm looking at the Tankathon mock right now. They have Ty Simpson going 21 to the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
After Mendoza goes 1. He's the second quarterback off the board.
I think the Steelers, like Aaron Rodgers, has to be leader in the clubhouse to be their starting quarterback next year.
Because McCarthy's there?
Yeah. They have great relationship.
They do.
Aaron seemed to really like playing for them. Why wouldn't he just run it back one more year? They draft a quarterback, groom him, and then be done with him next year.
I mean,
totally
could
see
be
that.
the case.
Kind of just depends on if he wants to put the work in and play for one more year.
And McCarthy went on record and said, yeah, he'd love to have him.
I know.
So we'll see. But just getting back to the Jets, their offensive coordinator, who was fired, is Tanner. Let me see how I'm going to say his name correctly.
Eggstrand.
And apparently, there's some thought that he could potentially be a hire here in Washington, not as offensive coordinator, but if Anthony Lynn gets a job, there might be an opening for him.
Okay. Anthony Lynn, the run game coordinator here.
So they've hired DJ Williams to be the quarterback's coach. Yep. Danny Etling, his Blau's former Purdue teammate's been hired. They promoted assistant offensive line coach Darnell Stapleton to offensive line coach.
So Danny Etling's the QB coach?
Assistant QB
coach.
Okay.
DJ Williams, Doug's son, is the QB coach. Okay. Right? But they hired Etling a few days ago, last week.
Wonder what an assistant QB coach makes in the NFL.
$265,000.
Probably not that.
I don't know.
I have no
I'm going to
idea.
say 80. I'm going to say 80.
I'm going to say
really?
100.
That low?
Assistant QB coach? I'm going to say 80 to maybe 100.
I'm going to say
salaries
six
are so
figures.
Yeah.
I definitely came off my 265.
Yeah, there's no way they're making
minimum
that much.
6 figures.
But anyway, there's some thought maybe that Tanner Engstrand could be in the running here.
And he was
Anthony Lynn.
Engstrand was fired by Glenn?
I believe so. Yeah, he lasted 1 year.
Okay. He was with Detroit for a bunch of years before that.
Yes. I think he played quarterback at San Diego State. Is that right? I think that's right.
Played at San Diego State, yep. He's
that's
from
right.
Santee, California. Went to West Hills High School in Santee, California.
You know too much about this person.
Well, I'm just reading it. But I do like to find out background.
I know you do.
I think we talked about this yesterday. That Ben Stanek, I know, is getting some people are paying attention to what he's saying regarding Daron Payne. I think a lot of us thought that we might move on from Payne. He's heading into his final year of his deal. But Ben thinks they're going to keep him. They're likely to still have Daron Payne anchor that defensive line. I don't know how you feel about that, Cakes. I know that Kevin Sheehan went out and kind of suggested that maybe there's a belt tightening going on because they spent so much with the franchise. Then I saw he made a point of saying someone from the organization reached out to him and said, no, we have all the money to spend that we need to spend. That's not the case at all. So that's good to hear. But there was some concern, I think, from Kevin's standpoint that maybe they're not going to spend nearly what they could spend.
If I could,
Kevin disavowed that, by the way.
Oh,
that's what I said. That's what I said.
If I could deal Payne and get one of those picks that I've lost in return, like the Debo pick or one of the Marshawn Lattimore picks, I would at least entertain that. Now, I'm not going to trade him for like a 7th, but if I can get a 4th or a 5th for Daron Payne and shed that huge salary, I would consider it. Because they were awful with him.
Now
I can be just as awful without you and your $20+ million salary or whatever you're counting against the cap.
Pick up an extra young dude.
Yes.
Now, Jason, I know you hit me to CBSSports.com's got a list here of the NFL's top 50 free agents and where potentially they could land.
It's kind of interesting. Zach Perellis from CBS put this together.
Yeah, so the number one guy they have is George Pickens. They say it'd be foolish for the Cowboys to let him go anywhere else, so I guess they're assuming he'll stay in Dallas. Trey Hendrickson.
Although it does say other suitors. Look at the other suitors.
Commanders are in there.
Yep.
That would be interesting. Didn't even bother to see that part.
Yeah.
Trey Hendrickson, of course, everybody talked about him this past offseason, but then
he's going to your boys, Matt Myers.
He is. He's rumored to go to the Ravens.
That's where CBS is projecting he ends up with the Ravens. Of course, he's had injury issues. I think he's having surgery, right? Off-season surgery.
He didn't have it yet?
Well, or in the process of it, whatever. Daniel Jones, I think the assumption is he'll stay in Indy.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially could end up with the Cardinals or Vikings. Jalen Phillips.
He was impactful when he went from Miami to Philly.
Yeah.
But he definitely made a lot of plays for them.
They have Washington as a potential suitor for him, although they
have him going to
Tennessee is the most likely landing spot. He had an 18.8% pressure rate, Cakes, even though he only had 5 sacks in 2025. But when you get to Alec Pierce, That's who they have the Commanders locking in on.
They've got Alec Pierce, number 6 on the free agent list.
He's
or free
25.
agent ranking.
He's fast.
Yep.
Would you be excited with Alec Pierce?
I would like him.
Would that be enough to get you get some movement?
He's a needle mover.
He is.
He's like the Rays that I'm going to put below the belt to get some activity, because that dude makes big plays downfield.
And he's led the NFL in yards per catch for back-to-back seasons, not just this past year. He did it 2 years ago as well.
Yeah. So he only had 47 catches, but he was targeted 84 times. He did go over 1,000 yards. As you mentioned, his yards per catch were 21.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that is
6
an
touchdowns,
eye-popping number,
including a 66-yarder. His 3-year average is 17.5 yards per catch.
Yep.
Big play guy.
He's a deep threat.
He's a big play guy.
He would be interesting. So I would think that the Commanders would be interested. Certainly.
Is that a good enough number 2?
I think so.
You do?
Yeah.
Plus, he's
I
young.
like
That's not as good as other like top 1-2 combos.
Okay, it's
not
Jamar Chase and.
But those guys aren't
Pickens,
available in free agency. So I would like a guy. Yeah, Pickens. I'd rather have Pickens, but he's going to cost you more.
Right.
But I think Alec Pierce would be really good if Jaden wants to go down the field.
They need a splashy move.
How much is he going to get?
Oh, he's going to make 20 plus
25
million a year.
He's going to get 20 plus.
Oh,
20 to 25, I'm guessing.
He's
Because
getting
Diami
paid.
got what, like 10?
He got 13 million for 1 year.
Right.
Diami Brown, think about that. Got 1 year, 13 million for the Jags.
Wasn't he like in their playoff game inactive?
He dealt with a lot of injury issues. I'm not sure if he's active in that game or not.
I think he was a healthy scratch.
He may have been.
All right, go down to number 10.
Linebacker Quay Walker.
Yep, from Green Bay.
He's only 25.
Yep.
Man, they got Washington pretty active.
They got money to spend.
I don't know a lot about Quay Walker. Would he be? I mean, I just like the fact that he's 25.
He's an athlete.
That might show the door to your guy Bobby Wagner.
It has to show the door for Bobby Wagner cakes. Quay Walker is from Georgia.
Yep.
He's 6'4".
He's a big dude. Fast.
Oh, I scrolled down further on the list. 32 definitely gets blood flow to the nether regions. Isaiah Likely to the Commanders.
Well, they
provide a weapon
all
at tight
these
end.
moves.
With Zach Ertz gone, Ben Sinnott underachieving. You need like a guy down the middle of the field that makes plays. Like that to me seems like a perfect fit.
But you have
Spend all the money.
Spend all the money on all the
Spend
free
all the
agents.
money, Adam Peters.
Even
Year
though-
3.
I think they're going to make a splash
significant
when it
moves?
comes to
More than one.
More than one. Multiple significant free agents
moves.
signed. They have to.
Where guys are,
because they only have 5 picks in the draft unless they acquire more.
like where guys are getting multi-year deals, not like 2-year deals, like legit multi-year
Likely
deals.
is young enough where you'd give him a multi-year deal with a good chunk of money. And by the way, props to Valdez. He hipped me to Isaiah Likely when he was like just a neophyte in Ravens training camp way back in the day. He said, look out for Isaiah Likely. He's a playmaker, tight end. I said, okay.
They've got Bobby
take that under
Wagner. They
consideration.
got Bobby Wagner at 47.
Is that his age or where he's ranked?
Right.
Where do they have his destination?
Washington. Staying at Washington.
We cannot do this.
No, it has him as retiring. On this list says Bobby Wagner, 47.
It says retirement.
Retirement.
I know, but it has him as possibly staying with the Commanders.
No, he's got to retire.
Okay, I mean,
why would it have him at 47 on free agent list?
Well, just because he's the 47th free agent, but they're suggesting he ends up retired.
Yeah. But I'm saying if he doesn't retire, I think they think he's going to stay with Washington.
Wow, Debo's only 44 on this list. Maybe he doesn't get that $20 million a year bag.
Who do they have as potential suitors for
Chargers.
Debo? Yeah, but what about, do they have the Commanders in the
other
mix?
suitors, Niners, Steelers. I mean, I don't.
He
you
ain't
see him
going
go
back to the Niners. No.
Niners, Steelers, and Cardinals.
Where do they have him on the list?
44.
Oh, but he's definitely gone from here.
Seemingly, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not staying here.
The guy right below him on the list, I'd be kind of intrigued by if I were Adam Peters. Jadeveon Clowney signed off the scrap heap. Actually, He made some plays for the Cowboys.
I'm not saying he can't do it, but I mean, how many
No,
old
he's
guys?
this year's Von Miller. He's the Von Miller replacement.
Then why not just bring Von Miller back?
Well, Clowney
They might do that, too.
Clowney is good at setting the edge and run stopping too.
Yeah.
I think much better than Vaughn.
And he's not going to cost you $20 million.
I mean,
Pay him.
Vaughn flat out said he's basically a one-trick pony. He's just going out there trying like a 3-point specialist.
Right.
He's just going
You know
out there
who
just
else I'd
chasing
be
sacks.
interested in? Number 26 on the list.
Number 26. Hold on. Let me go scroll up to 26. Rashid Shaheed.
I'd be interested in him.
That dude is electric. Big play machine.
Yeah, he can bust it.
Why don't they have the Commanders as a potential suitor? Like, if we're in the mix for receivers, why aren't we as a potential suitor for all these receivers?
Maybe they think Pierce is a better fit. They're going to spend all the money on Pierce, won't have any for Rashid Shaheed.
Right.
He's a higher priority.
Anyway, I'm not sure. Where do they rank this free agent class? It doesn't seem like the greatest free agent class.
I haven't seen
Seems
a
like
ranking.
kind of mid.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
I mean, there's some pretty big names at the top, but I have no idea where it would be ranked.
Right.
I mean, the fact that they've got Daniel Jones at 3.
Well,
Yeah,
he had a massive year before he got
That's
hurt.
all right. You can have him.
But he tore his Achilles, right?
Oh, yeah. He's going to be out for a
that's
while.
That's pretty devastating. All right, you can call in right now at 800-636-1067. It's a game show Wednesday. We'll play Caps Trivia, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals Monday, February 2nd as they host the It's a game show Wednesday here on the Junks at Stake. We have a pair of tickets to see the Caps take on the Islanders. That'll be the first prize we give away. We also have an exclusive Surfside Iced Tea full-size football helmet to give away. We're going to play Caps Trivia. We're going to get one caller on the line. We're going to ask a question. If you get the question correct, you win. If you get it incorrect, we move on to the next. It's a very simple game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we will lead with the person who's been on hold the longest. Let's lead with Andy in Fredericksburg, the traffic capital of Virginia.
Andy.
Hey, Andy, how are you, buddy?
Morning, I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing well.
Good.
I can't imagine how bad the traffic was on 95 in Fredericksburg after this storm.
It's every day, bro.
I know, but I mean, after the storm with the plows and the trucks can't get up the hill, it's a nightmare down there.
All right, Andy.
You need to move.
Andy, within two, either way, how many career goals does Alex Ovechkin have after last night's loss to the Seattle Kraken?
Oh, my gosh.
I'll say 9-18.
9-18. Oof.
He wins.
Really?
Yes.
I gave him a range. He could have guessed 917 to 921 because he has 919 goals.
He's got 919.
So
nice
he
job.
wins. You win a pair of tickets to see the Caps take on the Islanders. All fans in attendance on Monday, February 2nd. You get an exclusive hat designed by Capitals forward Pierre-Luc Dubois, courtesy of the Washington Capitals. So congrats to Andy. He wins.
So last night was his 919th.
919th.
Wow.
Yep. In a losing cause.
Yeah.
All right, we have one more prize to give away. We got the Surfside Iced Tea full-size football helmet.
Oh, this is
at stake.
This is a good prize.
It is a good prize. We got one right over there, right next to Jason.
It's very cool.
On the counter.
All right, let's go to Chris in Woodbridge. Hey, Chris.
Morning, Joe.
Hey, buddy.
Christopher.
Hello, Chris. You will win that prize if you can just tell me who the Caps' next opponent is. They play them tomorrow night.
Chris?
Caps next opponent, the Kraken.
No, they just played them last night.
Sorry, sir. They just played the Kraken.
You looked at the schedule wrong.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. Let's go to Joe in Fredericksburg.
Let me see. Hold on, Cakes. There you go. Hey, Joe.
Hello.
Joe, name the Caps' next opponent.
Detroit Red Wings.
Detroit Red Wings. He wins. See how easy it is to win prizes on the show, EB?
Right.
That's how easy it is. He wins an exclusive Surfside Iced Tea full-size football helmet. Celebrate with Surfside. Must be 21 to drink. Please be responsible. More information at thefandc.com/contests. There you have it.
So during the break, I'm actually texting my wife because for whatever reason, our Amazon's like in her account. And
Okay.
I got a new computer and I got to get into it. It's like, they're going to send you a code. Send me the code, right? Because I have to order some vitamins. There's a couple things I know I got to order. I go in there and I look at the, and I go into the returns because I want to order like the same zinc that I always get.
Okay.
I just like it. It's cheap. Whatever. I go and I look at all of the litany of things that are coming in the house. And then I see she just ordered 2 days ago a snow shovel with wheels for $148.
I didn't know such a thing existed.
I've never seen such a
Never
thing.
seen a shovel with wheels
I told
ever.
you, she loves shoveling snow. She
Yeah.
got a snow shoveling fetish. And she's
So it's got
ordered-
help.
It's a 29-inch push snow shovel with wheels. Heavy-duty adjustable angle wheeled snow pusher. And I'm looking at it and going, we don't need this. It rarely snows around here.
She just wants to be prepared for the next
likes
incoming
spending.
snowstorm.
No,
So so it's got wheels, so it's
Like
kind of like
a-
a mini plow,
Yes. It's like a mini plow.
but you still have to lift it to put the snow somewhere in some pile.
I guess I don't even know. I guess you just push it.
Yeah, I think you make like a little mound somewhere.
I guess I got to watch the video to see. And it's not like it's got a motor or anything. No, you just push it and it just shoves it to the side, I guess.
I mean, let me YouTube that. What's it called?
It's called push snow shovel
a wheeled
with
snow
wheels.
wheeled snow shovel.
Yeah.
What an innovation in snow shoveling
It's like
technology.
it's a hand plow.
But this thing, we don't need it.
No, you don't need it. She clearly feels like
you don't
she
need it
needs
because you never shovel.
They have this thing. They have this thing at Lowe's for $68. How much did she spend?
$149.
$148. I don't know why. This one's 29 inches. How big is the one at Lowe's?
I think
how big is the plow?
That's a big boy. That's a big fella.
29 inches.
I'll tell you what, you better have powdery snow for this to work because it's not going to work.
It's not going to work on that ice.
It's not going to work with the snow we got.
The ice we have is a friggin' disaster.
Yeah, but if you went out and you used this before the snowy, icy
Before it got
mix,
icy, you'd be sized.
I think it would work.
Clear
so it's a
snow
mini
without heavy
plow.
lifting. It says push, don't lift. This push snow shovel with wheels lets you push snow instead of throwing it.
Yep.
Reducing bending and strain on your back.
Saving
shoulders,
your
and
back.
arms.
That's true. You know what? I'd like to have it, but I'm not spending $148 on it.
No,
I don't even know where I'm going to put it. I got my golf stuff in the garage. I don't have any room for this.
Dina's going to have this going through her earbuds.
Yeah, hey, if she's willing to spend $150 on
A shovel?
on a wheeled shovel, why not just go all in and get a snowblower?
I mean, let me just look in. How much is a snowblower?
You know they make like handheld snowblowers now, like cordless.
Sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I saw that online. That was all the rage.
What are they? A couple $100?
I saw one that looked like a leaf blower, but it was essentially a snow blower.
Yeah,
it's just really powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of snowblowers, I have an update on my dead snowblower.
Yeah.
My neighbor Kevin brought it back to life. He came and picked it up yesterday afternoon, like maybe at 12:30.
Yeah.
I got a text from him last night. What time was this? At 6 p.m. John, I got the snowblower up and running. Rebuilt the carburetor. Flushed the fuel system, added a fuel filter and fuel shutoff valve, changed the oil, fixed the tire leak, and adjusted the belts. It's good to go. Sounds crazy, but I kind of hope it snows next weekend to see how it does.
I don't. And you don't.
He breathed life into a dead
Dude, this
as
guy's
a
like
door nail snowblower in
like a
less
genius.
than 6 hours.
Right.
He is a diabolical mechanical genius.
Now, a snowblower doesn't like the way it is right now with all the ice and stuff. That's not going to help anybody, right?
No.
The way it's caked over.
If
Nothing's
the
gonna
ice
help.
is locked in like it is, a snowblower, you need to break up the snow at a minimum for it to work.
By the
you
way,
need some softer, fluffier snow.
we had another day without mail. I'm telling you.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. We're now Wednesday, no mail. 2 days in a row. Went to the post office. They were all grumpy. They had shoveled nothing. And now I drove by last night because I had to drop off my daughter at a friend's house.
Mm-hmm.
So at 9 p.m., they had finally had a crew out there that kind of cleared out the parking area.
Yeah.
But for 2 days, I mean, you could kill yourself going. You talk about the post office guys want. They didn't even have it shoveled in the front of their own post office.
Well, also, too, like, people that go to the post office, it's old people Super Bowl, the post office. Older people love the post office.
Well, if you have a package.
Old people plus ice everywhere,
it's a disaster. Yeah. Well,
Disaster
I
in
feel
the
like I was
making.
risking my life. I had to park on the street and I had to just walk on the ice, but because I had a package that I had to, deliver.
So what the post office and mailman and mail women are just waiting for everything. They're just going to wait for everything to melt.
A bunch of them were just standing by the door.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. There were like 7 post office guys.
I don't
just
think their
standing there.
vehicles can get
I
down
don't even
these
know how
streets.
the vehicles. They couldn't even get out of the post office.
Right.
They hadn't even plowed like the driveway, the parking lot, nothing.
Yeah.
I thought being a mailman was like one of those essential things
But I
that.
thought too, rain, sleet, or snow.
Yeah.
Not in Kensington.
Not in
Apparently
Ashburn. Not in Ashburn.
You haven't gotten mail either?
Nope.
I think I got mail
So
yesterday.
let me ask you this. Can you just go to the post office and pick up your mail?
Maybe,
just give them your
but-
name?
Maybe,
Their
but
I don't
address?
know.
like I felt stupid dropping off the package because I'm looking around going, that package ain't going nowhere. That's going to sit
Yes.
on that shelf.
Stuck.
That's going to sit there for days.
I wonder if you could do that.
You
If
might
you just
I
go
don't
to the
know.
post
If they're
office, the
getting
closest post
if
office.
they're getting any deliveries.
Right.
But someone has to sort it.
Correct.
Yeah, actually, I bet you'll be disappointed. If you go there and say,
They
can I
won't
just
have
pick
it.
up my mail?
Yeah, they're not going to have it.
They're treating it like a snow day.
Yeah. Yeah. Guys, there's some pizzeria or something. Chilling.
Oh, by the way, the Fairfax County Court has been closed, obviously.
Okay.
But today, I think it's reopening today, Brandon Banfield is taking the stand.
Oh, really?
Oh, you never take the stand.
Well, he's desperate. You think he's not a desperate
This guy
person?
is taking the stand, apparently. I mean, he could change his mind, and his lawyer could change them.
What could he possibly say as his defense? He's just going to blame the guy.
He's going to come up with the...
Yeah, or he might say the au pair's lying.
He'll say, I didn't do it.
Yeah, but don't they have like phone records and all that stuff?
Well, most of it's blood.
Computer searches.
Yes.
Like all that, like looking at the sex sites or whatever to get the guy, to lure the guy.
Yes, they have all of that.
You didn't hear about Google Incognito? He didn't use that handy-dandy item?
I don't think
They showed a video of him in the hospital, and the doctors and nurses are telling him that his wife has passed.
Right.
It was such a fake cry.
Oh, really?
I mean, it was so fake.
He like cried on command?
I mean, it looked like he was trying to, but it was so fake.
When the trial's over, we might have Peter Greenspun on the show.
The attorney?
Yeah, he's one of the defense attorneys.
Ooh.
Dude, I think
he's defending Banfield.
I think somebody gave me his card for like...
Oh, the only one I've seen is this guy, John Carroll, the big gray-haired dude.
I think Peter Greenspun is maybe a listener of this show. Because I think I was given his card when I got like reckless driving or something. I'm telling you. That guy's that's like a Fairfax or whatever lawyer for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know. Luckily, I've never had to use his services.
Spun.
Yeah, somebody definitely gave me his card, I think, when I had a reckless.
Okay.
100%.
Never want to have a reckless.
No, especially in Fairfax. That's
I
a
haven't
pain in
seen
the ass.
You'll be in a jail cell right next to Jason Worth. And you don't want that. You don't want that to happen.
They do not mess around.
No, they don't.
Dude, that's going to be must-see TV. So hold on. Is that today you said or tomorrow?
If the court is open today, and I think it is, it'll be today.
He's scheduled to testify today?
Yeah, because the prosecution rests. They already rested, so they got no more witnesses. The defense is bringing all their witnesses, and I think they said today he's going to take the stand.
What other... So they're not pleading insanity or anything. They're just saying
zippy
that
insanity.
the guy that came over... Legitimately, a guy came over there with a knife and tried to kill his wife, and that's why he had to do what he had to do. He's standing by that.
Yes.
Even
for the most part.
Even though the au pair or whatever claimed that they got the triple pane windows for the sound. And did
they're
all
claiming the au
preparations.
pair doesn't know what she's talking about because she's made up a couple different stories. Because the initial story she told was the same story that Banfield had told, that the guy Joe Ryan came in and was killing the wife, and they came in to try and save her, and they shot him. But now the au pair, and why would she make it up, come out and say, no, this is Brendan Banfield's plan.
Right.
Because
She's
he wanted
singing like a canary.
He wanted
he
wanted a divorce, but didn't want to split the money and lose all the money in the divorce. So
Right.
they wanted to find another way to get rid of her. I don't know. It's definitely going to be a movie.
What was his
I know
job?
what you're watching this afternoon.
What was
I'm
his
gonna watch
job, Jason?
Didn't he work for the IRS?
IRS. I'm not sure what he did for the IRS, but he worked for the IRS.
And was there like any testimony that like he was a weirdo at work, or like the neighbors said he was a weirdo?
I didn't
or
see
did
that.
everybody just think he was a
Just normal?
sort of normal model citizen guy?
I didn't see any of the neighbors testify. I don't know if maybe I missed it. I didn't see that.
Right. Well, that's must-see TV.
Got to see how that turns out.
Yep.
All right, coming up later on the show, John Keim will join us coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll get into the Commanders offseason with him. And Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals, he'll join us at 9:45.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
The cool volley slam to
And DC Sports Talk all day.
Flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
All right, guys, Surfside's the perfect fit this season, whether you're watching football.
Offerbackers. Football season is here. Cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit. Warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carry indoor and outdoor saunas. EB loves his. You will love yours too.
As well.
2 things during the commercial break. One, I didn't realize this about Jason Bishop, that when he takes a lap sometimes, like he goes down towards like the sales pit, like during breaks.
Yep.
I thought it was just to like stretch his legs and take a walk and whatever, get out of the studio for a few minutes. I realized from yesterday, there's also an ulterior motive. Not only is he walking around stretching his legs, he's also on the hunt for free snacks in Sam Weiner's office.
Is that what you do?
Sam Weiner always has something in there, either a granola bar.
Oh, you go in there, you go poking around?
Oh, yeah. I go in his office all the time.
And
he had honey mustard pretzels.
Well, that sounds delicious.
And I grabbed a handful yesterday.
So we wonder why Jason has never spent a dime of his own money.
He's getting it all from Homewood and from Sam.
He has a constant supply of free snacks. So props to him on that.
You'd be surprised at what he's got in that office.
I've had a snack or two in Sam's office, but it's not like a regular thing.
Yeah.
If you noticed, I haven't been buying anything lately.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
Because of the whole intermittent fasting. Like 3 weeks. I've lost 10 pounds.
Nice.
In 3 weeks.
That's excellent.
And that's not even hard.
Right.
It's crazy. Everyone should do it. If you need to lose a few lbs, because who doesn't?
What, just stop eating?
Yeah, you just don't eat until noon or something.
Easier said than done.
It's actually not that hard.
It's not for me. It's not just because of my body clock, but for a lot of people, it's hard to do.
I can't stop.
I eat dinner early. Last night I had dinner at 5:30.
That's about when I'm eating now. I'm basically finishing up at 6 and then going until 10 or noon.
Solid.
And you just drop lbs. It's good. And by the way, it's not even like I'm eating that great in that little window.
Right.
Kind of throwing in some M&Ms and, whatever, some chips.
Cheating here and there.
Yeah, if I feel like it, why not?
All right, so Jason.
I start to get really hungry about 11 to 11:30.
Right.
I don't know if I could go all the way till noon or 1 o'clock.
You actually could. If you cared, you could. If it was like some sort of goal for you or something.
Yeah. I mean, I think not eating from 6 until 11.
That's plenty. That's intermittent fasting.
I mean, that's a
You're
lot.
doing it.
That's a lot of hours.
You're actually doing it.
Now I throw in some like the granola bar. Does that count?
Well, no,
it doesn't.
No, I mean it.
You
counts.
can't. You can't eat that.
You can't do that.
Oh,
Yeah, that's cheating. You're breaking your fast.
I mean, how many calories are in this dumb?
It doesn't
Probably
matter.
100, 120.
You're no longer fasting.
All right.
So that was I learned that yesterday, and then I saw Jason walking down towards the sales pit again. I said he's probably going to go to Sam's office and steal some snacks. Whatever, it's fine. The second thing I noticed, and Valdez noticed it too, I was using the bathroom, shocker, during the break. I was using the urinal. I looked down at the urinal about halfway through my business. There's not one, not two, 3 Zyn pouches floating in the water in the urinal. Somebody spit out a triple lipper Zyn.
Mar hasn't been here.
It's not Mar.
Mar would be the lead suspect, the prime suspect.
Yeah.
But Mar's
Who
not
else is
here.
it?
Who else is walking around with a triple lipper in during work?
I don't think, Ben, you're not a Zyn guy, right? You don't have too many addictions. You're pretty much a clean liver, right? Maybe a little beer.
He's addicted to the Wizards, this guy.
Bullets fever.
Yeah, he can't quit the Wizards.
Valdez is not a Zyn guy. Valdez,
I do the real stuff.
He does. That's right. He doesn't need a pouch.
Yeah, I don't need my tobacco in pouches or my nicotine in pouches.
If you did, would you just spit your tobacco in there?
It's actually
gross.
It's a pet peeve of mine because you see it at the gym a lot.
Oh, in the toilet?
Yeah, you see it. You see it at Hidden Creek every now and then.
Lippers?
Like the person who spit that out
who would
in the
that be
bathroom,
here?
Like all he had,
I don't think it's
all he had
anybody
to
at
do
PGC.
is walk 10 paces
Is it
to
Chepe?
the trash can.
No,
he wouldn't use those.
It could be like a
Roger's here.
You think Roger knows what a Zyn is?
No, it's got to be one of the younger guys that like produces like B Mitch or something. Like one of the two of those guys. I don't know.
They're not here.
They're not here yet.
No, but maybe it's from yesterday.
Ah,
I don't know.
I didn't notice it until
I noticed it today.
I
noticed it
this morning,
15 minutes ago.
Yeah, and
10 minutes ago.
I've done multiple bathroom trips already from my water and coffee.
So you're saying okay? Well, then I don't know. I don't think it's a regular here. I don't think it's a PGC guy. There's no way those guys are into Zins. Just no way. It's such a white guy thing.
Could be.
It's just a total white guy thing.
I think it's just a guy thing.
I think it's a white guy thing.
It might be a mostly white guy thing, but I
think it's a white guy thing. I don't think
so. It's not the guy who cleans the bathrooms.
No,
I don't
it's
think,
not that guy.
No, it's definitely somebody who works here on this floor.
Could be a sales. What day is today? Wednesday.
They haven't been in all week.
No one's been here all week.
But who is walking around with the triples in, lipper in? That just seems bizarre.
A lot.
I feel like Denton Day used to be a suspect, but he's not down there anymore.
How can
so it
you
can't
function
be him.
with all of that like nicotine coursing through your body?
Denton could be a Zin guy.
But he doesn't work downstairs anymore.
Right.
So he's not here during our hour.
But I don't know if he was ever a smoker, if he ever had that addiction.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not that I know. I could be. I don't know.
It's so trifling. Their trash can's right there.
It's right there. I mean, you literally get done peeing, walk 10 steps, spit out your triples in lipper in the trash can.
You know what I have to say? I never know what to do with. I never know what to do with the end of my cigars. What are you supposed to do with it?
I don't know.
You should just like throw it in the woods or something. You're like, I don't know what you do with it.
I don't think you're supposed to throw it in the woods, but
like
you probably stomp it down.
Just stomp it
Throw it
down
somewhere
and
and
just leave
stop
it on the
on it.
concrete in a parking lot. That's trifling, right? Just seems trifling.
I don't know where you put it.
I know. I don't know. It feels.
What do you do with it?
I don't know.
I'll just put a little water on it because I want to start a freaking fire.
Yeah.
And then I just
put it in the trash can.
No, I just like stomp it down on the grass
outside?
or in the woods.
Yeah.
The super probably gets so bitter when he sees them.
Yeah.
The golf superintendent.
I don't know what to do with it.
Cakes, how many times have you used the urinal today?
Probably twice. Has to be twice.
And
maximum.
I didn't notice it until this past break.
Right.
Did you notice it until this past break?
I noticed it at the same time you did,
Well,
basically.
hold on. Which urinal did you use? Because
The
I just
left.
used the urinal.
The one on the
I
left.
didn't notice anything.
The non-kitty one.
Yeah. The man urinal.
I used the
higher
first
urinal.
one because, I just use it. Yeah. I didn't notice anything, but I don't really inspect it.
I mean, I don't either, but they're just sitting there.
Could it be Carlos?
No,
be.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
He comes up here all the
He
time.
does come up here and use it, but I don't think
He's not a Zin
He's
guy.
not here right now. I don't think.
he's not even here.
Yeah, I think it's the
It's
other
a
guy
very
downstairs.
limited list of suspects.
Ben, go snoop around El Zol and see if Chepe has like a Zin tin.
You want me to go ask him?
Just ask him if he's a Zin guy.
All right, bet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say no.
If he's off the air, bring him in here. We're gonna shine the spotlight on him.
By the way, can you talk if you have a bunch of triple decker?
Yeah.
You can talk fine.
Yes.
You wouldn't have a lisp or anything.
You know who? I think I know who it could be. Might be JP Finley. Could they have been there from yesterday? Because JP Finley,
Was he here yesterday?
he was definitely
He
here
was definitely in
yesterday.
studio.
I'm gonna guess JP Finley.
See, that's what I think.
JP Finley, I think is
What
your.
about B.
previous
Mitch?
show.
I don't know if
think
B.
he's a
Mitch
Zin
is
guy.
a
I'm
Zin
telling you,
guy.
it's a white guy thing.
Okay.
I think JP Finley.
biggest white guy thing I've
JP
ever
Finley
seen.
has leaped to the top of the suspect list.
Is
In my
he,
opinion.
is he a big Zin guy?
Oh, he's a big.
Yeah,
Zin
but
guy.
I didn't notice them until
I didn't either.
You might have just been busy.
Maybe I'm falsely accusing JP Finley. He can defend himself if he wants to come on. But maybe he does spit them in the urinal too. I don't know.
Because then, does that mean that the guy that cleans the urinals or whatever,
Yeah, you
got
gotta fish 'em out.
He has to fish them out with his hands.
I mean,
No, you have to put rubber gloves on, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Or does
yeah.
he have some sort of
He's giving
tongs
me
or
that.
something? That
He
you
might
can
have like a
use?
little grabber that he
Yeah,
can pick
like
him
a
up
grabber.
with.
like a trash grabber.
So gross.
I mean, maybe.
So you think it's JP Finley?
I'm not going to fully accuse him. He's on the list. He's on the list of
He's
suspects.
a suspect.
It's a very
I
short
think-
list.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was a Zin guy, but it makes sense.
It's definitely a Zin guy. I don't know if he wants me putting it out there, but sorry, JP, it's out there.
I still think it could be someone from PGC.
No, because it's not the guy that
Todd?
sings.
It's not
Todd?
Todd. I don't think.
I think it could be.
Todd's too
Todd-
healthy.
Todd's been the only-
No. I think it could be Todd because even though you are healthy,
Yeah.
the feeling that you get when your blood is flowing with all that
Dude,
oxygen,
he's
and
a
then you
clean
combine that
liver.
with nicotine,
Okay.
feels silly.
Yeah, he's not.
I
He's
don't
not
know.
doing that.
I
To
think-
me, it doesn't feel silly.
You could go ask him. He's not doing that.
Todd. And
I
he's
think
been
it's
the only,
possible.
He's been the only one in.
I'm telling you.
It's not Guy Lambert. I'm going to strike
Is
him
Guy
from
Lambert
the list.
even here anymore? I don't even
Yeah.
see him
He's
anymore.
here till 7.
He's been here.
He's here from 5 to
Could be Guy.
5:30 to.
Oh,
Could be
that,
Guy.
that does place him here.
The scene of the crime.
It does place him at the scene of the crime.
Go
Potential suspect.
Have Ben go ask Todd. What did he say? Chepe doesn't even know what a Zin is.
Senor.
I asked Chepe. He's like, I don't know what that is, man. If it has poop, though, it's me.
Well, that's come on, Ben. You're trying to make yourself funny.
Go ask Todd. You know who Todd is, the morning guy at PGC?
Oh, I asked him. He's like, what's a Zin? I don't even know what that is.
I figured
it's such a white guy thing.
He's
probably.
a clean liver.
It must have been. We must have just didn't see it.
Was there yesterday and
didn't see it.
JP Finley's guilty. Prison time.
I mean, I'm not going to fully accuse him. I'll soft accuse JP Finley.
I mean, who else could it be? I don't think are Grant and Danny and those guys. They're not Zin guys.
No,
are they?
I don't believe so.
What about landfill?
I don't know if he's a Zin guy.
Clary's a Zin guy.
Oh, Clary could be on the list too. The Stallion might be.
Yeah, it could be Stallion.
Yeah, it might be him.
I would actually. He's more like he is any couth, so he would do that. You know what I mean?
Poor man's Glenn
I would
Powell.
say if it was between the two, who I'd say is most likely, it'd be Clary. Most likely. Text him. Just text him and ask him.
I'm gonna leave Finley on the list though.
But he's not the top
He doesn't
suspect.
strike me. He doesn't strike me.
He's not the top suspect. Clary is the top suspect.
He's moved to the top of the list.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna text him and we'll tell you when we come back.
We'll gather this kangaroo court and try to come up with an answer and a solution.
Well, if it's not somebody that's here when we're here, it could be anybody.
Right.
I mean, it could be 25 guys.
True.
Well, I think it still could be one of the sales guys.
Yeah, but they haven't been here all week, so.
That's true.
All right, coming up next.
Danny Rouillet just confirmed it was in the urinal yesterday.
Oh, it was. Oh, okay. Now
the suspect list is
it's growing.
Bigger.
We need to cast a wider net, Valdez. That's what we need to do. All right, coming up next, we'll be joined by John Keim from ESPN. We'll talk Commanders with him.
Good Junkies Blitz.
8 o'clock. And Spencer Carberry, head coach. Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Say good morning to John Keim, ESPN's Commanders reporter. Hello, John. Good morning.
What up, guys? How are you?
What's up, buddy?
We are doing well. Hey, before we jump into the Commanders, what was your reaction to Bill Belichick getting snubbed for being a first ballot Hall of Famer? Pretty surprising news yesterday.
I mean, very surprising. I guess maybe he had to win 10 Super Bowls before he got on the first ballot. I don't know. I mean, I'm not in that room, so I don't know. And it certainly sounds like a great majority voted for him, but at least 11 did not.
Right.
I mean, even I don't have any explanation for that. It's just, I don't know how. If you're going to penalize them for some of the issues that happened, then how could Kraft get in? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. It's just shocking.
Or does Tom Brady, is he going to be left off for a year? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Like, even if you think, well, he did nothing without Brady, look what he did with him. Look what people did. Aaron Rodgers is an all-time great. How many Super Bowls he won? You know what I mean? So it's hard to do that. So it's shocking. Yeah. It's shocking.
I mean, he's just going to pay. It'll be 1 year. He'll be on next year.
He'll be in there next year. Yeah, for sure. But it's still, it brings what you want as a voter, as someone else was saying too, like you're supposed to just confine it to what happened on the field and not any personal thoughts on whatever, right?
Yeah, right.
And it does cast a negative light on, like, if this guy's not a first ballot, then who is?
Well, I guess whoever didn't vote for him thought that Spygate and Deflategate, even though Spygate was much bigger than Deflategate, but they probably just thought that was an edge that they got that they shouldn't have gotten on the field.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there were a few that were like that.
Right.
But there are others in that Hall of Fame who have done other things too who get in. Right?
Correct.
You know what I mean? So that's the hard part is, are you applying that same standard all across the board? And without, like I said, without being in that room, without knowing who did it or why, it's hard to say. But it is like, yes, I was kind of surprised at the whole thing.
All right, so I put a poll out on my Twitter yesterday. I just wanted to kind of just get a feel for what people were thinking, like grade the hires. And obviously they're not sexy hires. I think I put out there like A, B, C, D, F, and being like grand slam, double, single, or whiff. And I'm telling you, 50% of the fan base thinks it's like a single or a whiff. I'm okay with it. I'm kind of excited to see what both guys can do. But it's seemingly underwhelming to the fans.
And I can see why, because, I mean, it's just like free agency. Your people chase the names, right? And so, I've always laughed at times in free agency, like somebody says like, oh, they've got to get this guy. And it's a guy that maybe people had no clue about 2 months ago, but suddenly they can't live without him. Do you know what I mean? And so like that's part of it. Like, nobody knew who Jones was, or not many would have known who Jones was a month ago. So that's the hard part. Now, I can understand also the hesitation because, why wasn't somebody more experienced? Why were we able to get somebody more experienced as a coordinator? You know what I mean? So I think I can understand some of the hesitation. We just don't know. Like, these both could be home run hires. We don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
And I
got to play it out.
You have to play it out. And I think, like, examining both as to why they were hired, like David Blau has a very good reputation. Now, is it a little bit early for that? Maybe a year early that he do it, but we've seen others leave the building here that people would love to have kept. And I know Dan Quinn let guys go in Atlanta when Kyle Shanahan left, wished he had kept them. So, like, okay, are you keeping a guy that maybe is going to blossom and do something really, really good? We don't know. I think, is the potential there? Sure, because, you hear the reputation. And then with Jones, I know in talking to people that there were questions like, hey, if I go there, what is Dan Quinn's job? We don't know if it's going to be the same, right? I'm not going to say it. They're just different. But what I know with Jones is he has a deep resume as a coach. He's worked with a lot of really good coaches in some really good schemes. And, again, he could be a very good hire too. I know when his name surfaced last week, I talked to a few people about him. And with somebody who has coached with him is like, his time is now. Basically, paraphrasing, like, it's only a matter of time before he gets hired. Mm-hmm. And then others who throughout this process were like, why isn't he hired yet? Mm-hmm. Based on his interviews. And just as good as someone else told me, like, I've interviewed guys before who had great interviews and they weren't good coaches. So it doesn't guarantee anything, but it was like, okay, this guy comes across very well, impressive. So why doesn't he have a coordinator's job yet? So is it just now that, hey, they finally are discovering him in this role? Is that it? Or is it, something? We don't know. But I think the potential is there. But I think then when you add it all together, it's like, okay, now you have two inexperienced play callers at the NFL level, because Jones did do it 1 year in college. So you have that going into a pivotal third year. So it may be that some people are reticent to go higher than what they did just based on the scenario, the situation, versus if they had just hired one or the other, then you might maybe they look at it differently. But, I likened it to almost like a trick play where if it works, like, holy crap, what a great play.
Right.
If it doesn't work, it's like, what were you thinking?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, JK, why? I understand that they know Blau. He's been in the room for 2 years, so they know his strengths. But why hire a guy like that and not go after a Brian Daboll, who's got a great resume and great reputation, who's done it before at multiple levels?
Does he have a great reputation?
Well, I mean, he's got a good reputation as a coordinator. Brian Daboll?
I don't know about great.
Well, okay, maybe. I think he's been very solid.
Yeah.
But
he has a good resume, yes. But I don't know. I think you have to look at everything with it too. And so I don't know. I don't know why. I know it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how much other teams were either. Right. So. I don't know. I mean, that is but I will say it's a fair question to say, why not go after somebody more experienced?
Yeah.
And so, that is whether it's Daboll or someone else. And obviously Mike McDaniel was the one that you'd hear. I know with McDaniel, the fear was always he wanted a head coaching job. How long was it going to take to determine that? And if you waited for him, then,
Right.
So
I guess you could throw any name in there. I'm just using Blau because he's been in the league for a long time. But is it because Dan Quinn and Peters wouldn't have to battle a veteran guy if they didn't agree with what he wants to do, his game plan, and you could have more power over a guy like David Blau?
I don't know that I haven't heard that. I know that I'm sure some people might think that. I don't know. What I do know, and I don't know, man. Could that happen? Maybe. I don't know. But that's not something I've heard. Because what I've heard consistently about Blau from the time he got here was how, Cliff Kingsbury would call him one of the brightest players he's ever coached.
Right.
So you'd hear that consistently. So, it could just be as simple as that. And they made it pretty quick. And keep in mind, Detroit wanted him. That's why they went quick with him, because if they didn't, the fear was they would lose him.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't like he was just a guy here that only this place wanted him. So I think that's why that one moved so fast. But as far as how he'll do, I don't know. There's an absolute adjustment period to this. Sean McVay went through it. Now, it doesn't mean you have to be bad, but there is an adjustment period. And how will that look? And, if Jaden Daniels is healthy, it makes that adjustment period a lot easier.
Right.
Because you can call a bad play or have a bad sequence, and you have a guy that can make a bad play work.
Right.
And so, that's key. But I don't know. To the controlling part, I think to that point, there would have to be a definite, this is how we see this playing out. Are you good with what we want to, how we want to do things? Yeah, of course. And I think that, as we talked before, that was part of the issue before, not some heated disagreements, but just
he's not going to run a bunch of read option all of a sudden and expose Jaden. You know what I mean? It's not going to be that.
Or it's just going to be more of the philosophy, right?
Yeah.
Play calls are going to be one thing, but philosophy is the other. And I think that's where is that a matter of controlling or being quote unquote same page? You can take your pick, and we'll see how it plays out. Because usually with that stuff, as you know, we find out about that later versus right now.
John, so free agency, I guess March 11th. Is that the date? I don't know. I just looked it up. I think that's a date for free agency when it officially starts.
Sounds right.
Give me a couple positional targets and maybe a name or two that might make sense for the team to go after. And how active do you think they're actually going to be?
Well, they're going to have to be active because they have a lot of spots to fill, and they have money, and they have a lot of holes. So, that's kind of key in this whole thing.
Pretty much everywhere.
There isn't a spot on the defense where you can't say, you're set here. There's no spot on that defense. Mm-hmm. Offensively, okay, get another receiver. So as far as names go, it's kind of hard to, who's even going to be free? We don't know that yet because teams are going to re-sign guys. If you want a running back, do you spend some money and get Breece Hall, or do you go Rachaad White from Tampa, who's going to be cheaper but can do multiple things?
Do you see splash signings, like a couple big name, multi-year deals?
Yeah, you know what? For the first 2 years, I didn't think that would be the case, right? Yeah. Because I know one thing they felt like they needed to do was build depth, and I think they still have to do that. However, you need impact guys on that defense. And you need, you can find a young impact guy in the draft at 7, but you need another impact guy somewhere on that D. And so, if that, now obviously edge you need, but I don't know that, edge impact guys typically don't become available, right? Mm-hmm. So that may be hard to get, but you do need a guy in that defense who can make a difference and can be better than just hey, he's a good depth, rotational piece. And so I think you're going to have to try and find a guy like that. And I'm a big believer in fit over chasing names, but there are names who are good fits too. You know what I mean? Who typically are. And off the top of my head, I'd want to look at the list right now. Mm-hmm. I've been so focused on coaches that I'm not at that point yet. But it's also we know that last year there are a lot of guys this guy would be really good if he's free, and then they're not free. So, that's always the hard part in this situation. But defensively, you need young defensive linemen. They have one guy in that rotational, who's a rotational guy that's under 25, and that was Johnny Newton. You need more help in the secondary, whether safety and corner.
Yeah.
Right? Both areas, you need help there. And so, those are the big areas on offense. You're going to need another tight end. I don't see Zach Ertz coming back. I think he wants to play again, but you're still going to need Ben Sinnott. I think he's become a good. He can be a solid piece for you, but you're going to need a tight end who can be more of a threat in the pass game, consistent threat, and then obviously another guy opposite Terry McLaurin. So, those are areas where you'd have to get, but at least on offense, you have a foundation to build upon, and that will make a big difference. Whereas defense, man. Getting Jones and, bringing the floor, if he brings how much of the floor system he brings, is great. But if I had one coach tell me, they need to do a lot to fix that D.
Yeah.
It's going to take way more than just a new coordinator.
Right. John, do you think Debo is one and done here? Is the market going to be too big for him outside of DC? What is his future? I
don't know that his market will, he made, 17.5 this year.
Yeah.
I don't know how, he's 30, he's 30 years old. Is it really going to be that big? He did a nice job this year, but, were there games just oh my God, you've got to give this guy, 17, 20 million. I don't see that. I have a hard time seeing that. And I think, if you have someone else opposite Terry, and you have, let's say,
what about Alec Pierce?
I mean, he'd be terrific.
I know. He was on a list that we were talking about. So that's why.
But how will the Colts how could the Colts let him get out?
Yeah, I know.
He's the guy that I say, yes, he'd be terrific.
Right.
But would the Colts really let him get away? That's the hard part that I see. There are a lot of really good names, but are they really going to become free? And he'd be on that list for me. But yeah, he'd be terrific.
He'd be great.
But, but Debo, I think, is still if he came back here as the chess piece and move around, but not as a guy who's your. The weight, that's always going to be, all those issues are going to be there. And as you're 30, they're not going to pay like that.
No.
Yeah, I think that, if you want to bring them back for a reduced cost, you probably could.
Jaden went back to California, right? No chance he's still in Ashburn.
No.
Right? He got out. Yeah.
Smart.
We listen, man, and if he didn't, we all have the weather apps to.
Oh, he gone. He had to go back.
John, thanks as always, man. It's great to catch up with you. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Thank you, buddy.
John Keim, ESPN Commanders reporter. Don't forget, later in the show, Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Caps, joins us. That's at 9:45. When we come back next, how is it possible that Bill Belichick is not a first-ballot NFL Hall of Famer? We'll get into the Mike Florio audio from ProFootballTalk.com. We'll take your calls on it next as well. 800-636-1067. How did Bill Belichick not get into the Hall of Fame on the first ballot? Don't forget Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals. He will join us coming up at 9:45. Caps wrapping up their West Coast / Midwest road trip tomorrow night in Detroit with basically a must-win game against the Red Wings. So we will talk to Coach Carbs coming up at 9:45. All right, so we wanted to get into some audio from Mike Florio here from ProFootballTalk.com.
Is Mike going off?
This is Mike. This is Mike with a proposal. Let's just go with proposal here. This is Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com.
I guess that's really the question. Do we want the possibility of what happened on Sunday, even though it seemed to completely change the game for both teams' offenses, or do we want, ideally, pristine conditions like the Super Bowl has, unaffected by weather? I mean, you can still get some weather in the Super Bowl depending upon the location. We could get some, for all I know, when we're in San Francisco and Santa Clara. But what do we want in these biggest of big games? Do we want it to be whatever the elements may be, snow, sleet, freezing rain, bitter cold, or do we want the teams to be able to operate to the best of their ability? And I don't know the answer to that question. Right. I mean, I raise the question and people jump my shit. It's like, I'm just raising the question. What do we want?
Right.
Because at times it was unplayable and at times it was unwatchable in the fourth quarter of Sunday's game in Denver.
Yeah, well, it still was awesome to watch, though, I thought. I mean, I really did.
But the game itself, it's awesome to watch because it's rare.
Right.
But they're slipping around and they're not getting anything done. It's like none of these plays are working.
I brought the same topic up on Monday. Exact same thing. And I prefer high scoring. Let the teams do what they can do. Mm-hmm. It's cool to see the snow for 5 seconds. Yeah, but when it takes away from the game, I'm not into it.
But Mike is proposing neutral, just like with the Super Bowl, neutral sites for conference championship games.
Personally hate the idea. I might be a little bit of a hypocrite because I love offensive football. I like to see a lot of scoring.
Just to allow for perfect conditions. Is that why I'm saying that? Yeah.
But to take away home field advantage from teams that have earned that throughout a 17-week regular season, to then just all of a sudden neutralize whatever home field advantage you have by playing in either Green Bay or Denver, wherever the elements come into play.
Yeah.
And it just goes sterilize it at some, like Arizona because it's going to be 80 degrees or whatever.
They do the college.
I don't like that at all.
I don't think I like it, but the college football championships played in neutral sites. Typically.
I know, but there's something different about
they do that because
football.
They want bigger stadiums.
Right, for whatever reason, but it doesn't detract from the game.
Well, not all of the college football playoff are on neutral sites because they've changed that.
No, but
format.
Usually the finals, right? It's a fixed place.
Right,
and
but the teams with buys got to play their first game.
Right, understood. But
home.
The championship game is always,
and
whatever.
They're going to put it in Hard Rock and put 80,000 people there.
I think the idea of neutral site AFC and NFC title games is an abomination.
I think
should not exist.
You can't take away the benefit of someone or a team earning the home field advantage through 18 weeks.
Right. Totally agree.
I mean, it's not fair to put Seattle and LA and Arizona, like you said, if Seattle earned that home field advantage where it's much tougher to play and win there.
I mean, like the week before, I think in Denver, at Kick, it was like 50 or 55 degrees.
Yeah.
It's just
Denver.
Luck of the draw in late winter in Denver. Sometimes you have snow and adverse elements come into play.
And that's another reason why Buffalo, I thought, needed to play at home because they have such a home field advantage because of the weather.
Yeah, I don't think this idea is going to get any sort of traction.
Oh, I don't think it will either.
The NFL rules committee, they would consider switching the sites of the AFC and NFC championship games to neutral sites.
Yeah, I don't think they will.
I just don't see that happening.
I mean, Super Bowl's a neutral site.
I know, but
it would just be one extra weekend of neutral sites.
I don't love it. I don't. So then, are you going to make every round of the playoffs is at a neutral site? Or are you going to make it like if the college football playoffs?
If the Commanders earned the number one seed and they were going to host the NFC Championship game, would you rather them play in Miami against Philadelphia or Detroit?
Listen, I'm a little torn on it.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you, but I do think the games and the elements like that. It's at the end of the day, I'm not sure you're finding out who the best team is. It's just a snow game, a blizzard, and no one can really do anything.
Well, it comes down to managing the game, not making as many mistakes as your opponent.
I know.
I'd say,
And New England didn't.
that you normally would
Well, it shows how you adapt to elements too.
I'd say adapting is a part of the game.
It's fair. I'm not going to die on this mountain. I just think that those games, they're fun to look at for about 5 seconds, but after a while, they just become a poop show.
Yeah, I can understand why people don't want to see 10 punts or 12 punts in a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a big disaster.
But it's just the elements. I mean, it's part of the game. It's been happening in the NFL forever.
Unless it's a really weird circumstance, like that primetime game in Buffalo like 2 seasons ago where there was a sustained wind of like 45 miles per hour.
Right.
And it was like a 7-3 final or a 10-3 final.
Yeah.
But those are just so few and far between. Like, I couldn't see taking... Like, if Buffalo made it to the AFC Championship game, they earned their way there. They can host a home game in Buffalo.
Right, 9 degrees.
In January.
Right, snow.
Which is a huge advantage for them. And then you're just going to say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to move this game to San Antonio because it's 75 degrees in San Antonio in January.
Right.
It seems preposterous.
I mean,
That's a bridge too far. I can't go there.
I don't think they're going to do that.
I don't think it's going to happen.
No.
He's throwing it out there.
I think it's a pipe dream.
I don't think I would care that much. You'd still watch it. You'd be just as interested.
There was something interesting about how the players were trying to manage that weather in Denver.
Right.
Because you could tell it affected every single one of those players.
Totally.
It was, but I think we all agree. I mean, it was a disaster. That second half was a disaster because of the weather.
In terms of the play, yes, but it was interesting to watch as a fan. Because I wanted to see how the weather affected the players, and they were all affected. Drake May looked miserable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a Carolina kid. You don't want to play in that.
Well, I mean, he better get used to it. He's going to be playing in New England for the next decade.
I know, and then we talked about it. If that game had been played in New England,
right,
it was worse in New England,
right. Either way, that game was going to be in adverse weather conditions.
But I don't think, I agree with Cakes. I don't think they're going to move the championships.
I don't think they are either. Got to keep them
He's just throwing
in the
it out
home
there.
stadiums.
I don't mind him throwing it out there, thinking outside the box. But if I had my druthers, I would rather be in great conditions and let may the best team win.
Yeah, but that game was in good conditions for the first half.
The first half it was. Yeah.
I mean, the first half was a poop show. We can't just blame the weather for
two really good defenses squaring off against each other.
It's true.
Like that could have been. It could have been an ugly slop fest, scoring wise, in a dome stadium because the defense is so high level.
That's true.
Just because you're going to get put the game in a different spot in a different stadium doesn't guarantee a 31-28 result.
Of course.
Makes it easier to get there, but it's not a lock. It's going to happen.
I just think your options are more open. You could do more things. There wouldn't have been nearly as much punting, I don't think. I mean,
of course not.
I mean, they couldn't execute basic fundamental passes. I don't know.
It's part of the game. It's part of life. It's part of sports. You got to deal with it. And they're not moving the championship games. I'm not going to move them.
No, I think they're staying put.
I couldn't care less. My team is rarely there.
Yeah.
Once every 30 years or something.
Right, but if they were there, I know they're moving into an
if it was at home, I probably wouldn't go to the home game either. So I mean,
no, but you'd like it to be played
to have
there.
a home field advantage.
Yes,
sure.
Jason, have you started making plans for your Drake May Super Bowl watch party yet? Is that
Super Bowl watch party is going to be in my living room and then probably in my bed, and then I'm going to record it and watch the rest of it in the morning, the morning after.
Very good.
I mean, I'm not going to stay up till 10 or 10:30 on a Sunday night. Can't do it.
Do you have a little anxiety because he hasn't exactly been playing his best football down the stretch?
No, I mean, I think the fact that he's there, I mean, he's the underdog. They're the underdog, so no one expects them to win. I'm not a Patriots fan.
No, you're a Drake May fan.
I know.
I mean,
and I think
Drake May fan in
the story's already been told. It doesn't matter what happens in the Super Bowl in my eyes.
So he's free rolling.
He's a second-year quarterback who got to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And even though he didn't put up great numbers in the playoffs, he's turned the ball. He's made less mistakes than the quarterbacks he was playing against. True fact.
Not hard to do.
That's fine. 17-3. Take a look at his regular season numbers. If that was Jaden Daniels,
he's gonna have his hands full.
If that was Jaden Daniels, this city would be going crazy.
So much crowing happening.
Of course.
But it's not Jaden Daniels.
It doesn't matter what his stats are. Look what he's doing. He's in the Super Bowl.
No, but
I mean, come on.
yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think he's gonna have his hands.
You've
full.
never. Oh, absolutely. I think Seattle's going to win the game.
Yeah.
You've never been a bigger Seattle Seahawks fan than you are.
That's not true. When I was
Next weekend.
in the late 70s, early 80s,
with
I
Zorny.
was. Yeah.
With Steve Largent.
Yep. Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner with a C.
Yeah.
You don't remember him, Cake?
The running back?
Yes.
Yeah,
I remember him.
Okay.
Barely. I mean, he's not as silly as the other Kurt Warner, the Kurt Warner with the K.
Mm-hmm.
No, but he was pretty good.
Definitely more recognizable.
Penn Stater, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds right.
Yep. In fact, I think Kurt with a K took a picture with Kurt with a C.
He did? They posed for a pic together?
I think maybe last week.
Really?
Before the game. Yeah, I think there was some meetup.
Oh, that's right, because Kurt Warner with a K was in Seattle
Right.
covering the game, right?
Let's go real quick to Tim in Warrenton. Tim, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, love you guys.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, EB.
Yeah.
Do you want to move the British Open away from Andrews and Carnoustie and move it somewhere like the
Move it to
southern part of France?
Sawgrass.
First of all, it's the
Yeah,
Open
make it
Championship.
beautiful all the time.
Nobody
Sorry,
calls it the British Open.
Yeah, it's the Open.
The Open Championship.
yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, Cake. Golf Cakes.
Yes.
Sure, that's fine. I will say it's my least favorite of the four to watch. The British.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm being 100% serious.
No, it's what golf actually is. In the weather, the elements, nothing is perfect. That's what makes it so entertaining to see.
Yeah, but you're talking
Yeah.
a bunch of guys that want to play when it's 70 degrees and sunny.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
don't
I
wa-
play
they
when
don't
it's
want to
30
play in
degrees.
Open Championship conditions.
I play golf year round these days, but I don't think the visuals are great.
Yeah.
It's always the cameras are from afar.
It's harder to watch, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not as aesthetically pleasing.
I mean, you'd
for
rather
me.
Tim. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You'd rather watch the Open Championship than the Masters?
I would
Wow.
simply because at Augusta they paint the grass. They put in noises for birds. Everything is perfect. It's not real. I love
they
the
really need to
Masters
paint
100%.
the grass.
They kill all the squirrels.
I mean, I've been there. I
there
didn't see
you
them
go,
painting
yeah.
any grass. That grass was just green, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's true, but that's the whole rumor that's what they do to make it so perfect.
They might
on
put some
TV.
dye in the lakes.
I don't know.
That's possible.
Valdez, are you heading to the Masters this spring?
I'll be down there.
Oh, look at
Put
look
it-
at
Are you there
Valdez.
for a practice round or an actual round?
Yeah, I'm there for the Wednesday practice round
Think
in
I
par
might be
3.
there.
Oh, cool.
I still think you should sell. Get that money, buddy. But here's the thing.
I didn't win them. I'm a guest of a friend.
Oh, you're a guest. I had opportunity. My buddy asked me if I wanted to go and take he had tea time at St. Andrews and 2 or 3 other places. He couldn't make the trip.
Right.
And he said, do you guys want them? And I said, not really. It's not worth, for me, not really worth the hassle. Fly all the
Right.
way
The
out
travel.
there. It's just, hassle.
Yeah.
It's a big hassle.
You want to go
I mean,
to
everyone-
And I
place
know
of golf?
a lot of golfers, they can't wait. They got to go to the Ireland trip, and they got to do all the thing. And it's just, to me, I just play at Norbeck. It's fine.
It's right down the
Yeah.
street.
I don't need.
But you've been there.
I've not been to the British Open.
No,
I've never
you've been
St.
to
Andrews.
Augusta.
I've been to Augusta.
Yeah. Everyone says you got to go see at least one practice round.
I think
to
you should go.
Go there
It's-
just to see it.
It's just
with your own eyes.
It blows your mind.
As far as going to Europe for an
Like you
Open
already had tea
Championship.
times.
I mean, can you
Free to
imagine?
play.
Can you imagine going to a British Open? I'll call it a British Open, and sitting in that weather of 50,
rain,
50
cold
degrees
ass
and
rain.
wind and rain.
A million people with umbrellas in your
That-
face.
that would be
Sure, it's
Miz.
fun.
Miserable.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
Sure,
Yeah,
want
I
to go
wouldn't
out
do that.
there and just.
Just go to the pub and pour some pints. Watch it on TV.
Not right.
Be
Not
more
really my
fun.
thing.
All right, don't forget, coming up in just about an hour, Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals. He will join us coming up at 9:45 here on The Fan.
From free agency to the NFL draft.
First thing I did when I woke up this morning was check my phone to see what the Caps score was because, man, it's 10 p.m. puck drop. I can't stay up till 1 in the morning.
So you didn't see any of it before you went to bed?
No, right. But I was just I was hoping that it was 5-1 the other way when I looked at it, but I had to look at it 2 or 3 times because this is literally at 4:09 in the morning.
Right.
You know, like you're not seeing straight the first 5 minutes that you wake up. But I had to keep looking at it, and then it sank in that it was 5-1 Kraken instead of 5-1 Capitals. And it made me think that Coach Carves might not be in the best mood when he joins us in about an hour. So
he's usually pretty good.
He's pretty good. I know he compartmentalizes the losses, but
think about it.
There have been a lot of L's of late.
We've been talking to him on a lot of lost or after lost days.
Yeah.
Because I think the last maybe 3 times we've had him on the show, they lost the night before.
But think about it. He was a Coach of the Year last year.
Yeah.
I know. Won the Jack Adams Award.
Right?
Yeah.
Coach of the Year. And I'm sure he hasn't changed as a coach. He's just as great a coach as ever and just not getting the same results this year.
Were you a little surprised? And I think we talked about this when we were there at training camp.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not with him, but we talked about it as a show. Were you a little surprised they didn't do more to go out and get some better free agents so they could compete with the Floridas and the Carolinas?
I guess they felt like they had to work along the edges. They didn't feel like they needed major improvements.
Aren't they showing that they did?
Well, losing Pierre-Luc Dubois for a huge chunk of the season, that's been a massive loss for them.
Of course.
Willie's been in and out of the lineup with some injuries lately. Like, they've suffered a lot of man games lost this season to some of their key components.
So that's what you're chalking it up to?
I mean, what else would you chalk it up to at this point?
Their players aren't as good as other teams.
That's probably part of it.
I mean, they're just not.
Yeah,
you can't go 8-18 and just blame injuries.
It's gonna be a dark spring if the Caps don't rally and make the playoffs.
Yeah, I ain't telling Carbs that.
Well, I'm not telling him that either. But he's not dumb. He knows. He knows that it's pretty grim right now.
Whose production is down? Because Ovi's still producing at a reasonable clip.
I think Ovi's got 22 goals at this point.
I mean,
for a guy who's 40.
Right. It's still a pretty crazy clip for him. Willie's having a great year.
I think
who's not
Mikey
really?
And Protis aren't doing what they did last year.
What about Stromer?
And Stromer's numbers might be a little bit down too. I'd have to pull up and see what he's trending year to year. Stromer has 42 points on the season. Last season he had, I think it was a career high. Last season he had 82 points. So he's not on 82 point pace.
What's his
probably more on at 42 now. He's probably
65,
60 to 65 ish.
Yeah.
So he's coming in lower. I mean, Logan Thompson did all he could last night to keep them in the game in the first period. They were outshot 13-4. It was 0-0 at the end of the first period.
Right.
They just couldn't stop the onslaught after that.
Right.
So I was hoping for a different result when I woke up this morning.
Yeah,
for the Caps.
I haven't looked at the Logan Thompson numbers. He's not having the year he had last year, right?
Well,
I'm not saying it's on him.
I mean, maybe up to about a month ago, he was top 5 in
he was having
wins,
a great start,
save percentage,
yeah,
goals against. I'm sure those are taking a dip, with what the Caps have been doing over the past month plus. But I don't think you just blame it all on Logan Thompson.
No, you can't.
Or the goaltender.
No, you can't. And we've asked Carbs about that too.
Systemic wide issue.
What about, is there help that they could get at the trade deadline, or is there more likely to be sellers?
I mean, a month ago you thought they were going to be buyers, but I think now they would either stand pat or be sellers. I can't see a team that's 12 points out of the division lead being a buyer at this point. I'd be stunned if that were the case.
But it doesn't matter, right? In the NHL, you just got to get to the dance. You just got to get in the dance. Doesn't matter your seed.
I know, but
of all the major sports, that's the one that matters the least.
But for a team that hasn't strung together back-to-back wins in over a month, it's hard to think that even if they make the postseason, that they would have any sort of impact and make a deeper run.
As they're currently constructed, but maybe there's a move you could make
could
put you over the hump.
Logan Thompson is 3rd in the league in shots against.
I mean, that's
hard.
That's a pretty damning stat.
It's hard to overcome.
Yeah, he's faced 1,041 shots.
Right.
It's 3rd in the league.
Didn't help that Matt Roy and Sandine both missed last night.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, so you're right. Carbs, he's not going to be in a good mood.
This would be my advice to Coach Carbs. When the Olympic break hits, take like an 8 or 9 day vacation.
I think he is. Didn't he say he was going?
I think he said he's going to go someplace do something with the family. You just gotta just leave it in the rear view. Just get away for a little while.
They all need it.
Get away for a stretch.
There's only so much you can do. I'm sure they're tweaking the lines. Didn't they just tweak the Obi's line, right? And we talked about it last week.
He's always tweaking.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's only so much you can do, man. Sometimes it's just your year, it's not your year.
I like how Willie framed the Detroit game, biggest game of the year. BGOTY, Thursday night.
Well, anytime you lose 7 of 8, the next game's going to be big.
It is the biggest game.
I'm gonna ask him, is it time to start kicking coolers? Because you can't really do that very often.
Right.
Maybe once or twice a year.
It's time to go the nuke option.
Yeah. You Coco Golf the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Something's got to happen. Or if it's not you, you tell, hey, maybe you elbow Willie and say, hey, maybe
one of the team leaders.
Maybe you go over there and knock something.
Just has a big rave out.
Yeah, just go there and rip the door off a locker or something.
Loses it.
Yeah, maybe somebody needs to lose it.
I bet you they probably already have. You go 8 and 18 in the last month and a half. You're probably already kicking coolers.
By the way, yesterday was Amy's birthday, and she had her name on the marquee there at the Amico in Olney. She's a big celebrity in Olney.
Yeah, that's correct.
Did you? You never said. Did you take her out to a big romantic dinner?
We went out to dinner with 2 of our 3 kids.
Oh, you did?
Where'd
So
you
it
go?
wasn't super romantic. It was a nice family dinner.
It was a nice family dinner.
Where'd you go?
I mean, they're not an advertiser. I can't just give a freebie.
What kind of food was it?
It was definitely in.
This is a giveaway if you live in the O-Town. Belgian.
It was Belgian.
Belgian food, yeah.
Do you ever break out of Olney when you go out to eat? You're usually just picking a spot there.
But
you had waffles
during
for dinner?
the week, no waffles. That sounds like breakfast for dinner is underrated.
Mm-hmm.
During the week, if we do something out, it's
generally going to be Olney.
Yeah.
If you're going to venture
it's either
out.
at Norbeck or someplace in the O-Town proper. Maybe venture to get crazy, venture to Rockville.
You're not Bethesda people. You don't really. I don't really see
Bethesda.
He doesn't like to drive to Bethesda.
I mean, you're much closer to Bethesda than I like. To me, Bethesda is that's like a
DC?
35-minute death march.
How often?
Yeah, I might as well drive to DC.
How often do you go to Bethesda for dinner?
We used to go all the time.
Yeah,
all the time.
Not as much
But
now.
then lately, we go to the club more.
Right.
It's easier. We know the people.
Right. It's a lot
Kids
closer.
Like it. It's not. No, it's not closer.
Oh, it's not.
For me, it's not. The club from my house is 9 miles, but it takes a long time because of the
traffic.
lights.
Oh,
Yeah.
got you.
Bethesda is probably 3 miles from my house.
It's close.
A lot closer.
I think the last time I was in Bethesda, we were working for it was called Comcast Sportsnet.
You just don't go there.
I mean, I can't recall the last time I was in Bethesda.
That might be the last time I was there.
It's been quite a while.
Right.
Just not my.
That's probably the last time I was in Maryland.
It's not my stomping grounds.
All right. Well, we got Carberry coming up at the end of the next hour. We'll see what kind of mood he's in. We'll see if he agrees with Willie that it's a must-win.
I think he's going to agree.
Situation.
They probably
biggest
didn't leave,
game of the year.
They probably didn't leave Seattle, East Coast time until about 3 a.m.
Probably. I'm going to guess game ended.
Game ended around 1, right?
Right. East Coast time.
You go to shower, you do your media stuff,
right?
Get to the airport. You probably don't take off until 3-ish.
Yeah.
Probably 2.5 hours to Detroit.
I looked it up. It's 4 hours and 20 minutes.
So 4.5 hours to Detroit.
Yeah.
All right. So then he doesn't land until, call it, an hour ago.
Right.
Jeez.
It's nice of him to come on.
He ain't going to be happy. He's going to be so pissed.
He's a pro. So Spencer Carberry will join us coming up at 9:45 here on The Fan. When we come back, we'll do EB's entertainment page. We'll be right back. Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local bank. Local Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Jason, can you just say what you just said to me off air?
No.
Don't say the person. Just say a friend of yours.
No, I don't want to say it.
Why?
Because people are going to know exactly who I'm
Why
talking
you
about.
just say a friend of yours that's following the case?
Can we just
making a prediction?
Can we just not talk about it?
Why? People are not going to know. It's just a person following the case.
All right.
Right? That's not.
All right. A friend of ours said he's going to Banfield will be not guilty. That's his prediction.
His prediction. He's following the case.
Yeah, I don't know how much he's following, but he said Banfield is not guilty.
Okay. Wow. Well, we'll have to see how that plays out.
And he's taking the stand today.
I don't know. What do I know about the court of law? But I will say I haven't been that impressed with the prosecution.
Really?
Just some of their questions. Now, maybe if Banfield is on the stand, they're going to hammer him. But I'm guessing they never thought that Banfield would take the stand. But now that they know he is taking the stand, they better hammer him.
Wow. I will say this. The few times that I've had jury duty, and one or two times I've had a case, it's never like Matlock on TV or whatever. Like
Matlock is such a great old reference.
I mean, it's not like the lawyers are not like all like Johnny Cochran or anything. They're all like a lot of times the lawyers are trifling. They're reading their notes. They're not silly. They're not smooth.
Hey, Valdez.
They're sweaty. Gross.
But if you're John Carroll, Banfield's attorney, you're not afraid to send your guy up to the stand?
You got nothing to lose, you think?
You're certainly not afraid of what the prosecution's going to ask you.
Because?
You're putting him on the stand.
Yeah.
He's the guy he's the accused.
He could just be doing it, he might be doing it despite his lawyer's advice.
Oh, I don't think so.
You think
I don't know.
They always say you never take the stand in your own defense.
Right? I'm going to stay as far away from the stand as I can.
I would love to know that.
Did they reboot Matlock with Kathy Bates in the lead role?
That's terrible.
I think they
Was
did.
that like 10 years ago or something?
I think it's more recent than that. I'll have to look it up. I think that's somewhere in my brain. I think that happened.
Speaking of Matlock, there was a viral photo of this guy who's like 76 years old, and he was outside like Malibu, like shopping center or something.
Okay.
And they're like, you don't know who that is. He used to be silly, with like a toothpick or whatever. And it was MacGyver.
I did see the picture.
MacGyver's like 75,
Apparently,
76 years old.
He can't fix his aging with like a paperclip and masking tape somehow. Yeah,
No.
Kathy Bates, by the way, she was in the reboot, which premiered on CBS in 2024. 2 years ago. Year and a half ago.
I would never know that.
I mean, I never saw one episode of the original Matlock with Andy Griffith. I'm certainly not going to watch the reboot with Kathy Bates.
I don't watch any network television.
Aside from sports.
Aside from sports
that's
and,
pretty much it.
And news, national news.
Yeah.
I don't watch any of it.
All right, you want me to say
I'm sorry. I do watch. All right, I'll get into it after you do the read.
Let me do the read for the EP. Of course, the entertainment page, driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection. Certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. When you get there, make sure you mention me. They're going to treat you like a rock star regardless.
This show, Black Rabbit, that I talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
I've finished 4 of the 8 episodes.
You're into it.
It's good, man. Matt, have you started watching Black Rabbit?
A lot of people texted me that it's good.
It's just crazy how this. All right, basically, the plot is 2 brothers played by Jason Bateman and Jude Law get into this financial hole, mainly because of Bateman's character.
Okay,
because he's a gambler, a bad gambler.
He's Mike Barr.
Yes, and he owes a ton of money to this one guy and his family, and Jude Law's character owns a restaurant and he does some shady things too, skimming off the top and skimming off the books, and so they're both really bad with money, and then this hole that they get into and try and get out of. It's just really
kind of intriguing.
It's pretty interesting.
May have to give it a run.
It's not real violent.
Okay,
Although there's a couple of violent parts, but it's not real violent. It's just the back and forth between those two, and the story of how Jason Bateman's character is trying to get out of this financial hole.
Yeah, all right. You're selling me on it.
It's pretty good.
How many episodes is it?
I've seen 4 of 8,
and it's the first season.
I'm pretty sure it's the first. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I had never heard of it before. Yes, only season.
I still have people texting me, "How was the rip?" I haven't seen it yet. Maybe
it's
today.
fine. It's
maybe today's the day.
It's okay.
I had somebody text me that actually Michelle, our sales girl, texted me, her and her husband. They enjoyed it.
Yeah.
They enjoyed it.
It's fine.
It's
I mean,
it was a snow day.
I'm not going to give a huge endorsement.
Is it worth turning on?
Sure. I gave it like 3.75 cake batters.
That's exactly what Valdez gave. It's actually fairly. Didn't you give it 3.75?
No, he gave
it.
He gave it 2 and something.
2.5.
Oh, you gave it 2.5.
That's way less.
Oh, okay. All right, Ray J's in the news. This is so weird. I guess this dude. Remember, Ray J's kind of only famous because he was like dating Kim Kardashian. He did the sex video with Kim Kardashian. Somehow he's still riding that fame. He had a famous song or semi-famous.
Tank 7, number 48.
That's what we've been playing that song on this show for 20 plus years.
Clip on here. Valdez and I've had that clip on here for probably 20 years.
Hold on, isn't he like Monique or somebody? Isn't it like another
Brandy's brother.
He's Brandy's brother.
Brandy's brother. Okay.
Right. He's Brandy's brother. That's probably another reason why he's famous. But he keeps getting sick. He keeps going to the hospital. And apparently he says, I saw a little of this online, that like he was doing like a live stream and he said he almost died. He got pneumonia again. I think he had gotten it a couple of years ago. And they said when they checked him out, his heart was pumping at 25% capacity.
Oh, that sounds grim.
The clip I saw, Valdez, it doesn't necessarily say it here, is he basically was telling his boy on a live stream that he's got like a year to live. That he he's got a bad ticker.
How old is he?
Can't be more than like 50 years old, if that. Right?
I mean, if your ticker's only working at 25%,
that doesn't sound great.
It doesn't sound like you got a lot of time left.
I remember when my dad was really sick. We didn't realize it. I thought he was just lethargic. I took him in there. He was functioning on 10% of one kidney.
Wow.
And we were lucky to get him out of there. But a year and a half later, he eventually died, like a year and a half later, that kidney function improved dramatically.
Kidney's resilient.
It's crazy. I wonder if that can happen with your heart.
Know what I'm going to play.
Everything I am, you owe me with my liver and my kidneys.
Such a great clip. Right. Play it more.
So Sydney Sweetie, you have to explain this to me. I saw Clay Travis was just online. A lot of people hate Clay Travis, whatever. He thinks that Sydney Sweetie is going to be a billionaire after this lingerie deal.
Oh, really?
Like that is just brilliant. Like totally capitalizing on her fame at the perfect time. The jugs, the milkers, get the lingerie line.
Well, isn't Rihanna like a billionaire or close? She has a lingerie line. She has, like beauty products.
She's just attaching her name to the company.
I'm sure. I mean,
she's not designing the lingerie.
Maybe she's approving a couple of them, saying, I like that, I like that. Who knows? Who knows to what extent she's involved in?
She owns the company,
but I think it's her, it's like her.
Yeah.
Her
she
line.
started
owns a part of it.
Yeah, she started the business.
Oh,
She's not like modeling for Victoria's Secret.
Right. No, it's her own line.
Yeah, like how Kim.
Oh, she probably does a lot.
How Kim Kardashian has like Skims.
Exactly.
By the way, I can't believe how Skims is all over like NBA courts, like just right there on the
it's huge.
Yeah, it's not like every NBA court, but there's at least one that's got Skims like on this side of the court, and then the corresponding part of the other side of the court has a big ass Skims commercial.
And then Kylie Jenner owns She owns beauty products, cosmetics line.
She's like a billionaire.
Yeah,
I mean this is a home run.
I mean, why can't we make millions with eye bag concealer? Let's just sell it to a bunch of 50-year-old dudes. You got the perfect models right here.
Let's do
it. Here.
I'm in.
I'm ready.
I've been sleeping better. I think my bags are a little bit better. I think they look better than Cake's. Don't you think, Valdez? If you had, they've always been a little bit better than Cake's.
Cake's has always been the one seed.
Yeah. And when everything
is that lack of sleep or bad sleep, or is that just genetics?
It's probably combo bad sleep, bad genetics,
allergies.
But I thought you
said allergies.
It's allergies.
Well, that's true. You have bad allergies. You sleep pretty well, though, don't you?
Mediocre. I'm gonna be the lead. I'm gonna be the tip of the spear on that endorsement when we get the Junks eye bag cream up and running. Whenever that is.
My mom told me to get the eye bag surgery. She actually did it.
Okay.
She did it in like her late 40s. She said you should do it.
Mm-hmm.
She just looks at me and thinks I'm trifling.
Right.
Think you need cosmetic surgery.
We were talking about a Bella Danger the other day.
Oh, hold on. What was the Sydney Sweeney's that she just?
I didn't understand it. They say
She's-
that check out her. I guess she's putting out all the photos on her Instagram.
She's launching the brand. I feel like either today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
You can like start pre-ordering.
Okay.
So she's modeling all of this lingerie on her Instagram that has 30 million followers.
All right, so I need to go to it right now. Do you follow Sydney Sweeney?
Yes, I do.
I mean, he's a jugs connoisseur. Of
All right,
course he follows
Listen,
her.
I'm not ashamed.
Instagram
I follow Shaq.
Instagram straight flex.
I follow Paige Sporanic. Let me see. Where do you put in the search? Where's the search on this thing, Cakes?
I haven't
there
been
it
on
is.
Instagram in months. You think I
Okay.
know?
All
Yeah,
right.
so she's promoting this line. I don't even know how you say it. Sirin.
Okay,
It's
she's got 26
SYR.
million followers.
Yeah,
All right,
and
I'll
then
follow her.
And then you go through her story. She's modeling all of these pieces that she has. It's a show.
It's a
Hey,
show.
she's selling the product. She's getting it out there.
Right, and
She's
it's
a
not
smart businesswoman.
what do you call that top thing where it's like a T-shirt top thing? Like, what do you call that?
Like a tank top or a halter top? I don't know.
What do you call that?
I'm not an expert in women's fashion.
I mean, this
EB.
is just looks like it should be like a porno shoot or something, whatever that is.
Well, yeah, it's lingerie.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
I don't think if you're a woman
Yeah.
that your guy can buy you Sydney Sweeney branded lingerie.
Because
the reason why the guy got it is because
he wants
He sees it on Sydney Sweeney.
He's on
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney and buys it.
It's a brilliant marketing tactic.
I'm thinking of you, honey. It's oh my god, look, she looks like a smoke show in that.
You just rip the tags off. Rip the tags off, put it in the bag or the box, and nobody's any the wiser.
You can't buy your girl a Valentine's Day lingerie by clicking on a link that Sydney Sweeney posts where she's in her bra and panties.
Probably a good point. Yeah, you bring up a valid point, Valdez.
Yeah,
she's gonna.
No, I'm sure. I don't think she's going to struggle to make some sales.
How do you?
I know, but as a guy, you can't fall for that trap.
Yeah, you're falling right into the bear
This is
trap.
this is a trap.
How do you
Stay far
Yeah,
away, fellas.
because you buy this bra and panty set for your girl, and she's be like, well, why did you decide to get the Sydney Sweeney brand?
Say because I thought it would look great on you.
That's a great
That's
response.
just what you said. I think it would look great on you.
Right.
Oh, you mean
you could finesse that?
You didn't see it on her timeline promoting it?
See, I saw Sydney Sweeney promoting. I thought this would look great on you. I mean, I think that's how you could finesse that. Maybe.
I think this is a trap. Stay the hell away.
Probably is a trap. Good point.
A Bella Danger. We've been talking about her because she got all the camera attention. What was that during the college championship? Right.
Yeah.
And
She supports the U.
national title.
Now,
Right.
remind people who a Bella Danger is.
Ben Strober. Why don't you remind people who a Bella
Benj.
Danger is? Ben knows.
Ben.
She does corn.
Yeah, she does corn.
Yeah.
She likes
Swap
corn.
in a letter. Swap in a different letter.
Apparently, at the AVN Awards, she won the most amazing ass. Not for the first time.
Okay.
Not for the second time.
Right.
Not for the third time.
Wow, she's
not
on a run.
for the fourth time. Not for the fifth, sixth, for the ninth year in a row.
Wow. That's a decade.
Ben, is that true?
A nearly decade-long accomplishment. That is impressive.
Bro, I watched Wizards highlights, not that.
Yeah.
So there you go. If there's something else you can check out, Sydney Sweeney, you can check out a Bella Danger's ass. Taylor Swift not going to be performing at the Grammys this year. Apparently, I guess it's just going to conflict with the big wedding plans with Travis Kelce. You know they're going to spend millions on that wedding, right?
When is
what
that?
a waste
Well,
that's going to be.
She's a billionaire, and what's Travis Kelce worth?
Gotta be
Probably
worth $100 million.
50 to 100 million.
Yeah,
Probably.
At least.
I'm going to guess they're going to have a lavish wedding.
What's the date of the wedding?
Don't know.
Usually the Grammys are like Like February? Yeah, February 1st.
June 13th.
June 13th? And she's still going to be...
The wedding's June 13th?
Knee deep.
Yeah.
You know how much they're going to waste on like flowers and... Oh, my God. Where are they getting married? Do we know?
It
be like in Europe or something? Or
Rhode Island.
They're going to get married in Rhode Island?
She has a silly beachfront spread in Rhode Island.
she does.
You think it's not silly?
Valdez sent me the story. I have to say, I don't know this. I have never heard of the Twin Peaks restaurant chain.
You're not up on your restaurant, CB? You sleep.
I don't know. You have to.
It's an offshoot of Hooters.
Yeah.
Same sort of deal.
But we don't have one around here, right?
No
we don't
chance.
have Twin Peaks around here.
No.
Where is it? Where's it based?
It was founded in Texas in 2005.
I think it's more of a Middle America, West Coast type. Hooters.
Middle America, West Coast spot. I guess they're filing for bankruptcy.
Oh.
Well, Hooters kind of did too, right? Is Hooters no longer?
No, Hooters is
still around.
Yeah, it's still around.
Maybe not as many.
It's a reorganization.
Yeah.
Everybody loves their wings. Everybody loves their wings.
Yeah,
Valdez.
yeah, they do.
And last but not least,
there are a lot more Twin Peaks than I thought.
Hooters gives you wings.
That's Red Bull, Ricky.
I know.
By the way,
that made me laugh.
I wanted to go to this story about Joe Montana, but it's behind a paywall. So
I definitely won't go there.
So
What's the headline?
Why Joe Montana is laughing all the way to the bank after the Seahawks playoff victory. Do you guys
Did he throw cash on him or something?
Do you guys know why that is?
No, because it's behind a freaking paywall.
Now there's an image of FanDuel in the background. So does FanDuel? All right, now I'm going to go to the site here where you can click in behind the paywall. Let me see what this is.
He's a Sam Darnold fan. And he's an NFC guy, so he's always rooting for the NFC.
No, it's got to be.
It's got to be like a tie-in.
They're saying he's laughing all the way to the bank.
I'm telling you, it's probably a dumb Super Bowl teaser ad that they're setting up for Super Bowl Sunday. Don't fall in, much like guys don't fall into the Sydney Sweeney lingerie trap. Don't fall into that trap, EB.
Okay.
Super Bowl teaser ad is my guess.
All right, they're saying while the Rams were knocked out of the Super Bowl on Sunday, the real winner this year will be Joe Montana. Sources say the 4-time Super Bowl winning QB usually racks up hundreds of thousands of appearances during a normal Super Bowl. But with the big game at Levi's Stadium, home of the Niners, he's bound to rack up even more. So it doesn't matter that the Seahawks won.
Also, he's
it's just that it's going to be there.
No, his Super Bowl week is going to be like, Monday, I'm going to make $100K at this spot.
Yes.
Tuesday, I'm going to this party. I'm going to get $75K to show up
why won't
here.
Steve Young make the same amount?
Don't know.
Because he's not as silly as Joe
Montana.
Montana.
Okay, but he's still...
He'll
still make
Remember, Joe Montana hawks Haas avocados.
Haas avocados are good. They're delicious.
They're
is all
saying
they are.
Montana could make as much as $100,000 per day Tuesday through Super Bowl.
Hey, are we going to start getting some guys on the show, some big names on the show that want to promote whatever they're endorsing for the...
Yeah, but it's always lame. They want to talk about their potato chippers.
That's fine.
Or the credit card they're
We got Barry Sanders on because of that. I got his jersey signed
that was the best
because...
thing from it. You got your jersey signed.
Yeah, it was all. We need to do that.
Everything else.
I want to get some of those big names.
I mean, haven't we interviewed all the big names?
I'd rather talk to Barry Sanders than Benj chime in on something. I mean, come on.
That is the dream for all the ex-NFLers is you show up at Radio Row or like before the Super Bowl and they give you like a polo shirt with their logo on it and a check for $20,000.
Good.
And they say, go on the Radio Row tour. And they're like, okay, I'll do that.
I mean, we
It's a
loved
great
it when
game.
we were covering Super Bowls decades ago. It'll never happen again.
Last Super Bowl we attended was...
I have no recollection.
I'm going to say
You remember?
I'm going to say
Dallas?
Detroit.
Was it Detroit? I can't even remember.
I'm just guessing.
Detroit maybe
was the year-
Indianapolis.
No, Detroit was like 20 years ago. That's when my dad died.
All I know is
We've been there since 20 years? I don't know.
almost to a T.
Indy?
Wherever we would go, bad weather would follow us. Atlanta, ice storm.
Yeah.
Dallas, ice and snowstorm. Indy, honed by snow.
Mm-hmm.
The only time we
But it
didn't.
is winter.
Yeah, but the only time we didn't was like when we went to Tampa and San Diego.
Right.
Places where it's basically physically impossible for it to snow.
Do you want to tape interviews? We can tape interviews.
No.
Well, Radio Row starts at 3 a.m. there.
That's true.
It's a very hard
That's trouble.
thing to finagle.
Yeah.
We can tape stuff if you want.
Yeah, now I'm out.
Well, they might. Somebody might.
Never seen a quicker
Somebody might
about
hit you up.
face.
You never know. Somebody might hit you up.
Funny. All right, coming up a bit
But we
later,
didn't have to. Yeah.
Spencer Carberry, the head coach of the Washington Capitals. He'll join us coming up. point is,
No, I know. I understand what your point is.
If you're going to be taken seriously as an organization, a guy with this sort of resume has got to be a first ballot guy. You don't hold him out because of a few like warts on his resume. Nobody's going to come in with a perfect, squeaky clean resume. I don't think, for the most part.
Well, I mean,
and to keep him out, it just makes your organization look like a Mickey Mouse organization, in my opinion. It devalues you.
I know, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get in.
I know he's going to get in.
there's some other guys.
I'm not even a big Bill Belichick guy.
And he doesn't even care. I guarantee you he doesn't even care.
Oh, I bet he probably cares somewhat.
I mean,
he's not talking about it publicly.
He's just a grumpy guy. I mean, I'm sure he wants to be in the Hall of Fame. Who wouldn't want to be in the Hall of Fame? But he knows he'll get in next year.
Yeah.
I mean,
but there's a cachet to being a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Making him, if you agree with the penalty, they're making him pay a penalty, a 1-year penalty.
How about this?
Because of what he was involved in as a coach.
Maybe they should. Maybe they actually should. I haven't heard a single person. All I've seen is outrage. And again, I don't care about Bill Belichick either. Does he deserve to be in the Hall of Fame? Of course he does.
Right.
He's a Hall of Fame coach. The greatest coach, arguably, my lifetime. But maybe he should wait a year if he was cheating all over the place.
Okay, but
maybe he should actually.
Didn't the team already get dinged for it as far as like losing draft picks and
they
got fines?
But that doesn't mean that he still shouldn't. Maybe he should wait a year.
It's such a small blip, in my opinion. It's such a small blip on his amazing career that you just have to. If you're a voter, maybe you do have reservations about it, but you say, you know what, he did have Spygate and Deflategate under his watch, but the other part of his resume, the overwhelming part of his resume, is so good that I have to vote for him to be in.
Of course. He's
I
a
can't
Hall of
penalize
Famer.
him for something so menial and trivial.
I think Deflategate was pretty trivial. But
Totally agree.
But I think maybe some of the other spying stuff.
Okay, but you think he's the only guy spy reporting out there and trying to gain an edge on
he got
his
caught.
opponents?
No, but he got caught.
He did get caught. That is true. Getting caught is never fun.
He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar
He
case.
did. That is true. But I just, you know what? Not that I was going to go at any point. I'll never go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. This is just an outrage.
I was there when I was.
I'll never go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I was there when I was about 8, and I haven't been back since.
How much do they charge for the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Don't know.
$50 a head? $100 a head?
Have no idea.
I'm assuming they charge you to get in, right? They don't just let you come in for free. They got to make some cash, right?
I mean, is it technically a museum?
I guess it's like a pro football museum.
Do they charge to go to the Air and Space Museum?
No.
So I don't know if they're charging. I have no idea.
Yeah, that I don't know. You know what?
You have to Google that. Bob Guitt.
I'll never know because I'm never
You're not
going.
gonna go.
I'm never going to inquire about going to that sham.
But
Pro
remember,
Football
there
Hall of
were
Fame.
players that didn't get in on the first ballot, and because the voters didn't like Terrell Owens didn't get in on his first ballot. Terrell Owens' stats were unbelievable.
These dumb voters need to get over themselves.
Yeah, but
and
eventually
realize
they get in
and realize that the players are the story and the coaches are the story, not them and their dumb votes that they're withholding.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, it's a shame, but it's not that big a deal. He'll get in next year.
I agree that it's not that big of a deal, and I have no affinity whatsoever for Bill Belichick.
Neither do I have zero.
None. How could you unless you're a Pats fan? You can't. But if anybody's a Pro Football Hall of Fame first ballot guy,
he's going to end up in there.
He is that guy.
But maybe why I'm not upset is because we know he's going to get in.
I don't even care if he gets in. But if he's going to get in, he's got to get in on the first ballot.
Why?
You got to give him a speed pass to get in.
I think I might disagree.
He freaking deserves it.
I think I might disagree. He got caught cheating. They want to maybe penalize him a little bit for cheating.
Dumb camera looking at a practice. Who cares? You kidding me?
It's a rule.
People do that all the time.
It's definitely
you can
do you think it's an advantage?
You can actually
do
do
you think
it.
it's an advantage?
Maybe a slight advantage.
No. That's the actual rule. Is you can actually film opposing teams. You just can't do it from the sidelines. You can do it from certain parts of the stadium.
Okay.
You just can't do it from the. And they just were doing it from the sideline. Pretty sure.
Okay.
That was the rule.
Still, it's not. I mean, is it that big a deal? He's just trying to gain a competitive edge. Right. If you want to call it cheating, okay, call it cheating.
I actually think it's okay. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. Of course he is. But whatever.
That's absolute travesty.
Crazy.
Of course it is. It's a travesty. Brian Mitchell's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I mean,
He should be in.
How long did freaking Art Monk have to wait?
Waited a long time.
Yeah.
You know what?
Those things upset me more.
That organization, it's a joke. Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's a joke. That's what I treat it as.
Yeah, but if you do get in, then it is an honor. It's pretty freaking cool.
So
Yeah, of course it
Roger
is.
Goodell fined Belichick $500,000 for Spygate, and then the Patriots $250,000. So it was almost $1 million fine.
Right. He's already paid his penance. He's getting double dinged
Yeah,
for,
but I
for it.
think it's unprecedented that if guys have had controversies or whatever, sometimes the voters will penalize them for a year or two, and then they put them in. Are they being petty? Sure. It's that big a deal.
Old crotchety Bill Polian keeping him out of the Hall of Fame.
Bill said he did it.
Bill Polian doesn't know what he said. He doesn't
How
know.
old is he now? Is
Bill
he like
Polian?
literally
Like 85,
Yeah. And
I think.
do you ever lose your vote, or do you have to die?
Ooh, that's a good
I don't
question.
know.
I don't know.
They might need to take it away.
Yeah,
like
I'm wondering.
like
maybe,
a license.
Maybe they should have. Maybe they should have like an age limit on it.
Bill
Bill
Polian's
Polian-
83.
All right, Bill Polian, when the interview he did with ESPN, he denied telling fellow voters that Belichick should serve the 1-year penance for Spygate.
Right.
But Polian added that he could not remember with 100% certainty if he voted for Belichick.
What?
Saying
I read a quote where he said he did.
He said he was 95% sure he voted for Belichick, but he wasn't 100%.
Well, you got to have somebody who knows 100%.
Yeah, I mean, his brain's foggy.
You know what? Your brain's going to be foggy too if you make it to 83.
I know.
So
hope
is
I do.
mine.
Let's get
Mine's
rid of
foggy at 55.
dementia voters.
Yeah, I think we probably should. Are people pissed off about this? Or are they calling in for a prize or something?
There are no prizes left. Gave them away earlier.
Yeah, I think it might be okay to make them wait a year. I actually think I might be okay with it.
Pro Football Hall of Fame stinks.
I'm not just doing a bit. First of all, I don't care about him. Like, I don't care at all. He's got all the money in the world. He's dating some 25-year-old, 23, however old she is.
He's still dating her. Right?
Completely inappropriate
Yeah, they're still
relationship.
dating.
Who cares?
It's the principle of the thing. It's not Bill Belichick specific. Anybody who has a resume like that should be in on the first ballot.
Are people holding Deflategate against him? That was more of a Brady thing, right?
Yeah.
That was more of a Brady thing than him. I'm sure he probably knew. But let's go to Jake in Fredericksburg. Jake, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, good morning.
Hey, man.
Bish, happy New Year, Bish.
People
The
doing
one
that
that
bit.
gets me, the one that Cakes, you were right about the Football Hall of Fame. And seeing the house where they filmed A Christmas Story. That's the best part of it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the
Football
highlight?
Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
That's the highlight. That was the highlight of our trip. Like, if you really want the truth, I've been to the Baseball Hall of Fame twice. I've been to Football Hall of Fame. The Baseball Hall of Fame has a ton of history in it that everybody kind of knows. The Football Hall of Fame is leather helmets and old footballs and a slice of turf from the Astrodome that nobody really cares about. And it really is. It's a joke. It's not a very good Hall of Fame and museum at all, to be honest with you.
So Cakes was right. They do charge $50 a head to get in.
I have no idea.
It's about $50. I think the kids were. I think we even lied about my youngest and made him like under 15 or something. So he was like 45.
It's a good move.
And the other three of us were like 60,
Wow.
something like that. It's expensive to get in, and it's just honestly, it's not worth it. Like, you can watch a little film here and there. You can. The busts are kind of cool to see, but even some of us, like, walking past, like, oh, I didn't know he was in the Hall of Fame. Like, because the Football Hall of Fame has always been, it's always seemed to me to be, like, easier to get into than the Baseball Hall of Fame,
Right.
and then they go and do something and leave Belichick out. It's
Right.
like, are you serious about this?
All right, thanks, Jake. Appreciate that call. When we come back, we're going to be joined by Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals. AV is built for
Letting go a little, little by little, sipping on a frozen drink.
Welcome back. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline, where we're joined by Washington Capitals head coach Spencer Carberry, presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com for details. Coach Carbs, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Coach, first of all, we appreciate you coming on. We talked about it earlier. What time did you leave Seattle?
No, we're actually still in Seattle. We fly this morning. Yeah, because of the time change and us losing 3 hours, we fly this morning, so we'll get in late this afternoon into Detroit.
All right, that makes sense.
Okay,
Cakes was telling me you left Seattle after the game.
I mean, I'm not there. I don't have their exact travel itinerary. I was just assuming.
And I was just shocked that if you actually left Seattle last night and you called us this morning on no sleep. But thank you very much.
So my question on this flight, now I looked it up. It's a 4 hour and 15-minute flight. After a loss like last night, you definitely don't want to stew in that. You want to kind of ball that up, throw it away, take whatever you can, positive-wise out of it and take it to the next game. Do you have any sort of palate cleanser for this flight? Like, do you read a book? Do you just watch some dumb TV, or you locked in on the Red Wings tape?
No, they're all film all the time, buddy.
Give me the details on what this flight is going to be like this morning, Coach.
This morning, it'll be diving into wrapping up last night. So basically what I'll do is I'll grab all the team stuff from the game. So those are like team clips. Positive and negative. So I'll group those all together, learning clips, things we need to get better as a team, and then I'll also cut all the individual stuff for film. So anything, especially for our young guys, I'll put those. Leonard have 10, 12 clips for him on good things he did last night, things he needs to continue to improve on. So that'll be the process for today on the plane, and then probably a little bit of just getting on to Detroit.
Now, I know this is not I've talked to you about this before, and I know you're professional, right? And you're coach of the year and everything. But when it gets crazy and you're trying to get out of a rut, have we reached the point, Coach, where we're kicking Gatorade bottles, or you know what I'm saying? Like we're making a scene in the locker room. Have we reached that point? We pull out that trick?
There's various points through a year where you're frustrated as a coach and you show some emotion, and I've certainly been in that spot this year, but it's not an every game, every week thing. Like you
it's rare. You got to pull it out once in a blue moon.
Yeah, exactly. And then I find as a coach, it's much more beneficial to be calculated with, okay, when we're struggling and when guys are struggling to find their game, how can I be productive with the messaging, and how can it actually help them go perform better, as opposed to just blowing up and losing my cool on them.
What makes you lose your cool? Is it like if you think actually they're not locked in, focus, effort, that kind of thing? That will make you lose it, I would think.
Sometimes it's effort-based. Sometimes you feel like if your team isn't competing at the level required, so that would be a work, absolutely. That's sometimes it's a level of detail, so it's just loose. It's just casual. It's just you might be working hard, but you're not focused, and you're not doing the necessary little things to be successful. So sometimes it's that. I think it can be a variation.
So, Coach Carbs, Tom Wilson had some strong words after the loss, and that's what you would expect from an alternate captain, calling the upcoming game at Detroit the biggest game of the year. And about the loss of the Kraken, he said, "This is a big wake-up call, coming in here and getting our asses handed to us." Now, when your alternate captain says that has to grab the attention of the entire room, I would think.
Yeah, I think so, and I think, he's stating something on the outside that catches a lot of people's attention, but on the inside, we've had a lot of conversations of where we're at and the urgency level that we need to play with, and we haven't gotten to that level or been able to show yet that we're a top team in this league, and so it's crunch time. Like, we have to be able to show if we're going to compete with the top teams in the league and be a playoff team, is sooner or later you have to show it on a consistent basis, and we haven't done that, and now it's on us to flip the script here in the last few games before the break and show that.
Yeah, Coach, I know you and your staff are obviously focused on beating the Red Wings Thursday night, but are you tempted at all, or is part of your staff tempted to peek at those remaining games before the Olympics break, where you face at least 3 teams battling for playoff position in the Eastern Conference that are ahead of you currently?
Honestly, no. And I'm not just saying that. That's not coach speak. I literally, it's the same approach that we've had as a staff and I've had as a head coach over the last couple of years. Nothing's going to change. We are strictly focused on how we can approach today and how I can cut the film from last night and make our guys better as a group, make our guys better individually, and then we're going to tackle Detroit and try to put ourselves in the best position possible to win a game, and then we'll move on. And that's what we'll do, and we'll keep our focus on that.
Coach, we were kind of looking at some of the stats of some of the guys, and I looked at Logan Thompson's numbers, and his goals against is still, I think, top 10 in the league. He's third in the league in shots against at almost 1,100 shots, and I can't remember who was tops, but, I'm just wondering, as a coach, how much of a factor is that he's facing so many shots each game?
So you got to be careful with that because that's a total raw number, and it's based on how many starts he's had. So he's played a lot of games, right? So if you look per game, how many shots is he facing?
Yeah.
Do we give up more shots than the average team? I think we're probably sitting pretty middle of the pack in that. But his workload is what you're getting at. Like workload for Logan Thompson, is it becoming an issue?
Right.
I don't think so at this point, but it's something that we do monitor, to your point of like, hey, does fatigue creep in? He's played a lot of games. He's had a lot of minutes. He's faced a lot of rubber. Do we need to scale that back?
Coach, thanks as always for being adaptable with your schedule. Best of luck in Detroit, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Let's get one.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Thank
Coach
you, buddy.
Carbs. That's Spencer Carberry, Washington Capitals head coach, presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com for more details. That game tomorrow night.
Massive.
Must watch.
Must win.
And I believe it's 7 o'clock puck
time?
drop. Much
7?
more
All right.
palatable than a 10 p.m. puck drop in Seattle.
Yeah.
All right, I can do that.
Need to see how the Caps bounce back against the Red Wings. It's a big one.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to be flying around. If Willie's put it as sort of a must-win, season on the line game, they're going to be flying around like crazy.
I would think.
Game 7 like intensity.
What's Detroit's record? Are they pretty damn good?
They're pretty good. They had been a laughingstock for like 4 or 5 straight years, but they've turned things around. I don't know their exact record.
Oh, they're second in the Atlantic.
Yeah,
they got 69 points.
They're a threat.
I mean, I think that's kind of why he's saying it's a big deal.
Yeah.
They're damn
Got to
good.
take care of the business.
And they've won 7 of the last 10.
Ooh, maybe put some money on the Caps as a dog tomorrow. They're definitely going to be a dog.
Probably
want to do that.
Do theory play. The do theory.
Do theory and desperate.
Yeah. Well, I don't like the sound of desperate.
Do theory play. All right, we may be coming back. You might be getting some bonus junkies because of travel snafus for B. Mitch and Finley. So stay tuned. We might be right back. Welcome to Hour 1
Great
of B.
intro
Mitch and
song.
Finley. We are your special guest hosts. Cakes, Fish Bucks, EB. Already has his coat on.
Yeah, I'm ready to rock.
Mr.
As soon as those boys come in here, we do a little chit chat. I'm outie.
Yeah, and
Outta here.
Maybe we can get to the bottom of Zingate that we talked about during the Junk Show earlier. Both Valdez and I were very perceptive. We did notice, and Danny Rouillet noticed this yesterday here at work at Odyssey.
Well,
not one, not two, 3 Zin pouches floating in the urinal water in the leftmost urinal.
And but I will say this: Valdez not quite as perceptive as he thought because it was there yesterday. He thought
it could be anybody.
He thought it was there today.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So
True.
I mean, it could be someone who's working overnights. Who runs the board overnights, or
So here's the thing.
I think it might be a robot.
or just a computer.
Here's my theory: Zins are like a white guy thing. Jeff, are you with me on that? No, yes. Yeah. It's a white guy thing. So I think that rules out PGC. I even think it rules out Chepe. And although we talked,
For the most
we already asked Chepe
For the most part.
right?
Chepe didn't even know what it was.
Generalizations here.
Yeah,
Case.
yeah.
Zins are white as a white guy. Thing.
Okay. It's like a frat bro type deal.
Yeah. And apparently, I didn't know this. Apparently, JP's a big Zins guy. JP Finley.
Definitely a big Zins guy.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, I didn't know this.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But also Clary. And as soon as I thought Clary, well, Clary's less classy.
Well, it's one of those two guys.
Clary is bottom of the barrel kind of guy. JP.
Hey, Finley.
JP's got in here.
Hey, what's up, JP Finley?
This is the
I
prime
didn't know you were a
suspect
big
sitting
Zin
down
guy.
right
You're a
here.
big Zin guy, right? Have you heard about Zingate?
I'm sorry if I outed you. Like if you wanted to keep that like on the down low that you're a Zin guy, but I think it's
No,
public
who cares?
knowledge.
Oh, first of all, why are you late?
Dude, so I think government or somebody, like more people must have been back at work today.
Okay.
So there was more traffic everywhere.
Right.
And you two know Montgomery County and DC are just awful at this.
Right.
Virginia's great at it.
Yeah.
Like,
Hey, don't hype up Virginia too much. We hear enough of that already. For that propaganda from him.
He spends half his life in Virginia.
I know.
dude, how you feeling about where taxes are going in Virginia? I imagine you're flipping out.
Well, what did I miss?
I'll send you my boy that lives.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Bad news, dude. You're not gonna like it.
All right.
You're gonna be moving to North Carolina that much faster.
Hell yeah. Oh, jeez.
But the big
Oh,
problem,
you know why? You know why?
I think I do.
Yeah. Right.
The big problem.
Can I get Youngkin back?
On 395, like right here by the office,
Yeah.
they shut down like the exit for the U.S. Capitol.
Okay.
Shut down because there are snow plows everywhere.
Really?
And so it was like, I called B because he usually goes Main Ave,
Right.
and I usually go 395.
I take Main Ave too, yeah.
And he's like, man, everything's stopped, dead stop. And I'm like, well, dude, I must be 2 cars behind you because we were both under that little underpass, like the railroad bridge.
Right before Maine?
Right before the split where
Yeah.
you got to decide.
Yeah.
And it was a disaster. So I called Drab and I'm like, dude, I don't know if like
Junk's got to finish
Don't worry about it. No big deal.
I said let Jeff rock it. Just Lord knows what'll happen. Give Jeff Walker 5 minutes of airtime.
When I came in this morning on 395, there was 2 lanes were coned off because of that.
On the right side?
On the right side.
Yep.
So it did start to back up a little bit, but it only backed up a quarter mile past or before Main Avenue. So I only had to sit for about 10 minutes.
Right.
And I was thinking, oh, this is going to be a disaster for, at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock.
What's crazy is, and like we're all too addicted to our phones anyway, but I left my house at like 8:50 to give myself plenty of time. And until I got like past the Kennedy Center, because I'm coming down Rock Creek, it was saying like 9:40, 9:42.
Yeah.
Then 9:43.
Yeah, then it starts
Then
going
it
up.
jumps to like 9:58. I'm like, what the hell just happened?
Right.
And I'm sure I'm not alone in that, but it's just like, how does the phone, GPS, whatever, not register that earlier? And maybe I can go a different route or whatever.
I don't get that.
Imperfect technology.
Sure.
That's how.
So we got to get to the bottom of Zingate. These guys were.
What is Zingate?
I didn't notice this. There's 3 nasty Zins at the bottom of the urinal.
Yes.
Yeah.
The leftmost urinal.
And they've got boys.
And
I don't know anything.
we're deducing like who
We're
does
I
Zins,
have
who's
one
here.
top suspect, and it's not me.
Oh, it's not.
No, I
Okay.
didn't think it was you.
No, what I thought when I heard Clary, I said Clary. Got to be Clary. But he said
That was immediately my top suspect.
Oh, okay.
But he claims he's been off the Zins for a couple
Yeah,
months.
I asked
believe it.
Clary.
Oh, he's lying.
Yeah,
I think he said New Year's resolution, no more Zins, but I don't believe he's
You're not
accomplished
buying
that
into
goal.
it.
No.
Oh, so he's
I don't
lying.
have
So he's
headphones.
probably lying.
Or there's a rogue Zyn user that we just
Roger.
unaware of.
Roger out here popping lip
What do you
pillows.
think about that?
You're
That's
not a
Zyn.
triple decker guy, though, are you?
Currently?
You could be.
What is triple? I never heard of
There
triple
were
decker.
3 Zyns floating in the urinal. So, like, somebody's walking around with a triple lipper.
No.
Zyn.
Or
I think it's the
multiple
same guy
times.
spitting one out.
You think
Multiple
so?
time user.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I texted Clary. I said, "Did you spit Zins in the urinal yesterday?" And he goes, "Nope, I quit Zins this year."
Oh.
Take the over on that.
So you don't believe that?
So who else
Call
could it
it
be?
shenanigans.
And I,
Quit like cold turkey hasn't had one since New Year's Day. No way.
Shenanigans.
I've made the observation. I don't know if you, Jeff, it's a white guy thing. So I think it rules out PGC. It rules out Il Zol. Zin's basically
Sales dudes.
Yeah,
Although have they been in here at
they
all?
haven't been in here all week.
I mean, yeah.
There
So
might
it-
be a
so it
few-
had to be
There's probably
someone-
a few sales bros that do Zins.
Weiner?
If I had to guess. No,
I
he's
don't
not
think
that.
Weiner.
I don't think so.
Like some of those young kind of jack dudes.
What's the big dude's name? Kind of cock diesel, big dude.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's that kid's name? Matt? The younger
Patrick?
guy. Younger
Pat,
guy.
maybe?
Is that him?
I think so.
Yeah.
Is he a Zin guy?
He could be. He's just younger. That's why I say that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Damn,
Where
there
do you
really aren't a lot of suspects.
There
White,
aren't, yeah.
White Brian? Have you guys ever spoken to White Brian?
No, I mean in the hallway. Very like.
I think I've
one
said hi to
word.
him once.
He's a quiet
He's a
fella.
quiet dude. Yeah.
I think he's a pooper though, right? Is he's a pre-show pooper?
I have pre-show poop before.
Yeah. He's a pre-show.
That's the most I've ever heard him talk. Right there.
I gave White Brian, so White Brian lives towards me. I gave him like 3/4 of a ride home yesterday. So we're in the car 20 minutes or
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
But he said 4 words.
Perfect
And it was like,
passenger.
yes.
Yeah.
So you were saying everything. He was just responding yes.
I
One
was
word
like
answers.
trying to make conversation, then I just punted. I was like, we'll listen to Rooster.
Right.
Just babble about nonsense.
Rooster.
So
Love
where
it.
is B. Mitch? I thought you said he was ahead of you. He's still stuck.
Maybe he tried Maine. I don't know.
Right.
I got pretty aggressive on 395. I talked to Drab and I was like, all right, I'm staying to the left, kind of no matter what. And so I did pretty well getting around the set, like the road closure was. And then on South Capitol, you come up to make the left on M, which is just such a disaster of an intersection anyway.
Right.
And the line just backs up
all the way.
As soon as I could, I kind of gunned it through some snow and got in the right lane, and then cut a bunch of people off to make the left. So I was trying to get here. I know you guys didn't want to work.
Those
in
back
there.
roads, they might be better today, but the back roads, Main on, were so bad.
The roads surrounding the office,
so bad.
It's crazy, dude.
I know. There was some guy who was stuck yesterday.
By the way, speaking of that intersection, whatever became of the spot where the world's scariest 7-Eleven used to reside? What is in that spot now?
I think it's
a parking lot.
Oh, is that what
I
it
think
is?
they raised it. Eventually, they'll build it into apartments or condos.
Right.
or
Yeah.
whatever.
I think it's just a parking lot across from the firehouse. There's a firehouse there.
But it's not even a parking lot because it's all fenced off for like the construction eventually to happen.
Okay, it used to be a parking lot.
That
yeah.
7-Eleven was sketchy.
Yeah.
that was. I remember
Well,
one
those
morning,
dudes that were at that 7-Eleven are still walking around.
They were.
I see them every day.
Calling them panhandlers wasn't accurate. They were like
right.
pretty aggressive. Give me your cash, panhandlers.
It's
Like I don't know how
It's
to
not like one step away from robbery.
Yeah.
Like, it's just
like if the
close.
scale was panhandling to
Yeah,
robbery,
right.
they were closer to this side.
Understood.
Yeah.
I remember one morning, this is years ago, coming in here. One of you guys must have been out of town or something, so they asked me to come in for like a hour segment or whatever. And I stopped at that 7-Eleven to bring donuts in. And I don't remember who it was.
I don't know
but
how you
guys
got
were like-
out of there.
They're like, it's a miracle you weren't killed.
I know. Exactly.
So where are you on the whole Belichick not getting in thing?
Oh, we got to talk about Belichick again.
No, I mean,
Just
I'm
a
just curious.
joke.
I think it. Yeah.
Hall of Fame voters are the most self-righteous, pearl-clutching people in all of sports. And I think, that's a joke to me.
I mean, he's an obvious Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
But I think it doesn't even matter because he's going to get in next year. Who cares? He's going to get in. I don't think he cares. Do you think he really cares?
I do wonder if there's less conspiratorial.
For an egotistical dude, he probably cares.
Oh, he cares.
Yeah.
100%. Especially like the depths of the history of football that he cares about.
And it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
And plus,
to
he
him.
has to answer questions from the media now for the next 6 months.
I think the top of the conspiracy list for me is Robert Kraft somehow getting involved because those two hate each other.
Right.
But I think it is more likely, and still a joke, but more likely, the seniors committee is so screwed up how senior people get in that voters were like, this is probably LC Greenwood's last chance. Belichick's going to have a million chances.
Right.
Where I'm giving Greenwood my vote this year.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if he's going to get through or whatever.
I thought LC was already in. He's not in.
No.
He definitely deserves to be in.
Oh,
Where do you normally
there's a
sit?
future Hall of Famer. He just walked in.
Mr. Mitchell.
Mitch needs to be in there.
Where do you normally? Where does he normally sit? You sit here normally?
He sits there and I sit in cakes.
Let me get out of his chair.
We'll get out of his way.
We could go till.
Huh?
Don't you love DC?
No. No, what I actually do, but I'm just saying, why would you wait until rush hour to do any damn thing? What happened last night? Why couldn't nobody?
Well, they did. They were doing it this morning. I was saying at 5:30.
They were doing snow
They were
removal
doing
at
something.
rush hour last night,
But
too.
I agree.
And you still haven't gotten anything done?
I'll say this: it has been an extraordinary snow in the sense that once that ice came in, it's been more difficult.
Didn't
than
bother
typical.
Virginia. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, I
saw a dude come to my house last night and was boom, 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 was just knocking it out the way. I bet you that dude can get his truck and his buddies. He'll do better than what those big trucks doing out there.
So there's a neighborhood right by you, Bickle.
Yeah.
If you're going up Connecticut towards the Beltway, going north on Connecticut, before the Beltway, after Jones Bridge, that little neighborhood back in there, I believe, is called North Chevy Chase.
Fancy.
That's
where I live, right?
I think you're just north of that. You're on the other side of the Beltway, closer to the
north.
Closer to the cathedral, right?
Yeah, I'm right at the temple.
The temple, thank you. So my boy lives there and told me that neighborhood somehow is half county plow, half private HOA.
Right.
They have a contractor plow it.
Right.
Which one of those halves do you think got taken care of first?
Yeah, it's not the one by the county.
The private contractor.
Right.
I mean, my street is still a show, dude.
Yeah.
Yours is.
This 395 thing, do you notice what they are cleaning?
What?
It's the tunnel part. Snow don't get in the tunnel.
I didn't see it.
That's just a way of making the time go longer.
And if it's the tunnel, couldn't you have done that already?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, backwards ass city.
Bro, I was rolling and I just got to that spin. I'm like, okay, something's going on.
Right.
And then Jay hit me.
Yeah.
It was.
This is
And
ridiculous.
then I heard the landfill got in an accident.
Yeah.
Oh, he
What a
did?
day!
All right, landfill's made it in. Yeah, it was.
How bitter he is.
The text thread was a show this morning for our
Sure
show.
was not fun.
Hey, I'd like the crosstalk. Can you come in at 9 tomorrow?
Come in a little earlier.
I doubt it.
Here's what's
Not in this
remarkable.
city.
So we love Jeff Walker. Jeff is quite a guy.
Skinny Jeff.
Brian and I encountered like a fairly big deal road closure on a major highway. I got in here a couple minutes late. You got in here maybe 10 minutes late. Landfill got in a car accident, made it in here 10 minutes late. Jeff Walker yesterday couldn't get his car to start, but showed up at 1:30. Our show ends at 2.
Look at that stick to it.
Hero right there.
Hero time.
I'm gonna get my get back. What? Just wait.
It's coming.
How did he finally get in? Did he Uber in eventually? 3 hours in?
Oh, boy.
No, I had to take my battery out my car, put it in front of the fireplace, let it warm up.
You thaw out your own battery?
After walking,
Yeah, he had by the fireplace.
like 2.5, 3 miles.
I told him you got to get a new battery.
I'm getting a new car.
I never heard of such a thing.
I didn't either.
Life with
I
Jeff
didn't know.
Walker's a wild ride, dog.
Sounds like it.
He sent us a picture. I'll show you guys the picture. I should text it to Joey so he can put it on TV. Jeff sent us a picture.
Oh yeah, I'm putting all JP business on the air. Watch.
Dude, I don't know what you're mad at me for. It was a good idea. Heated it up, right? You were able to start it?
How did you even think of that? Did you
The people at what's called told me need to.
Oh, you
He said
heated
his
up?
battery was too
This
cold
was
to
Jeff
crank.
heating his battery.
Oh, my God.
Listen,
I mean, it's just got
an old ass
when
battery.
Jay mentioned that yesterday on air, I said, I know it's cold in Minnesota. They cranking their cars all day. So it's just, he bought a non-cold battery. I don't know.
Well, that's funny.
I need to find out what battery that was so I'd never get one put in my car.
Well, I tell you what.
Stay far away.
That's 20-year-old battery. That's what that is.
Yeah, it's probably just.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I said that yesterday.
It lasts 20 years.
Off the air, but JP
Look
just
at
had to
Look
bring
how
it here.
beat up it is. It's unbelievable.
Do batteries last 20 years?
They shouldn't, right? They should last
No,
about 5.
no way.
I don't know.
About
Car
impossible.
battery life.
I think like
car battery lifespan. Most car batteries last between 3 and 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years.
Wow.
But that one's banged up.
And extreme heat and cold are the primary causes of premature battery failure. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
All right, B. Miss, do you want my seat?
Yeah, I take that.
It's nice and warm.
Miss, you want to get out of it?
I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
I don't blame you, bro.
You
Thank you,
may
guys.
you may not get home quicker than you normally do.
Well, $3.95 going out of the city, is that a nightmare too?
Bro, I promise
Didn't
you, it's
seem
gonna be
as
a nightmare
bad.
somewhere.
All right.
This place
I'll
is
find some
strange.
back roads to get out of here.
The location of this radio station is on a peninsula surrounded by nothing but highways that back up. Like this is literally, unless you live, the Navy Yard is quite pleasant.
Yeah.
Arriving to the Navy Yard from any direction is a disaster.
Can we just move the station to Commander's Park?
It's not necessarily where it's just they need to learn how to deal with traffic better. Like sometimes they'll shut off. Like if you have 100,000 cars, if you're going to have 150,000 cars, why would you cut off half of the streets?
Yeah.
That makes it worse, don't it?
Yeah.
And like this thing today, I don't know what the hell they were doing.
Do you have any faith in them making traffic better?
Hire me as a traffic czar. I bet you we won't have this trash going on.
B. Mitch.
All right, you got my vote.
Yeah,
I'll tell you
sold.
that. Yeah,
Done.
for sure. For sure. How late do you guys go at first break? You guys do like the world's longest first break?
we can take a break now. Don't worry.
We go to 20, but we can jump out. You guys
we can jump out right now.
Mickle's got his coat on. He's there.
Can you tell?
We'll go to break. We'll go to break. We'll go to break. Thank you to the Jugs for helping us out there. Good luck getting home, boys.
No, it was not me. I'm not the Zen guy. It's either JP
It's not me.
or Mikey.
Yep.
Or somebody.
in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. Thanks to the Junks for kicking it for us for a minute there as we went through some serious, unexpected traffic hell on 395. If you're driving downtown and you got to go this way, good luck, man. Plan around it. I don't know how long it's going to take them to dig out a tunnel that doesn't get snow, but good luck. The continued ineptitude of our great city to handle this snow, and I recognize it's tough snow with the ice and everything, but damn, dog.
When you wait till it's over with and let it freeze up, yeah, it's going to be tough. You have to have a plan with that, man. And I know when I came here Monday morning, 66 was cleared. So they didn't wait till it stopped. They were working as it was going, treating it, add a little sand, a little salt, and you'll get stuff to start to move around, or it won't get as hard. But if you just think you're gonna let it just snow over the whole damn city, then decide, okay, now let's go work, ain't gonna happen, man. And if you're gonna do it like that, you must have heavy duty equipment, because most of the snow removal and snow moving I've seen has been truck tires or car tires pushing it.
What's crazier in my neighborhood, and I just texted my buddy that lives like a neighborhood over from me, Montgomery County must have contracted like straight up farm equipment. There are like, what do you call, I think the smaller one is called like a Bobcat.
The Kubota?
Like the big joint that has like the big bulldozer on it. Like those are just cruising neighborhood streets. And it's like, how is that the plan, dude? Like, I don't know. And I recognize it's a difficult thing to do. So I'm trying to be like understanding. But what we went through this morning, so I know this much. Like you could just see it in our office building. Clearly, whatever the levels of return to the office are, today is up a level from yesterday.
Yeah.
There are more people out and about.
By far, yeah.
And to combine that with then doing the snow removal on a highway, like on the highway that goes to the capital of the United States, what are we doing?
But the thing that gets me is, if you're not necessarily going to do the roads at a quick pace, do the damn sidewalks. Because as I watched on TV 2 nights ago and also last night, people walking on the road.
In the street, that's as dangerous as you want it to be. You got cars riding on ice, and you have a human being walking in a spot that they probably shouldn't be. Anybody just hit the brakes, the car will not stop immediately. It just keeps sliding. So at least clean the sidewalks so the pedestrians don't have to go on the actual damn street to walk. And that's not asking a lot, because I guarantee you get enough of those little tractors that I've been seeing around here and just clean up the sidewalks. At least give somebody somewhere to walk. You can't have the human beings walking exactly where the cars and trucks are. Dude, so I was watching Channel 4 yesterday in the news. Dominique Moody was down here in Navy Yard. He interviewed, what's our guy's name from Cornucopia? The owner that's always good to us. He put him on the news last night talking about how he's trying to run his business and like the streets aren't plowed, the sidewalks aren't plowed. Like it's very difficult for people to get there or to even do like Uber Eats or whatever.
You know, you were talking about like being pre-mad and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm having a pre-conversation. How many people are going to be coming, are suing the city or whoever that was supposed to clean the sidewalks and all because they sprained an ankle, hurt a hip or something? Because I watched people coming across the thing. You saw the big truck?
Yeah,
I saw
that truck was
too.
wild.
But the truck was just trying to turn, but like nobody would let him through, so because the bus couldn't get up,
right?
So he couldn't turn because like they got to turn the wide turn. But I watched guys try to climb over the humps of snow, slipping and sliding. So how many cases that you think is gonna happen when this all is said and done?
Enough.
Thanks for the idea, B, because I definitely failed this morning.
I'm just saying, like when you look at stuff. Most things, JP, you always say lawyers and insurance companies.
lawyers
but
and
you know what, though?
Dude.
You know what the people that are not lawyers and insurance companies try to do? Eliminate liabilities. And by leaving the snow as long as you've done it and have not cleaned up on the sidewalk, you have increased liabilities.
Totally. I don't know what the answers are. Let's do something important. Let's check in with Landfill. Landfill, you all right, bro? Like, what happened, man?
Car backed into me, bro.
Where?
On Route 7, it's 7 Corners.
What? Were they stuck and they just tried to throw it in reverse?
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Yeah, they were just like, they didn't, like the snow was piled up too much and the person couldn't make the turn. So they just straight backed up into me and I couldn't go anywhere because there were cars around me.
That's crazy, dude. Did you have to exchange information? Is your car banged up or anything?
I mean, it's scraped up, but yeah, like we filed a police report and it took like 45 minutes. It was a disaster.
Wow. I'm sorry. What a pain in the ass. I'm glad you're all right, though. I had a dude. So I want to open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. So what's going on right now on 395? If you're stuck in that, you're dealing with what B. Mitch and I just dealt with, call in and bitch about it. If you were on the 14th Street Bridge last night, the footage from this is nuts.
It's just like, it seems like the most inopportune time to do something. Rush hour. Oh, let's go now clean up the streets, shut down the roads. that makes no damn sense to me.
So we're going to do snow traffic horror stories for a half hour. Whoever wants to chime in can chime in. This morning, B, I'm driving down Massachusetts Avenue. I spent my life on Massachusetts Avenue. And there's a car just stuck on Westmoreland Circle, which should not happen. That's a major thoroughfare. It's the border of D.C. and Maryland, like Mass Ave, Western Ave. Like, there's a lot of action right there. You shouldn't have a car stuck there. But there's a little sedan, like a Honda Civic or like a little Kia or something. I couldn't tell what the car was. This moron. You know how some people don't really dig their car out? They leave the snow on top. They leave the snow on back. This dude left the snow on his windshield. Like,
wait, and tried to drive?
Yes, was driving. I eventually passed him.
Did he have one part where you could at least see?
He dug out like a periscope, like right in front of where the driver's seat is.
So if you're riding enough and you got your defrost on, and how about it just slides a little bit and you can't see?
But if my man had to look to his right, he couldn't see anything. So I run into this moron at Westmoreland Circle, and by the time we got to the light where Millie's is, which is probably a quarter of a mile, he realized I can't be driving like this and was trying to pull over, but there's nowhere to pull over. And at that point, Mass is like kind of a lane and a half. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm not dealing with this dude. And I just gunned it.
But the whole thing of it is like, I heard a conversation yesterday. They were talking about, should the fines go up for people that don't clean off their cars? And I know most people think, oh, just let it fly off. No. If you're hearing them talk about ice, if chunks of ice start flying off your car, hit somebody else's car, it could cause accidents and it could cause death to somebody. You know what I'm saying? I remember one time was a UPS truck or whatever flew off and hit Monica's car, shattered the window. Yeah, but the whole thing is, you think it's okay for you. Oh, you're in a rush. Well, everybody else in a rush too. So get outside and do a little something at least before you get out on the road. And I think it should be high as hell.
Yeah, man.
You know, listen, if my car is outside, which it is most times, and it snows, I clean it off.
I'll be honest, I found that out the hard way, the scary way. Like it was probably that first big snowstorm of like 2010 or something. Like I was young.
09, that one.
Yeah, I was like I was probably in my early 20s. And I thought I had cleaned my car off pretty good, but there was a layer of ice that I couldn't really see. And this is back in the Howard Phillips days, the insurance company days. So my office is over on Pennsylvania Avenue, and I'm driving back to Northeast. So I like go down H Street, kind of by the White House and stuff. And I had to hit the brakes, and this sheet of ice just came over my windshield, and I was completely blinded, whatever the past tense of unable to see is. And I was like, damn. And luckily, I just hit the brakes, nobody was around, and then I was able to get over and just push it off. But like from that moment on, I've taken that mess serious.
It just you have to take care of that, man. And like, it's not fair to everybody else for you to be riding down the street with a damn snow just blowing off of your car into their windshield anyway.
Let's hit some of these phones. My guy Tony is in Clinton. Tony, you got a snow traffic nightmare story for us.
Yes. What's going on, fellas? It's finally good to be up out the house. I was going stir crazy in the house. The walls was closing in on me, but I'm finally out.
All right, brother.
So question, were they not talking about this storm for like 10 days ahead of time.
They were.
and they were talking at one point like 16, 18, something crazy amount of inches. It was only about 6 inches, 7 inches of snow with the ice on top of it. So this wasn't even nearly as bad as what they anticipated. And these road crews, these people in charge, that's all they do. This is all they do. So I'm like, how is it that I can't get out of my street 2.5 days later when I'm on a main road? The worst part in my neighborhood is when you're merging onto the main roads and there's no merge lanes. When you have to like get jumped out into the flow of complete. Yes, it is playing chicken. You are playing Frogger with your car, trying to go out on the main road because there's absolutely no merge lane. There has to be a better plan for that, man. We have so many accidents in this area from people trying to merge out, and it's just nightmare after nightmare. And we got a quarter of what they were talking about, man. We got to do better.
Oh yeah, and I think the people that are in charge of this, stop lying to people. Oh, we really we got to it quicker this time. You might have moved over to a street that you can get a place to see real quick, but there are the people that were complaining every snow. They're still complaining. Okay,
I'm riding down Branch Avenue right now, and it's still lanes completely covered in snow, blocked over, and that's like a main drag right now. It's a boneyard of cars with flashers just up on the side of the road from trying to merge over.
Boneyard of cars is such a great term. Thank you, dude.
All right, bro.
They had a lady on the news last night. I can't remember the name of the road. Noah Road or something. Does that sound familiar, Jeff? This road, it looked
going up the little hill.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying.
Straight disaster.
I have seen that same lady 4 different times at 4 different snows. So don't tell me
that road just might be a problem.
No, if you know it's a problem, you go make sure you treat it and you go to them. The last person you want coming on TV the next snow would be somebody from that neighborhood. Because that lady, if you saw, they showed her talking one before, but I've seen her way more than 2 times.
Eli's in D.C. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, B. Mitch? I know this is horror stories, but I've actually been having fun, man. I've gone from a little Mini Cooper to a Mazda CX-5. Now, I know a Mazda don't sit up crazy high, but, man, I went over to my local Safeway, man, and I had a ball. So, it's not crazy. And I went to school in Winnipeg, Canada.
Well, you used to it then.
This is springtime then.
That -40, man, -40, it makes your nose hair freeze. It's a whole different ball game. But what I did notice is about these trucks, what they need to do is they need to send a few guys who make those decisions and have them go up there to Canada just to train on how to roll out a project, because this should be dealt with, man. When I was up there, to see them roll out the projects for getting the snow off the ground was incredible, man. Like day, night. Now, don't get me wrong, Canada has to deal with that.
But the snow up there is different, though. The snow is totally different.
I do think this snow has been extra problematic, right?
Yeah.
Yo, Eli, thanks for the call, bro.
Man. People
Thanks, buddy.
in.
We'll let the boys tell us about. We haven't heard White Brian's commute in. Jeff, I think, had a tough one. Nothing has been easy. I know one thing that's been great is my house traffic and everything has been. Let's check in with our boy Easy E in Rockville. What's up, Easy?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, look, as soon as I heard you guys say the exit by the U.S. Capitol, I was like, dang, that's where I work. I work right on New Jersey Avenue, down the street from the Capitol. Let me tell you something. My job prior to, because I'm at home right now, but my job prior to the snow, they put us in a hotel across the street. I don't know if you guys know, but the Hilton, the Capitol Hilton across the street. So they put us in a hotel. Mind you, the room they gave me, I can clearly see at night and in the morning, like, what the roads were looking like. So I walk across the street at 4 a.m, and I go, they have not touched this one bit. So I knew by the time it hit 7 or 8 what it was going to look like. This is what I didn't expect. There were so many people stuck. That part I expect. I saw somebody pushing themselves down the road on snow skis, bro. That's how somebody was getting around the city. That is how horrible this city was planning to plow snow. B-Mitch, JP, I lived in Connecticut for almost 4 years. There's never been a snowstorm where it's been even a foot or more where the road wasn't cleared by the next morning. They literally plow roads 24/7 until you see, well, possibly ice, but like a clear road where you can see the lanes that are divided, right? Like, they need to hire whoever does the work in Connecticut to come down here and show them how to plow, or maybe B-Mitch, you go ahead and take that job to lead it, and I'll be the guy behind you, man, because there is no way the road should be like this. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man. Oh, man.
It's like when they were saying, because I kept hearing, remember the first time I heard they say the kids probably be back in school Wednesday. And I drove in Monday, I'm like, nah. Drove in Tuesday, nah. Driving today, what they gonna walk on? I mean, if you're not catching the city bus, how you gonna get the kids that have to walk to school? They can't walk.
So in my neighborhood, there are 2 public schools and a little Catholic school. The 2 public schools are not close to the kids being able to come back.
Mm-hmm.
And the little Catholic school, I haven't seen the parking lot, but like they've got the roads are plowed, like the driveways in and out.
The Catholic school waiting on the county, and we know who they take their time.
I like these big high schools with big parking lots where kids drive. Like you talk about, Robinson in Fairfax or Walt Whitman or something in Maryland or Wilson, whatever Wilson's called now, Jackson Reed.
Mm-hmm.
Like these parking lots are packed.
Yeah.
With snow. Like I don't know that kids are getting in this week. And then we're actually Cameron's joining us at 12:30. So I have a feeling
it may go into next week.
Well, Doug, there could be another snowstorm.
Yeah.
Jeff, load up these phones. I'll take everybody in. Mark's in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
What's happening, fellas?
What up, Mark?
Happy snow day to you.
Same to you, bro.
Hey, B, you're 100% right, and JP, you're right, too. But if I can give you a couple suggestions and the folks listening real quick. Hey, man, I've plowed tons of snow. Like I told Jeff, I'm a former fleet mechanic. I know what I'm talking about, man. And if you drive around in it, and I didn't go anywhere for the first couple days, man, because I had to help my neighbors because of the situation that you're in, JP, and Brian's been talking about, and everybody else is in. But we've been driving over since about a little bit afternoon yesterday, and I had to do some errands today for myself for survival, and went out and talked to people and looked around a little bit more, and I'm going to tell you, there's only one problem, is they don't use common sense, JP, like the gentleman you do your show with. B, you are 100% correct in everything you said, just like yesterday. It is a total lack of common sense. The people in charge of doing it and other people are involved. You guys know just as well as I do, and you know who I'm talking about. They are limiting the folks who have the equipment. I don't know how. It doesn't make any difference. It is one of the most pitiful displays of what has happened to the metro area and the disrespect of the taxpayer I've ever seen in my life. And I've lived around here my whole life and been through every big snow, drove a long way on the Beltway in 79 with a Maryland State Trooper. If you're out there listening, buddy, we'd do it again to help folks. And I'm telling you right now, man, that it's pitiful. And what people need to remember, this snow is exactly what Brian said. It's because they didn't stay after it. It's brutally apparent. We got about, in most areas, between, I'll say, 5 and 8 inches. I don't know who won the pool, guys, but I don't know.
Yeah, we should check on the pool.
You guys saying, but it's
Mark, we got to run here, brother. Thank you for the call.
Of sleep, man.
I hear you. I'm gonna try to get to everybody. Thank you, Mark. Luke is in Oxon Hill. He drives a plow. Luke, what's up, dude?
Hey, I just wanted to talk about all these people that are calling in and complaining. The problem is with this storm is that there was so much, the sleet rain and the ice and everything is making it hard for the plows to be able to plow the snow once it's hardened overnight after the first go around. And everybody's like plows are messing up, and the machines are really the only viable option right now to be able to push all this snow because
where do you do your plowing at, Luke?
We're plowing the Oxon Hill area, some complexes, some streets, different things like that.
The question I would ask you is, did you wait? Did your mindset to wait till it all stops?
Well, no, we go through as soon as 2 inches is on the ground, we start plowing, and we continue going through ever since the 2-inch mark, and then we continue once we get it cleared. We put the salt down, but then everything's refreezing and everything. Like some of our trucks, our plows have been down and stuff like that. So,
do you work for the county or are you on your own?
No, I work for a company. We have contracts with different areas around the state of Maryland, actually. But I'm out in Oxon Hill.
Okay. Well, stay safe out there, man. I mean, listen, I'm not blaming you.
No, we're not.
It's not your fault.
Like,
You're
my
trying.
thing is, Virginia is right here. Maryland's right there. Why is most of the main thoroughfares in Virginia are completely cleared, and they were like that on Monday.
I agree with you. Some of the roads in Maryland are pretty bad, but last night I saw on the Beltway when I was driving around, I saw that they had 2 lanes blocked with trucks coming through, and they had to have one of them big skid loaders pushing the snow off the sides because it was so frozen shut that the big dump trucks couldn't hit it with their plows.
All right.
It is remarkable. Thank you, Luke. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Maryland and Virginia are separated by a river. Ain't the biggest river in the world. It's not the Amazon. It's not the Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
And just how different the snow removal process has gone. Yes. And I don't know the answers. I'm going to let Charlie get in real quick. Charlie at College Park, what do you got?
Good morning, folks. I hope you're safe.
What's up, man?
I have to tell you a different story because I live in College Park and have for 26 years. I want to shout out to College Park, and I'm going to give them a thank you card. Those people are treating the streets around here 2 days ahead of time, and then they're out overnight, Saturday night, Sunday night, plowing. Now, I got plowed in, but everybody got plowed in. And the thing is, a lot of people don't realize this is not a regular snowstorm. This is snow and sleet and freezing rain, and then this bitter cold. It is stone cold, solid out there, like almost 2 feet thick. I've been shoveling for 2 days just to get my car out. Can I give you 2 or 3 quick incidents?
Quick.
I was on Route 1 a couple days ago, and I see a block and a half ahead of me, a fire truck coming south in the other lanes. And there's a car in front of him. I pull over. I don't even have to pull. I pull over on the right-hand side. Here's the guy stays right in front of the fire truck the whole time with the sirens blaring and the lights on, and he doesn't move. In 50 states, there's a law. Move over to the right as safely as possible. There was not much traffic on the road, and he sits right in front of him. Another thing, my neighbor...
Chuck, I got to go, man. I appreciate you, buddy. Right. Stay safe. When we come back, Neil Greenberg joins the program.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living.
Let it play. Because Neil Greenberg is the Iron Man. We're excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our dear friend, Mr. Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can give him a follow at @ngreenberg. Of course, Neil joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Greenberg, how are you, brother?
I'm super. Haven't really been following the news. Anything going on?
So,
not much news in sports compared to the weather.
Let's start with the elephant in the room here, and you tell me to pound sand. Obviously, you are you should be very proud to work at the Washington Post. It is the newspaper of record of my life. It is a freight train journalistic institution, and there appears to be big trouble over there. Now, we're on the outside looking in. You're on the inside. Do you want to talk about it, or do you want to just move forward?
No, I mean, if you think the listeners care, I mean, we could talk about it.
They care, bro.
I will say that a lot of what I know, finding out on the interwebs and such. There's rumors that the sports department might not survive at the Washington Post much longer. Obviously, that's really disappointing to me as someone that works in the department, but even more so, I see the work that we do. I know how impactful it is. I know how much effort goes into it and how hardworking the people in that department are, from the writers, the bylines that to the editors, to the people behind the scenes that make the print edition, et cetera. It's sad. I mean, it's a dream job for me. A lot of my introduction to analytics was Tom Boswell on the baseball front. He actually had this metric called total average, which does a lot of what OPS does today. It just so happened they came out at the same time. OPS obviously a lot easier to compute, and it took off while Boswell's total average didn't. But total average was a really elegant way to express the contributions of a baseball player back in the, I want to say, I found it in the early 90s.
I remember reading it, yeah.
But then also Andy Beyer, horse racing. His Beyer on Speed book changed my life, and a lot of the first analytics I used was at Belmont Park for horse racing, and being able to take over for him as the horse racing guy at the Washington Post is perhaps the legacy that I take most seriously. I cherish that role. I cherish what I'm doing, and it's sad to see the state that we're in right now. I hope there's an 11th hour situation where we figure out how to get through this as a sports department intact. But again, I'm reading what you guys are reading, and unfortunately, it looks bleak. But I will say thank you to everybody that has talked about how much the paper means to them, how much the writing means to them. Just in general, but also specifically, me and other sports writers individually. That means a lot, and that's helping. It's helping us, if nothing else. I don't know if it's going to move the needle in the organization, but I will tell you, from an individual standpoint, seeing the outpouring of support is not unnoticed. It's not unappreciated. And we really do appreciate. I appreciate everyone listening and you guys, and for having me on the show and reading everything and all the support, et cetera. So we're just trying to get through this.
I hate that you don't know, right? That level of uncertainty has got to just be so difficult. Do you have any idea timeline or anything, or is there just no communication?
No, we don't really know anything. The Olympics coverage, I guess, can be seen as a silver lining in that we're sending people over there.
Oh, still?
A very small contingent. It was originally nobody, and then it ended up being a small contingent. I don't know. Maybe that moves the timeline. I really don't know. I'm waiting to hear, just like everybody else, I'm trying to put out content. I'm waiting to hear what kind of content we want for the Super Bowl. I'm working on my Super Bowl betting thing right now.
My guess, and it's just a guess, but because of the content you put out, fantasy, betting,
which ain't going nowhere.
And I mean, I may not be completely correct about this, but you don't have a heavy travel budget. You know what I mean? Like, you're not on the road all that often. Maybe you're good, dude.
Maybe. I will say this, like you said, I have done what the paper and the organization has asked me to do in terms of being national and digital first. I will also say, and I say this with no modesty whatsoever, I am the best at what I do. I have outlived other analytics organizations. I really do think that I can connect the reader to the analytics better than anybody on the planet. You could call me vain for that. You can call me whatever you want, but I honestly, truly believe that I am the best at what I do in this space.
Well, to that point,
you're the only one that I like.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You're B-Mitch's number one analytics guy. That should be on your resume.
That. And look, I've worked hard to be where I am. I got here late in life, but I tried to make the most of it, and I really do feel like I know what I'm doing. If the organization values that, that's great.
You'll have options if not.
I don't know what the future holds. All I'm doing right now is focusing on putting out the same content for the Washington Post. Like I said, I'm working on the Super Bowl picks right now. I have my March Madness stuff lined up. I've been working on that behind the scenes. I have some baseball stuff that's ready to go. I'm working. I am producing content that I am asked to produce. So, again, I hope I'm here. I hope we're all here. I hope the sports department's here. I mean, sports is big. I mean, I'm not saying that it's bigger than catastrophes or politics or anything, but, it's the one thing that's a common thread through a lot of people. And to think about the Washington Post without a sports section, the legacy of the absolute titans that have come before me at this organization and the paper just seems unfathomable to me. So I hope it continues. I really do.
Yep, a lot of
people. With or without me, I hope it continues. I hope there's a sports department with the Washington Post, and that's whether I am a part of it or not.
A lot of people like to downplay sports, but sports are very, very important to a lot of people. And you'll be amazed by people in different backgrounds that you would never think pay attention, but they pay attention. And I think the people making this decision need to really think about that just a little.
Yeah, I mean, just look at March Madness. I mean, look at the cross-section of March Madness. I don't know if there's another sport or sporting event that can connect so many different people from so many different walks of life and interests and et cetera. Everybody wants to talk about their bracket.
Yep.
And, I think that that's true of a lot of different things. It's important, and we can debate the importance of it, but for a lot of people, it's an escape. For a lot of people, it's a passion. For a lot of people, it's like the air that they breathe, and it's important to a lot of people. And, like I said, we're trying. We're trying to keep this thing going and absolutely be the best that we can be.
You got our full support, Greenberg. Anything we can do, you let us know. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg, Washington Post, betting, analytics. You can give him a follow at ngreenberg. Read all his work now in the Washington Post, postsports.com. Joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline, the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Why don't we talk a little sports then?
Sure.
What do you make of this Super Bowl 10 days out?
I like it. I like these, good offenses versus good defenses thing. I mean, Seattle has one of the best scoring defenses with a really high-powered offense. The Patriots, look, however the Patriots got here, they're here, right? And you can't deny the job that they did. They can't control who's on their schedule. All they can control is what they're doing. And they've been playing really well. I don't know if they can overcome Seattle. I think Seattle is also good. But I will say I'm looking forward to this. I think this Super Bowl could be either really entertaining or it could be just like a dud in terms of a defensive slugfest. I think we're going to see a lot of fireworks personally. I think it's unfortunate the point spread is at -4.5. That's kind of like a dead zone. So I really see two options here from a betting perspective. Either you take the Patriots and the points of the money line, or you go Seattle with an alt line of like -6.5 and try to get some plus money.
Not just teasing it away and pass a couple key numbers, whichever way you want to go.
Yeah, I just think the -4, -4.5, -5, -5.5 is a dead zone. So you might as well look. We score in 3s and 7s, so try to make the best of it there.
Greenberg, I've been thinking of something. Like, I've been looking at all of this sports gambling stuff and people trying to rig stuff, and it's all about the player props. Will they last, or will they be going away?
They're not going to go away. I think you're just going to be able to bet on the upside. I don't think there's going to. If anything, the market's not going to allow you to bet the unders.
Okay.
Because that's really where the collusion and the cheating, for lack of a better word, can happen, right? Like, someone can stop putting up points. It's much more difficult for them to say, well, I'm just going to score 50.
Yeah.
So bet on over 50. So I see it being, will LeBron have 10 plus, 20 plus, 30 plus, 40 plus, 50 plus points? And you just won't be able to bet on the unders anymore.
So what happens if you bet Alex Sarr to drop 24.5 and you take the over and he finishes with 22? It's just a null bet. There's just no money.
You lost. You lost.
But then isn't that betting the under though? Kind of.
No.
Well, no, because you're only betting on the over. If it doesn't hit over 25 points, you lost.
You really think they're going to give up all that money? Because everybody's in on it.
What's the choice? The choice is the government could say either it's that or nothing, so they'll certainly choose that. And also, there's way more juice in the 10, 20, 30, 40 bets. So I don't necessarily, and you're talking about all unders are wins for the house. Like, they don't have to pay out any unders. I don't see them like worrying about that too much. I really do think that that's the only way that you can go if you're truly trying to get rid of the rigging of the prop, but you still want to offer the prop. The only way forward is betting on the upside.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. What did you make of Belichick not getting in?
If he's not getting into the Hall of Fame as a coach, who is getting into the Hall of Fame as a coach? Now, you want to say, he's a cheater or whatever. That's a whole different conversation. But, I mean, the guy, he's arguably like on the Mount Rushmore of coaches, let alone Hall of Fame worthy. There was a nuanced discussion from one of the voters in how the whole back end works. You can only vote on only one person, and they take votes away, etc. But I think there needs to be an explanation, especially from the 11 people that chose not to vote for them.
Is this more about him not? It's not about him not ever getting there. It's about they want to take away that lust of being a first ballot. And I don't know what criteria you need to be first ballot, but hell, he got it.
Right. So if you're not going to give him, I mean, if it truly is a punishment, then I think you have to say that, right? I mean, like, if we're otherwise, what is the Hall of Fame really about? Is it about just like gatekeeping, right? Like, you're saying, well, you're a Hall of Famer, but you're not going to be a first ballot Hall of Fame. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, but that's how a lot of the voters actually think. They feel like they have control,
that's unfortunate,
and they need to make sure they need to change that mindset, or totally do something differently.
Here's the other thing: like, who are you to stand in front of someone's legacy? Like if I'm a voter, right, and I'm looking at Belichick, and I'm looking at the good stuff and the bad stuff. Like, who am I to say you don't deserve to be in the first ballot? Like, who am I as a voter? Like, look, I'm full of myself. I just proved that earlier, but like, I'm not standing in front of someone's legacy. Like, that's not my job. My job is to evaluate. My job as a voter, I'm not a voter, but if I was a voter, my job would be to evaluate this person and is he Hall of Fame worthy? And if the answer is yes, he gets the vote. If the answer is no, his contribution to football doesn't change, right? Like maybe he comes back, but I mean, his legacy is pretty much cemented at this point. It shouldn't change. Like, either you're a Hall of Famer or you're not. And to say, he's not, and, look at me, I'm taking this stand, this moral stand. It's not necessarily about morals in terms of the Hall of Fame. It's, did you do enough to be enshrined forever? And the answer is a clear yes. Like, there's no way that you can vote on the negative side of that.
For me, and I don't think our program needs to go into the depths of flaws in Hall of Fame voting. I think it's pretty obvious around here. But my best case scenario for the Belichick stuff is that there were a group of voters that viewed probably L.C. Greenwood, but maybe it was somebody else, because the flaws in the voting process for the senior committee are, the time runs out for some of these guys. And so maybe people were like, all right, we got to get Greenwood in. We know we're going to get Belichick in eventually. Let's go Greenwood
Was
now.
L.C. Greenwood more important than Bill Belichick in this whole aspect?
Probably not. So, my fear for worst case scenario, I know people tried to blame Bill Polian. Robert Kraft's an incredibly valuable, an incredibly powerful person around the NFL. Robert Kraft and Belichick hate each other. That's pretty well documented. Kraft's trying to get in himself.
Why would you hate a guy that made you look as good as you do?
Because he thinks he did it. Like the nefarious conspiratorial side of this, I wonder Robert Kraft's involvement. Let's try to look at an outcome that could be likely that isn't nearly as nefarious is they wanted to get Greenwood or another senior in. Regardless, it's a joke.
But then say that. Like, you could come out and say, look, we have one guy that is going to get in, and we have another guy that has one more bite at the apple, and I wanted to make sure the guy that only had one bite of the apple had the support he needed. I think that that's a defensible argument, because what you're doing is you're saying, look, it's the rules of the situation. Like, it's not me not voting for Belichick. It is me having one more vote for somebody else. Only one more vote. Yeah. At least that's defensible. To come out and gatekeep on a moral soapbox, I don't think is defensible.
They can say what they want to say. They're trying to gatekeep.
Absolutely.
Point blank.
Yes.
Like, Barry Bonds isn't in the Hall of Fame. What are we talking about?
I know Hall of Fame voters. And I've heard them talk about the other people in the same damn way. Like, oh, not right now. Not on my watch. It is nothing about your watch. You look at the criteria, you vote yay or nay.
Right.
It's not about what you feel.
Voter,
Who cares how you feel about somebody?
Right.
It's what the hell have they done? And that's all that matters.
Absolutely. This isn't a look at me moment.
Agreed.
It shouldn't be a look at me moment. Look at me, being, Jon Snow on the battlefield as the other army closes in, and I'm the only one left in the Battle of the Bastards. Like, it is, you have a job to do. You are a steward of this organization, and you need to make, the right choice. And the right choice is not, putting it on yourself and being like, well, I'm the guy that stopped Belichick from being a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Oh, you know they're going to be saying it.
I know. They're going to find out who the 11 was, the Belichick 11. And then there's going to be a whole other discussion. And but yeah, I think he should be in there. I don't think it's necessarily I can't believe we're even having.
I think make it all public or record, because those same damn people that don't vote for him are going to be ones looking for that interview later on to try to promote themselves.
That's right.
And I think that for me means a lot. You don't want me in, I don't want to talk to you no more.
Greenberg, two things. There's always a spot for you here, no matter what happens here. And nice thought here from our friend Ike Dog via Twitter. He said, it was once said the sports page chronicles man's achievements while the rest of the paper chronicles our failures. So sports is damn important, and let's hope that folks over there might realize that at the last second.
I appreciate that. And again, I appreciate I appreciate you guys. Appreciate the station. The station has been so important to me. So I'm here until they tell me not to be, and I truly love you guys, and I appreciate everything.
All right, brother. We will talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good.
All right. That's our friend Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at @NGreenberg. It is time for us to look a little bit at the NFL draft and where Washington's going to land. Who are some of the prospects that make the most sense here, especially now that we know the D coordinator? Let's dive into that a little bit. Doug Kammerer will join us at 12:30. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
Hey, it's JP Finley here, and you've heard me talking about the great service I've gotten with Better Services time and time again. That's BETTAR. They took care of all my appliances when we had the water damage at the house. They found the exact oven that my wife was dreaming of that really tied our whole kitchen together. They've got a big old showroom in Kensington, Maryland. You can go check out all of the appliances, all the makes, all the models, whatever it is you're looking for. They'll haul away your old one. They can give you next day or maybe even same day delivery on the new one. Plus, maybe your oven just needs a little repair, a little maintenance. Call Better Services. They can do repairs, maintenance, new installs. Plus, they have handyman services. You need some stuff done around the house. Maybe you're going to have a Super Bowl party and you want to get a couple things done before people are coming over. Call Better Services. You can find them betterservices.com. That's BETTAR, betterservices.com. You better get better.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio, 106.7 The Fan.
Listen to the Junkies all week for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals Monday, February 2nd versus New York. All fans in attendance will receive an exclusive hat designed by Capital Sport Pierre-Luc Dubois. For the complete Capital schedule, visit thefandc.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Cold temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals Winter Sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
B. Mitch here. Cats fans. It's a new year and a power play of a ride. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have locked in with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom, one-of-a-kind Caps Harley-Davidson signed by the entire team. Drop the puck on the new year in the saddle and enter at CapsFansBike.com. That's CapsFansBike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit LawTigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
I
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Sunny and very cold, temperature in the low 20s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for Life. The Cleveland Browns are hiring former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken as their next head coach, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. With Cleveland hiring Monken as their next head coach, it leaves the Giants and their head coach John Harbaugh in search of a new offensive coordinator. Many expected Monken to follow Harbaugh to New York if he wasn't hired as a coach, but now Todd Monken, head coach of the Cleveland Browns. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
This is Quan Martin, and you listen to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, man. January 28th. Season's been over for a while now. And, late in the year, people wanted to tank for higher draft pick, blah, blah, blah. They land at the end with the 7th overall pick. Senior Bowl's getting going. Shrine Bowl, I think. All these all-star games for college players. They're getting scouted right now. Like the real stuff is happening. I don't know that there's been an official announcement. Tim Gribble has been he's been in the Washington organization for over 20 years. I've known Grib a long time. I think in 19 or 20, he got promoted to director of college scouting. He's now gone to Pittsburgh. My guess is, I had a mutual friend of ours, B, was actually texting me about this. Is it concerning that Washington's losing this level of a person in the front office at this stage? And my guess is this was a expiring contract and all parties knew this was coming and there's not really a surprise here.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing Pittsburgh knew they were going to add Gribble. Way back when, Grib had been in the Steelers organization, played college football at Duquesne, which is like right there in Pittsburgh. Like he has ties to Pittsburgh. And I'm guessing Washington considers himself in a position to handle this departure.
Yeah. I think people have their dream jobs. And when you hire a person and you have a conversation with them, you figure that out. They'll even tell you, eventually I want to work here, there, and you know somebody's going to leave if they get the opportunity.
And I don't even know that we don't know what the job he's taking in Pittsburgh is, and maybe working for the Steelers really meant a lot. Who knows if he's getting the job he wanted? But sometimes there's changes in upper management, and people then go on to make changes, and it's not necessarily acrimonious. Maybe not everybody's thrilled about it, but I don't think this is a shock. So as we turn to draft season, there is a significant change in the Washington front office. 24 years, though, 5 as the director of college personnel, especially with the last couple drafts with major question marks. Maybe you want to shake things up, right? So what we do know is Washington has the 7th overall pick, not a ton of draft capital. They have, I think it's 7 and 71 are their only picks in the top 100. Don't have a second, don't have a fourth. They go 7, 71, 145, and then a bunch of late round, 3 late 6th and 7th picks. Now, I'm sure everybody has their own. Mel Kiper, certainly the OG of draft coverage, if you will.
Yeah.
I'm a Daniel Jeremiah guy. I think he's the best one doing it now. Sometimes with Kiper, you get those personal vendettas where he's out to support somebody or maybe out to get somebody. The craziest one, of course, with Mel Kiper was the Brady Quinn thing many years ago. Jeremiah just does the work, and I just like his approach.
Okay.
So his first mock draft came out earlier in the week. The only thing that's a sure thing, B, is Mendoza going 1 to the Raiders.
Yeah.
Or Mendoza going 1 to somebody. Maybe the Vegas ends up trading that thing.
But he's going 1.
Mendoza's going 1, period. After that, there's going to be a million different ways this thing can shake out. In Daniel Jeremiah's most recent mock, the player I would love for Washington to get at 7 is David Bailey, edge rusher out of Texas Tech. Unfortunately, in DJ's latest mock, he has Bailey going 6 to Cleveland. That would make him the first edge rusher off the board, depending how you consider Arvell Reese from Ohio State. I think in the pros, he probably projects as a straight-up edge guy. I think Reese will go ahead of him. And then there's also the Ruben Bain question. But in DJ's mock, he had Sonny Styles, linebacker from Ohio State, going 7th to Washington. The other part that I think is really interesting is looking at the prospect rankings, not necessarily the mock drafts. So DJ put out his top 50 draft prospects. Fernando Mendoza's at 1. 2 is Jeremiah Love. So I want to ask you this because the mocks have Love roughly available when Washington picks. Kind of depends, and nobody knows how it's going to happen. We've had Joe Theismann on the show, a very proud Notre Dame Fighting Irish alum, talk about he would love to see Love in Washington. If Love is there at 7, how would you feel about them drafting a running back?
Listen, Love is an unbelievable talent and would love to see him on his football team. That's not what they're hurting right now. They are crippled at defense.
All over them.
You have to approach that defense more than anything. I love people that like to just look at the talent. I think he's a damn good player with the possibilities of being great. But if you score 30 and give up 40, you lose, right?
Yeah.
You got to find a way to stop letting people score.
Against Syracuse on November 22nd, Jeremiah Love had 8 carries for 171 yards and 3 touchdowns.
I mean, it's remarkable. Syracuse sucks on top of that.
Right.
But the thing of it is, you do not want to be in a situation where all you can do is score, but you can't stop nobody from scoring.
Agreed. Against USC, he had 24 carries for 228 yards. I'm with you, though. I think Love is going to be a dynamic weapon in the NFL. I don't know that Washington could have the luxury of taking him. I'm also not sure by the time we get to the finish line that he'll be available.
Did they say all the pass rushers going to be gone before 7?
No. There's no way all of them are gone. What do you think of Arvell Reese? So I'm going to read you Daniel Jeremiah's scouting report. Reese is a fluid and explosive athlete. Ohio State used him as a chess piece on defense. He aligned off the ball at linebacker, on the edge as a rusher, and occasionally was deployed as a quarterback spy. I mean, talk about athleticism. He projects best as an edge rusher at the next level. When he rushes off the edge, he flashes elite speed and bend. He can overpower offensive tackles, tight ends, and running backs when he has a runway. He lacks a polished rush plan, and there are times when he's a little late off the snap. He can match mirror tight ends and running backs in coverage. Against the run, he can generate knockback power on the front side and has elite speed to chase from the backside. Overall, Reese reminds me a lot of the 2025 first-round pick, Jalen Walker, kid out of Georgia, I believe.
Okay.
DJ has David Bailey number 4 on his best overall prospects list. I love Bailey. That when we talked to Robert Griffin III at Army Navy, if you remember back then, he was saying, I think David Bailey landing in Washington would be like the best possible answer, right? Mm-hmm. Of David Bailey, he writes, Bailey is an ultra-explosive edge rusher with outstanding production. He operated out of both a 2-point and 4-point stance in Texas Tech's scheme. His game is all about get off and winning early in the down. He eats ground in a hurry and uses a dip-rip move before flattening quickly to the passer. He complements his speed rush with a sudden inside spin move. He flashes the ability to convert speed to power, but that is an area where he can improve at the next level. Against the run, he plays with effort and range from the backside, but needs to improve his consistency and physicality when holding the point of attack. Overall, Bailey has areas to address, but his ability to create short corners to the passer is exceptional. I don't think this decision will come to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Bailey's older. Reese is younger. I think Reese, when we get there, will have the more impressive combine numbers. If you're given...
How much younger?
Reese coming out as a junior. Bailey is a graduating senior. I don't know.
1 year?
I don't know the actual ages.
Okay.
My question, Reese has incredible tools that are unrefined.
Mm-hmm.
Bailey is an elite pass rusher. Would you want the higher upside, which Reese probably has, or what looks like, I don't want to say a sure thing because nothing's a sure thing, but a guy that comes into the league with an exceptional ability to get after the passer?
If I know a guy could come into the league and be something and be that for the next 10, 15 years, I'd much rather that than a guy that comes in and has so much things he can do. I don't know where to put him, and we don't know what's the best thing he can do. You know, we've seen tons of people come into the league and have extreme versatility, but they never ever is very good or great at one thing. You get what I'm saying?
Who was the kid out of Clemson that went top? Isaiah Simmons, maybe?
Yeah, that was him.
So,
I'd much rather if you give me a pass rusher who I know down and distance, every down, every play, he has to be thought about every year, I'll take that all day.
Arvell Reese will turn 21 in August. David Bailey will turn 23 in August, so 2 years older. There's also Sonny Styles, long, rangy linebacker prospect, made a smooth transition from safety to linebacker in college at Ohio State. In the run game, he's quick to key, read, and fill to make tackles. He uses his length to press off blocks and has outstanding lateral range to pick up production on the perimeter. A firm, reliable tackler with stopping power on contact, outstanding in coverage, can carry slot receivers down the seam, and smoothly mirrors tight ends all over the field. He's an explosive blitzer and will run over running backs who try to block him in pass pro. Styles' performance in the Big Ten title game against Indiana answered any questions about his game, as he was the best defender on the field in that matchup. Jeremiah writes, he reminds me of Fred Warner as a player. How would you feel at number 7 taking a linebacker? Answer that when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group.
Beatles are. Shout out to Weezer. All right, B. People get a little crazy during the draft about positional value.
Mm-hmm.
Sonny Styles, Daniel Jeremiah rates him as the 5th best prospect on his board. Rates him ahead of Ruben Bain, Mekhi Lemon, a receiver out of USC that people really, really love. What do you make of positional value high up in the draft? And what would you make if Washington at number 7 went with a linebacker, like a traditional linebacker?
I understand what Daniel Jeremiah does. I understand a lot of analytics people do, but if you just pay attention to football, the NFL puts more emphasis on the pass rusher than they do a linebacker. Because that pass rusher has an impact play, has a possibility of being an impact player on every play. The linebacker depends on the people up front to handle theirs to make their jobs easier. I would believe that pass rush is most important to the people here. And I would lean towards the pass rusher. If they went with a linebacker, I would think that they did not just see him as a value. They saw him as like the best overall player
They
there.
saw a future Fred Warner, a future Bobby Wagner, right?
But see, for me, I just think if you look at it like this, okay? You take a Bobby Wagner, who's outstanding, and you take a Von Miller, Michael Strahan type person.
Myles Garrett.
Both of them are great. Which one do you think was more impactful throughout their career?
We're talking Hall of Fame players.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame players, the Hall of Fame edge rusher. Who's the best ever rusher? Reggie White, LT?
Reggie, LT, people like that.
Who's the best ever linebacker?
Ray
Lewis.
People like that. And I'm not going to put Ray in front of those dudes.
Right. Like, at some point, positional value does matter.
Yeah.
I don't want to Dick Butkus, Mike Singletary, whoever, the type of dudes you're talking about.
Still, I'm not putting them in front of those guys that were hitting the quarterbacks in the back of the head.
Von Miller won Denver a Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
He was a badass.
Like
Peyton Manning went along for the ride.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Let's be real.
Now, I have to check something myself because we talk about positional value, and I don't know that there is a receiver that's going to make this an interesting discussion at 7. This is not a Malik Neighbors type draft. You know what I mean? There's not a Marvin Harrison Jr. in this draft. But I had said previously, especially, in like November when we were having this conversation where you thought maybe Washington still lands in like the 12, 13 neighborhood, that like I would not be mad at adding a star receiver.
Okay.
Like if they think they got the right guy to complement Terry, to add juice to Jaden, give Jaden more options, I can wrap my head around that, even understanding everything they need on the defensive side of the ball.
All right.
I can wrap my head around that.
Okay.
With that conceptually in my brain, do I have to re-rack what Jeremiah Love could be for this offense? Even understanding receivers versus running backs, that is shifted as the rules of the league have shifted.
I am asking you 2 questions. As good as Steph Diggs is, as good as Drake May was, why are the New England Patriots playing the Super Bowl?
Their defense.
We could do it. All right, let's go right back. Jackson Smith and Jigba, best receiver in football this year. Why are they in the Super Bowl?
Their defense. Their offense, quite good too.
Defense, right?
I mean, the only one you could...
Still. Listen, you don't have a team in the Super Bowl that was exceptional offensively and sucked defensively.
Right. The only time,
and you ain't going to get to one like that.
Kind of Cincy when they drafted Chase and that thing was just so explosive.
Did they win it?
They also had really good defensive playmakers then that they let walk.
Like you stated.
Yeah.
That team had all those offensive weapons. They were able to score 30, 40 points every game, and they still lost the Super Bowl.
It came up short, yeah.
Okay.
Ruben Bain. I'm going to read Daniel Jeremiah's scouting report of Ruben Bain, who he has rated as the 6th best prospect in this draft. So, there's nobody knocking him. Bain is a thick, square edge rusher with short arms. His game tape is littered with disruption, destruction, and dominance. As a pass rusher, he lacks an elite get-off, but he wins with leverage, power, and polish. He launches out of his 4-point stance, uproots offensive tackles, and forces open one of their shoulders to get to the quarterback. He has a nasty chop-rip move, violent hump move, and nifty Euro step. Against the run, he ragdolls tight ends, and his motor to chase is unrelenting. Overall, he might lack ideal speed and length, but those shortcomings haven't stopped him from taking over big games in key moments. His drafting team is adding a certified junkyard dog, similar to former Eagle Trent Cole. I don't know, but I think it's possible. Once the draftniks get to Ruben Bain, and he's got short arms, and maybe that 10-second split in the 40 is not that great. Bain is one dude I could see slipping a bit, and by slipping I mean 12-13, that I don't think it's going to work for Washington, but I would love to get a hungry, pissed off Ruben Bain.
But the thing of it is, see, this is the problem with all that analytics mumbo jumbo in sports.
That's more measurables, but yeah.
Okay. That's analytics too. Measurables is analytics. If a guy has what you say, but he's still as good as he's been, to hell with what you... Von Miller was not a prototypical pass rusher, right? How many sacks he got? Elvis Dumervil was not a prototypical pass rusher. How many sacks he got? Aaron Donald was not a prototypical D tackle. How good was he? I don't care about somebody being 6'6", 6'4", and a certain lean. Can he beat your ass every play? That's all that matters to me.
I've said this before. My draft philosophy is close the book on your brain when the college football season ends, and what you saw should matter. And then reopen it about 10 days out from the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's information that has emerged, pay attention to that. But like the every minute, every day trying to analyze everything is not always advantageous. I think with Bain, dude can play and is an extremely high motor effort guy.
M squared, Jay. M squared. Remember that dude? Yeah. Mike Mamula.
That was your guy.
6'4", or maybe 6'5", had lean, ran a 4.5, prototypical. If I had rushed the pass rusher one game, I probably have more sacks than he had in his career. I understand what people say, but Bain is going to be something that some of these other positions will not be.
Speaking of Hurricanes, though, I don't know that this is going to happen. Washington has the 7th pick. I think they would like to move back and acquire more draft capital. If you go from 7 to 16 and you take Messidor from Miami, like Messidor is going to go in that 15-20 range is my guess, at least where it's projected now. That dude can also get after the quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of options. 12:30, Doug Kammerer is going to join us. Nobody go anywhere.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group.
winner coming back to the PGA Tour. You want to guess who?
Koepka?
Koepka's already back.
Oh, Rahm?
What's that?
Rahm?
No, not yet, or I don't know. Same first letter of the last name.
Same first letter of what last name?
As Rahm.
Reed.
Patrick Reed.
You mean Patrick Reed?
Patty Reed.
I watched Patrick Reed play golf yesterday. He's playing over in Dubai.
Yeah, he won that joint.
I see why people don't like him.
Oh, yeah.
His whole demeanor with that stank face he got the whole time, he's one of those dudes who think that his ish don't stink.
Well, and he cheats. He's
like, people don't like him. I mean,
but I think
come back if you want.
Having a villain is good for golf too, though.
But like the thing, is like a villain can be. Brooks Koepka is a villain.
Yeah.
Patrick Reed is squirmy.
Yeah, that's a good way.
When
to
I
say
watched him in Bahamas,
I
didn't know.
Right.
Dude, you obviously moved the sand.
He's done it a couple of times.
Yeah, come on, bro.
But I think for me, what I've always rooted for is just, I don't want to say the demise of Liv, because I think Liv can survive in this more unique global space, and it's something different, and I'm cool with that. I just hated how they rolled in and tried to buy off all the biggest stars. Patrick Reed, statement from the PGA Tour. Patrick Reed has informed the PGA Tour of his desire to return. A 9-time PGA Tour winner. He is seeking reinstatement of his PGA Tour membership for the 27 season. Because he's a past winner, he's eligible to return August 25th, 2026, which is this summer.
Yeah.
And gets his card back for the 27 season. He also doesn't get any of this player equity program they've started to build. I like the idea of the listen, I don't like Reed. I don't think there's a big Patrick Reed fan club out there.
Nah.
I just like the idea of the best players in the world coming back to the PGA.
I'm with that. I'm cool with that. But they need to put something in this clause. So you cheat one more time, you're done.
All right. There's this debate going on about moving the Super Bowl to Saturday. And let's hear where the kind of the viral clip that started this thing, and then we'll react to it. Hit it, Landfill.
Move the Super Bowl to Saturday. Why are we not having the Super Bowl? Why has this not been discussed? Move the Super Bowl to Saturday. It's the whole weekend. You don't have to worry about staying up late and all that stuff. You have your friends over. It's the center of the weekend. Super Bowl being Sunday. Everybody's going back to work the next day, etc. You're tired. Why start the week like that?
So
you do it anyway. You do it every weekend of every football season.
That's true.
You do it. So you're used to it by the time the Super Bowl comes.
The theory is because the Super Bowl is played after a bye week, you could put it on Saturday. It's not like they need a full week off. Like they're getting whatever that is, 12, 13 days off anyway.
That's one less day for the NFL to promote their show, though.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to happen, and I think it's a relatively moot point because I think the 18-game schedule is coming and the Super Bowl going to President's Day weekend is coming, period.
Yeah.
Now, theoretically, I've heard this over the years pop up. I think television audiences tend to be much larger Sunday evenings than Saturday evenings.
And what does the NFL like to dominate?
Right. And I don't know. I mean, the Super Bowl is a true global event.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what impact a Sunday night versus Saturday night makes globally. I don't know that.
I don't know either. I just know that when you start looking at things, the biggest stories or shows normally come on Sundays. And as you stated earlier when we were talking with Jeff, Saturday night, people do stuff. They have other things to do. Sunday night, you're normally in the house. Sunday, you're in the house getting ready. And Super Bowl Sunday, you're damn sure going to be in the house because you got a party at your house for the most part.
It's also Super Bowl Sunday. It's not Super Bowl Saturday.
Yeah.
And maybe that's stupid and antiquated, but like...
Well, SU.
I'm
not talking about Southern University.
I think Jeff feels differently. You want Super Bowl Saturday, Jeffrey?
Hey, I wouldn't mind it being on a Saturday where I could stay out with my friends all night and I don't have to, get up early for work. But
you do it anyway during the weekdays.
But I was about to say, I don't mind, because usually I either like watch the Super Bowl at my house or my family member's house, so I can just crash there and go. But like I said in break, the Super Bowl could be on a random Tuesday. I'm still gonna sit down and watch.
There we go.
Right, like it's the Super Bowl. People are going to watch it no matter what. The ratings are going to be massive no matter what.
Well, the hotel room going to now tell you got to check in on a Wednesday. Because you know they got that 4-night thing. So if normally Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, Sunday night, now they're going to tell you what, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night?
I think President's Day weekend is the answer. Like, you're a weekend away from having a national holiday on Monday anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder, and I don't know this, because we talked to a NASCAR dude, and one of the big issues, I guess, is going to be currently the NBA All-Star Game and Daytona 500 are on President's Day weekend. And I think they're both going to get bounced. Like, maybe they go to the weekend before, that's the bye week. Although, to get to 18 games, I kind of feel like they got to squish that bye week between the conference championships and the Super Bowl.
And Super Bowl, yeah.
So maybe they just have to go a weekend pass.
So based off the person who put the little thing out right there, he's not thinking like you and I thinking. Because if they're going to go 18 games and they're going to have 2 byes, the bye before the Super Bowl has to go.
Has to. I think you got to go to Labor Day weekend.
So now you don't have a bye before, so why move it to Saturday? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, right. And Monday's a national holiday. It's a federal holiday. Banks are closed. Schools are closed. Like, stuff is closed. So I think what this is really about, moving the Super Bowl to Saturday, I want to get wasted and not wake up hungover and have to go to work.
Yeah,
that's the reality.
But you know what, though? The one thing about life is you got to sacrifice sometimes. Sometimes you got to fight through it. So if you want to go out there and you get that wasted, get up and fight through it.
I remember when I was working my first job in insurance, going to a Super Bowl party, and then me and my boy Mike Radford ended up going to a bar. Remember the bar in Bethesda? I think it was Union Jacks.
Yeah.
We ended up at Union Jacks till like 2 a.m., Super Bowl Sunday night, bumping. And then we went back to my dad's house because he lived right there at Bethesda. And there's a golf course right by my father's house. And we hopped the fence and we're out there hitting 7-irons at like 3 in the morning. And I got to work the next day at like 11:30. And the whole office was just giving me a standing ovation. They had Tylenol and an ice bag on my desk. They were just like, there's no way you're talking your way out of this one. Everybody knows exactly what happened. So, like, I feel the pain of the hungover 25-year-old that doesn't want to go to work the next day.
Hey, I've done it.
But that's all this is about.
Yeah.
Period.
So that person right there, he's a wuss. He can't get up after he have a rough night. So you go watch your Super Bowl on Saturday. We're going to watch ours on Sunday and still get up and go to work. Or if the NFL go the way we think they're going, we won't go to work on President's Day.
We may have a schedule change with Doug. Jeff, call Doug right now, or he might call us. Because it does seem like we might have more snow coming.
Been said they've been dropping it ever since the last one came, so I'm not gonna be surprised. I'm just happy I got like that 8 to 10 inch layer off of it now.
I know. I think that's him calling us right now. Doug Kammerer, chief meteorologist for NBC4, calling us now. Scheduling change, I think, because there could be snow this afternoon, which is certainly not what anybody wants. All right. Doug, you there? Thanks for making time for us, brother.
Oh, absolutely, man. Thanks for calling me.
So how much we got coming?
I got to say, the fact that you had to change your schedule doesn't necessarily make me thrilled. What the hell's going on?
I'm in a pickup basketball game, and I didn't make the first game. I'm going to play the second game, which is in about 10 minutes. So I needed a phone call now so I can get out there and play some ball. I haven't played because I've been locked down in the house and at work.
I thought I was going to hear you say you was in a pickup basketball game. You pull your hamstring.
Not yet. Easy peasy, man. Well, I'm knocking on some wood right now. I can knock on wood because you said it.
I thought you were having to change your schedule because there's a big storm coming and you had to get to work or something.
No. You know, we got a little chance of some light snow tonight. You know, maybe we pick up a half inch tonight, but it might just be pretty coming down. But then again, it's on top of that ice, so that's no fun. And then the Saturday system, it's really this weekend that's coming up. It's going to be a blizzard, but not for us. I think we miss it. I think this is more down towards North Carolina. Like Virginia Beach, I think has a really good chance of seeing a major blizzard.
Really?
Same thing, maybe Ocean City, and then going up towards parts of the Cape of up there towards Cape Cod. So I think we miss it, but at the same time, we get a little bit of a glancing blow. I can't rule out a little bit of light snow here. But I think the biggest thing for us is going to be the fact that we're just cold and it's windy behind this thing, because this thing just ramps up. It's a monster storm, and thank goodness we're missing it to the east.
Okay, so we could get a little bit tonight, like an inch or so, or
nah, it'll be a half inch. I mean, it'll be a coating. It'll come down for an hour. It'll be really light snow when it comes down. It'll come down for a couple of hours, but maybe a coating to a half an inch. That's really about it.
Okay.
It'll be light, fluffy snow, but it's like for all of us that have been doing the work to get the ice out of there, and if you hadn't, it's just going to put a little covering on top of that.
So my driveway is pretty well, like I have shoveled and salted, and we're in good shape. Could tonight's little bit of snow impact that, or should the salt and everything handle it?
Well, again, rock salt that we're all using, it does not have much effectiveness below about 26 degrees. So we're well below that again tonight. We've got another cold weather advisory, most likely. I mean, the fact that we're continuing to be this cold, that's why there's still so much ice out there.
Yeah.
You can't do anything about it. So yeah, that's still going to be there, and it would just provide a little bit of a coating on top of that. So no big deal. It could actually make it a little bit more slippery. On top of some of that ice. So that's one thing to watch out for.
Great.
Sand, salt, come on, make your cars dirtier.
And then, dude, when is this ever going to melt?
Yeah, in March.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. July 4th looks great this year. So I'd make those reservations now. We got this. We got above freezing temperature starting next week. We don't go above freezing till Monday, Tuesday timeframe. So once this huge storm moves out, this coastal storm, it really changes the weather pattern. So we don't see any more of this Arctic air intrusion coming down. We'll still be on the cold side next week, but at least we're into the mid to upper 30s, and we'll start to see a lot of melting next week.
So
good.
Like we're only
so there are going to be people stuck in their houses till next week now? That's what you're telling us?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was talking. I mean, I'm playing ball here, and I got some of my friends are like, I can't make it out of my neighborhood. I had to walk out to my neighborhood to get into an Uber to get here, what have you. I mean, people still can't get around.
I mean, should we mention some of the struggles we've all had
getting here to work?
What are you trying to tee up right now?
Nothing. I don't know if there's a story, one of us, getting stuck or something.
Wait, you got stuck, dog?
The night of the event, I took my daughter over her friend's house the day that the snow was coming down, and she was supposed to be spending the night there because I knew I wasn't going to be able to get there. And even going there, I had to let her out in the neighborhood to walk to the house. But then I said, hey, I can pick you up, but you're going to have to walk. She's like, I really don't think I can walk. And I'm like, all right, I can make it. I figure I could do this if it's been driven through. And her friend was like, yeah, it's been driven through. So I'm like, okay, if it's been driven through, I can make it. It had not been driven through. and one of the houses had taken all the snow in his driveway and put it all into the road. So yes, I got stuck. So I'm the guy on TV saying, hey, do not drive, don't get stuck. You're going to get stuck. And I've got a 4-wheel drive car, so it didn't take me long. I was able to get out, and I had a tool to help me with the snow, but I had to dig myself out.
Your daughter's video.
My daughter was just laughing at me.
Your daughter's video that
wait. She filmed you laughing at you, and you was coming to pick her up.
Exactly right.
She like, does. You gotta do some tough love now. Okay, well, walk home then. Now.
B, that's almost what I said right there. I was like, I got this. Don't worry, I got this. But I told you to walk. So yeah. That was a good one. So if you see the video on my Facebook page, she's laughing. It's cracking me up.
So, dude, can I tell you my fear? It's only January 28th, and
I know.
I don't know. So my kids are out of school at least through Thursday. We'll see if Friday happens. I kind of feel like it won't.
Yeah.
How much more? Not like this. Whatever could happen tonight and even Saturday, but like when you project to late February, or I always think winter's not over till St. Patrick's Day. Like how much more could come?
Yeah, and as my winter forecast, I talked about having a cold stormy January, and then I think February is going to be a cold, stormy February too. At least the first half, maybe the first 3 weeks. So we've got this pattern that's kind of set up for us as we move into the middle part of the month next week. So we still got another, I'd say, a good month of this type of stuff. I don't think it'll get this cold. It won't stay this cold. Like the pattern we're in now is pretty historic for us. We're thinking we're going to stay below freezing for 10 days, and the last time that happened was 1989. In our history, it's only happened 5 times. So I mean, this is some serious cold. I don't think it'll stay this cold, but we're in for some more cold, and I think we're in for some more snow as well.
Well, for all of these municipalities around here, and counties and stuff, I hope it's not this cold because they don't know how to handle it, dog.
No, we don't have the equipment. You know, we don't have the equipment. We have the equipment maybe for some snow, but we've seen what that does. I mean, just a couple years ago, we've seen those problems, and now you put the ice on top of it, man, and the ice is just a different beast. That's something we don't see very often.
Mm-hmm.
Are you surprised by how poorly the snow ice removal has gone?
How poorly? No, I'm not, because I talked about this last week. You know, I said there will be people that won't be able to get out of their neighborhoods for a week. I think schools will be closed all next week. There's a reason we said that, and it's because of the ice. Like if you look, I went down. My dog was trying to go back to back steps today, and I went out the back steps. Again, the snow underneath is so light and fluffy. If this thing would have stayed all snow, we'd be fine. But the fact that this thing is ice, it just makes it so much harder. So even some of the main roads, I mean, they got they're 2-lane roads, and they got 1 lane passing through. That doesn't help.
Some of them have just 3/4 of the lane.
Yeah, exactly right. And then if somebody's coming the opposite direction
in DC,
you know,
it's a crazy world. Doug, I appreciate you making time for us, man. Go get some buckets, and I'm sure you got a lot
15 threes, Doug. 15 threes.
Make it rain. I gotta make it rain.
Make it rain, not snow, please.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy. All right, that's our friend Doug Kammerer, chief meteorologist, NBC4. Seems like we could get a coating of snow today and maybe a little bit more Saturday night, but the ugly stuff is going to the coast. I want to move to Florida. Get Leahy on the phone. Let's move to Florida.
I mean, you're not moving.
They're complaining about 50-degree days there.
Stop wasting your time. You're not going.
I am not built for this winter weather.
Landfill just sent us something. It's colder in Orlando than it is in Alaska.
Not for long. Not for long. Nobody go anywhere. How did Cleveland settle on Todd Monken? John Keim joins us at 1 o'clock.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much.
All right, B. Cleveland Browns have hired Todd Monken as their new head coach.
Yeah. Sound like Jim Zorn to me.
Dude, feels a little Zornian to me, too.
Yeah.
Now, not in the way Zorn was brought here to be the OC, and then all the subsequent coach interviews were like, nah, man, I'm out. I want to bring my own OC in.
Mm-hmm.
And you had Greg Williams here back then, who thought he was getting the head coaching job and didn't. So he's like, well, bleep you, I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Schwartz is apparently telling the people in Cleveland the same thing. Schwartz thought he was getting the head coaching job in Cleveland. He's not. Now he's leaving. The rumors are saying he'll land with the Niners as their D coordinator. There's a lot of fallout from this, and it's kind of interesting.
That could be a special thing right there with
The
Schwartz.
Giants, I saw this from Connor Hughes, my boy from SM. Thing that would keep them apart. Pat Leonard.
And they never thought that was going to happen, probably.
This is funny from Pat. Pat Leonard, our boy with the New York Daily News, tweeted out, obviously the allure of coaching a Pro Bowl quarterback in Shedeur Sanders in Cleveland appealed to Todd Monken.
Todd Monken saw 5-year contract. Whatever they pay him, guaranteed.
Say it's low for a head coach and it's $6 a year.
4, 5, 6 million. Yeah. You can't miss opportunity like that.
Right.
He probably didn't expect it, but he like, you doing what? Well, before you change your mind, let me sign that real quick.
Well, and a lot of people have made a point of pointing out Todd Monken has been a head coach before at Southern Miss in like 2010 or something. What Cleveland does.
Hold on. I'm trying to think. I spoke to the Southern Miss team, and I was talking about being a small school, and the coach got mad. I'm trying to think. Was that Monken at the time?
Todd Monken was the head coach. So Todd Monken is 59. He turned 60 in, today's the 28th. He turned 60 rather on February 5th.
Okay, about a week or so.
Yeah, about a week. He was the head coach at Southern Miss from 2013 to 2015.
Nah, it was before that.
A lot of people really liked Todd Monken's offense when he first arrived, when they got rid of Greg Roman and brought in Todd Monken in Baltimore. I think people were really into it. Todd Monken at Georgia, at UGA, that offense was pretty great. Gets the Ravens job in 23. In 23, when he arrived, the Ravens lost the AFC title game at home.
He's been up there how many years? 2 or 3?
3. In 2
He's had
seasons.
Derek twice, 2 years?
2. But Lamar all 3. In the first 2 seasons Todd Monken was in Baltimore, they were 4th in points scored, 6th in yards gained, 3rd in points scored, 1st in yards gained. So the offense moved the ball. Mm-hmm. Now, do you have some pieces? Certainly, but he knew to use those pieces. This last year, things got a lot more interesting. Lamar started to get hurt. Derrick Henry had some fumbles. Mm-hmm. If Todd Monken had the same resume and was 32 and coached for the Rams, people would jump at it.
Yeah.
So he's deserving of the gig. It just seems completely out of nowhere. And it seems
it's after everybody started withdrawing and saying, nah, I'm good. And then all of a sudden they go to him. It seemed like he was an afterthought.
Right. Well, and what's crazy, too, is it seems like Cleveland interviewed a bunch of other people that were like, well, I don't want Jim Schwartz. If you're a young offensive guy and you're taking your first job and you know the dude Schwartz is there, obviously has good connections inside the building, and if things go sideways, they could just fire me for that dude. Mm-hmm. Like, that's going to give you pause, right? Yeah. It's self-preservation league. That's probably why some of these dudes withdrew their names from consideration. Mm-hmm. If you're Todd Monken and you're about to turn 60, it's probably your only shot.
Yeah. 5 years of payment.
What do you think of the hire?
I just did not see him as a head coach. Did you even hear of him interviewing as a head coach?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that name never popped on the radar about anybody talked to him as coach, and boom, now he's been hired. I guess that's why we look at it like a Jim Zorn type thing. Because Jim Zorn rolled in dressed like you and I today and said, oh, let me go back and change. So he went back to change to a suit.
Maroon and black.
Yeah, so they could interview him as a head coach prospect.
So I think one of the most interesting things here is, what do the New York Giants do? Like,
they got to move on. They got to try to find somebody now.
Apparently, the Giants wanted to go try to get Charlie Weiss Jr., who's now the OC at LSU. Do you think Kingsbury could end up?
I don't know.
For the Giants?
Has he interviewed up there?
You still have 2 head coaching jobs open. You still have the Raiders and the Cardinals open. The 2 desert.
Plus years in the league.
Yes.
Will Tom want to put quarterbacks in Cliff's offense?
Don't know. What I find crazy, if you look at the 2 coaching staffs that are in the Super Bowl, the Pats, you've got Vrabel running the defense, Josh McDaniel running the offense. Vrabel isn't leaving, and I don't know that the D coordinator there is going to get a job, because people kind of understand it's Mike's defense. Offensively, McDaniel's no longer taking head coaching jobs. It's been a disaster in 2 stops. Sometimes I think you just realize in life, I'm good at this.
I'm good at this, yeah. Let me be the top paid person in that.
So if you wonder who's waiting, you got 2 jobs still open and 2 teams still playing, and maybe you got to wait. I don't think they're waiting for a New England coach. Could be proven wrong. But then you look at Seattle, and it's hard to not want to. It's hard to not wonder what Clint Kubiak coaching his own team would look like.
Hell yeah.
The motion and the formations and the way they move Jackson Smith and Jigba around. I'd be very curious about Clint Kubiak. And to me, there's no transfer portal. There's no harm in waiting if you're an NFL team. What's crazy, the rules stipulate that the teams that were out of the playoffs, the teams that didn't make the playoffs, had windows where they could talk to playoff coaching candidates. And this week, with the Super Bowl bye week, for lack of a better word, Super Bowl coaches on the Super Bowl staffs are allowed to do Zoom interviews.
Yeah.
The Bills, because they made the playoffs and then fired their coach, I assume the Steelers were in the same boat, they're then not allowed to talk to those guys until after the Super Bowl. If I'm Buffalo ownership, maybe you're worried you're going to lose Joe Brady, which was a real possibility. Man, I would have loved to talk to Clint Kubiak.
Yeah, but like maybe also you can talk to him, but what if that coach say, I'm not talking until after this is over with. I don't want to sit up here and be worried about Zoom or anything else.
Honestly, I'd probably like that coach more if I was an owner. He's like, hey, sir, I'd love, sir or ma'am, I'd love to talk about this job, but I got to focus on this right now. And if that means I can't be your guy, I understand. But I owe it to my team. I owe it to my guys. I would love that answer. Of the names, of the offensive coordinator names getting thrown around, I think Daboll took the job with the Titans, right? White Brian, who is now the leading candidate to become the Giants' offensive coordinator and play caller?
Honestly, I have no idea. It seemed like Munkin was a done deal.
Munkin worked for Harbaugh in Baltimore.
It probably was a done deal until they say, hey, we want you to be our head coach. And he's like, oh, man, that's 2 times the money? Yeah, I'll go do that.
Dude, I don't blame Munkin at all.
Hell no.
I am curious what it means as the carousel rolls on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, dude, the other thing, and I don't know that we've talked about this, Durante Jones, I did an interview last night with Damon Wilson, who's the head coach at Morgan State. And just a really good old school DC guy. Went to Suitland High School. Yes, you know him, Jeff?
I played 3 days for Coach Wilson.
Without a helmet.
I love that because he was the coach at Bowie State when Durante Jones was on the Bowie State staff. And he said those two have known each other for decades and are close. And he had talked with Durante since he got the job and how excited they all are. And it was just, it got me thinking the way coaching cycles go. On the offensive side of the ball in Washington, they promoted in-house. They promoted Blau up, and then they had no line opening, and they promoted Patterson up, right? So, barring if A. Lynn gets one of these head coaching jobs, I think Cleveland was the last one he had interviewed for that was waiting to hear, and he obviously didn't get that one. Maybe Brian Johnson, depending where other coaches land, and if Brian Johnson feels, all right, I didn't get this OC job, what am I sticking around here for? I don't know that, right? But it seems like the offensive staff is pretty well solidified in Washington. Defensively, you now just hired a new dude from outside of the building. I think we should be in a place mentally to be prepared for some defensive coaching staff changes. Some of that might be guys want to leave. Some of that might be contracts are expiring. Some of it might be a dude gets a promotion to go somewhere else. But, that's the normal cycle here.
I mean, that's the normal cycle all the time when you hire a new coach.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't have to put my headspace nowhere. I expect it to happen. If nothing happens at all, that would shock me more than anything.
For sure. When we return, we're giving away Kid Cudi tickets. Nobody go anywhere.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out
I toss and turn, I keep stressing my mind. I look for peace, but see
The Mitch and Finley program, a big fan of Kid Cudi. Just makes bangers. And right now we're going to give away tickets to go see Kid Cudi in concert. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Kid Cudi, the Rebel Rangers Tour with special guests MIA, Big Boy, and 8-Track, Friday, May 29th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale this Friday, January 30th at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. Caller 10, Kid Cudi tickets. That's what you get. 800-636-1067. Jeff's in charge. He will run the phones. Brian, we obviously had terrible traffic getting in here because 395 was closed. Now the king of terrible traffic has entered the studio.
Did you have any traffic, Bruce? He didn't have traffic today.
Chris Russell in the building. With it. How was it, Bruce?
Good afternoon, boys. I was just telling Jeff, it's a freaking war zone out there.
Oh, really?
Great.
Dude, everything, like all these exits, all these lanes are shut down all over the place because they're trying to do the right thing. They know it's not melting on its own. I heard Doug Cameron say it's not going to be above 30 degrees until like April. So they understand they've got to remove it. But that means they've got to block down like 2 lanes of 395. There was a big accident on 495 on the Beltway on the way in that caused just massive delays, trucks everywhere. And then when you get around here, you can't move anywhere because there's cars parked all over the place.
Where was the accident on 495 that affected you?
It was as you're approaching the 395 merger or junction, whatever.
Why you go that way, Bruce? That's what I want to know.
Because I come up from 66, and the GPS tells me to go 66 to 495.
You go 66 south on the Beltway to 95?
Yeah. That's what it tells me to do.
Your GPS.
Rather than just stay on 66
is drinking. That's the wrong.
I mean,
at the time you're coming, you go straight 66.
Occasionally it tells me to do that, but I just trust that the GPS knows the traffic and knows construction.
I'm going to try something with you, Rooster.
What do I got? I got Google Maps. I don't have Waze, right? Is that the problem?
All right. This is 66. All right, this DC.
I also just pulled up a map. It appears there's no traffic on the Beltway right now.
267.
Again, you're wrong.
That's 66. That's Beltway.
B. Mitch is hopefully Monumental can zoom in on
That's
this.
Beltway
B is
going
literally
over here.
drawing a map.
That's 495 going around to get you to 395.
I'm distracted by the jewelry.
That's extra mileage that it's telling you to do. I don't get that.
I don't know. I mean, all I do is punch in work on my Google Maps, which is updated and regularly, maintained, and that's what it tells me to do.
What it may do is also go into your GPS and see if you have blocked off toll roads.
Yeah.
Because
Are you trying to save money?
Some people don't read. Some of those GPS, depending on the age of it, don't read when the toll's not working.
Well, that could be the problem right there. Because I do block the toll roads because when I leave here at 4:45 every day, it's going to cost me $30 to get home.
You're leaving from out where we live.
Yeah.
That's straight 66 all the way into D.C.
I mean,
you're coming to
how
get
much
here
does it cost at that time of day?
Well,
nothing.
No, it's not going to cost anything at that time of the day. But I mean, you got to take 66 all the way up to the 495 merger, right? Where you can go towards Baltimore or you can go towards
Richmond.
I guess Tyson's Corner or Richmond or whatever. No, I guess it would be towards Richmond.
Yeah.
So that's the way it always takes me. But I thought the GPS would be smart enough to say, oh, they're not tolling at ridiculous rates at 11:30 in the morning. So we'll take you the best way, whether that be 66 all the way straight up or whether that be 495. But you're right. It could be just recognizing that that's a toll road and not distinguishing that it's 11:30 in the morning.
If I may,
so B, as usual, you're right, and I'm an idiot.
What's your level of surprise of Chris's incomprehension of basic geography?
It's always somebody else's fault.
Roos, if there was a meteor headed to the planet Earth and everyone was going to suffer, why would you suffer the most?
Well, because I'm picked on, I'm abused, I am affronted. One of my neighbors the other day, Darren, said, I heard they were busting your... Can I say...
Yeah, fire away, dude.
They were busting your balls on the radio. I said, well, what's different today than any other day? And they were talking about the spot that we did on Monday when you guys accused me of taking a fake day off. Meanwhile, your entire crew didn't show up.
Those are facts. What do you think?
I mean, y'all at the party. Y'all didn't invite us.
Yeah, it's messed up. Although, in Rooster's
no party
defense,
between me and Landfill.
Rooster has invited you to his home for wrastling parties numerous times.
And the hot tub.
And the hot tub.
I'm not going to a wrestle with no dude, and I'm not getting in a hot tub with no dude.
Got a nice couch, B. I mean,
hey, when you mention
for you to sit on,
when you mention a wrestling
calls over here,
when you mention a wrestling party, you can't get me to come to your house.
See, this is not fair. I don't have earbuds in, so I can't hear what these clowns are doing to me over there.
Ironically, it's the first time Landville hadn't done anything.
They haven't said nothing to you.
Roos, do you do snow rolls in the
Landfill
hot
still
tub?
hates me after 15 years.
I think he hates me. Landville hates most of us.
Yeah.
Do you jump in the snow, roll around, and then jump in the hot tub?
No, that would require too much effort.
He does that.
It
I haven't
feels
even
great.
used the hot tub in like a year because it's either too cold, too hot, or it's not cleaned, or it's not this, it's not
But
that.
it's your
just
hot
been-
tub.
It's just been a gigantic. I don't have the time, B.
If it's your hot
the
tub,
time.
if it's not clean, you didn't clean it.
Yeah.
If it's too hot, you didn't make it the proper way.
I mean, I got too many
Because I'm
things
an
I gotta
idiot.
watch, too many things I gotta pay attention to, too many freaking phone calls. People will not stop calling me.
Who's calling you?
Let me try something.
My kids,
Let
my
me-
this,
Damn.
that.
Turn it on, do not disturb, dog. That's how I operate.
I teach you how to work with a phone.
Okay.
People always talk about too many phone calls. Somebody call you, don't want to talk to, don't answer the damn phone.
Yeah, I try not to, and they keep calling.
Don't answer. Turn your ringer off. Have you ever heard my phone ring? You might hear my little videos go off, but you ever heard my phone ring?
I got to say this. About 7-8 months ago, I got a call from Brian Mitchell, and I was like, oh, man, I must have made it or something.
I was inviting you
graduated.
to.
I felt very
I invite you to a party, and it wasn't no damn no whirlpool party.
What's up, party? I felt very important that I got a call from you.
I told you to come over and have some food.
It was very nice of you, and it was a wonderful time.
Landville, what's your level of surprise that Russell blamed everybody but himself that his own hot tub is not clean?
Now, I haven't taken a ruler to this thing, but it's at least 12 inches.
Did you buy the hot tub?
I did.
With the intention of keeping it clean and using it frequently?
Yeah.
And you haven't been in it in how long?
About a year, roughly.
Is anyone else using it?
No, it needs to be cleaned.
You're just that rich?
I'm not that rich.
Just
not that rich.
lighting money on fire for a hot tub.
I got it from Offenbachers. It was a great investment at the time. I'm a wuss.
JP talks about how great the hot tubs are, and you are messing it up because you don't use yours.
I'm trying to get a sauna.
I know. I
got one for sale.
I gotta get it fixed and running. It's
I got
either
one
too
for sale,
cold or
Jay.
too
You
hot.
see?
How is it too cold for a hot tub?
No, too cold outside because when you go in
That's
the hot
the
tub,
best time,
No,
dude.
when you go, you're 115 degrees in the hot tub, then you get out and you're freezing. It's 25 degrees with ice.
Yeah,
all
you
over the
hustle
place.
the 6 feet back into your house, dude.
Do you think? Look at me. Do you think I could hustle?
I'm a
What do you think the
sausage
chances
guy.
are I would get out of the hot tub and fall down the stairs going up because of the ice.
Really? You should try it.
How
Rooster.
far away is the hot tub from the door back into the house?
It's about 6 feet.
The hot tub in the cold is the absolute best.
Yeah,
we did it.
If
I
you're
was
in your
skiing
house, that's the way I feel.
2
I'm
weeks
I'm
ago,
with
I was
that.
skiing and it was 4 degrees.
Yeah,
and we
you're
were
insane
in the hot tub. It was fantastic.
You're insane.
Roost calling someone insane is
was
pot
drinking,
pot
too.
calling the kettle black.
Exactly, and you were probably drinking a lot.
Sure.
Maybe that's my problem. I've got like bottles of Scotty's vodka up in my closet
Crack 'em
that
open.
I don't ever drink.
Crack them open, get in the hot tub, Bruce.
I'm
Thank
afraid
you.
to get addicted.
Jeez. John Kahn joins us next. He'll make a lot more sense.
B. Mitch and Philly are presented by
Excited to get our friend Mr. John Keim on the line, talking about everything going on in Ashburn and beyond. Johnny, how do you do, sir? What's up, bud?
I'm doing all right, and I would have voted for Bill Belichick and B-Mitch too.
Yeah, me too.
Well, we need to get some people like you with sense on the thing. Cause
honestly, you should be the DC Hall of Fame voter.
This Bill Belichick thing right here shows a lot of people need to get over themselves.
Yeah. Yes.
Be real.
Yep.
So we'll start right there, dude, because obviously we got plenty for us to discuss. But you think I have a couple theories. Just old school hater ass gatekeeping journalists that are mad about Spygate or something. I do think it's a possibility that there was one person on the Veterans Committee, LC Greenwood, most likely, that enough voters were like, I want to make sure LC gets his chance. Right. Belichick will get his chance next year. I think that's a possibility.
Possible.
I also think Robert Kraft using his power and influence is a possibility here.
I think all those are probably very good. I think good scenarios, and it's not just journalists on there either, because there are former players, and there is Bill Polian on that list too. So who all didn't vote, I don't know, because it feels like everybody has said yes, but the people who said no are not saying anything.
Right.
Well, if they don't say anything, they said no.
Yeah, and there's some who believe in hey, you're not supposed to tell. But on the other hand, in this case, if I did, it's hell, I'm not taking heat. I voted for the guy.
Right.
But the other funny thing with Kraft is if you're going to penalize the guy for Spygate, it's his organization. And it happened multiple times with him as the owner. So if he's getting in, how is Belichick not getting in at this point? And obviously he's going to get in, but I do wonder, JP, if there may be, because I've seen this before in other Hall of Fame votes where it's okay, this guy is going to clearly get in. I want to make sure this guy gets in too. And I'm sure there's a couple like that, but I would guarantee there's others voting the other way. But my thing is, if you think someone belongs,
right,
and you vote him in, and I know not everybody's going to be a first ballot, but if you think this guy belongs in the Hall of Fame, it's clear, then you vote him in.
Yeah, you see it with receivers, right? Because there's not a lot of receivers that are first ballot.
You look at his track record against all the other coaches, hell, he's there. And Kraft don't get notoriety if he's not coaching. So you can't try to punish somebody for something and then you gonna sit up and reap all the rewards from it.
Right. Yeah. Listen, Kraft has obviously been a very good owner, but if they don't turn Brady into something and Brady doesn't turn himself into something, you don't have the coaching. And I know he had maybe the best quarterback ever, but we've seen other teams with great all-time quarterbacks who do not win that much.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Rodgers won once. Marino didn't win. Elway took a long time for him to win. So Peyton didn't win every year. And these are all-time greats. And so.
But you check out him and Tom. They may have MF'd each other, got mad at each other, but they had a high level of respect for one another to be able to win that much, that long.
I feel like it's you and JP. but you're right. It's hard to do that. And you listen to what Brady talks about. Brady, the way he talks about Belichick is still in awe of what he does as a coach. So you can have these headbutting moments where you realize, I've had editors where guy drives me nuts, but he makes me better.
Yeah.
Or she makes me better. I've had them, both. But there's one in particular who was he kind of sometimes drive me nuts. I'm but he does make me better, and I like that. And it challenges that competitive drive in me. And
it makes you respect him in the end.
Oh, hell yeah. And I'd work with the person again in a heartbeat because I know, it made me better. And, that's all. If you want to win, that's what you ask. And, again, I know Belichick didn't win without Brady, but he won a hell of a lot with them.
Right.
That's that does matter. So, yeah.
Well, I almost wonder with Belichick if the craziness with his girlfriend and everything at Carolina is impacting it too.
That has nothing to do with him going to the Hall of Fame, though.
Shouldn't.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame. What he did.
His
his resume has already been put in. She's not even on the resume.
I just
You know
wonder
what I mean?
I don't. It's hard to know without being in that room and without knowing why some didn't vote that way. And but I do. 11 people,
right? All right, we're talking with our friend John Keim. You can give him a follow at John_Keim, Keim. You can read all of his work at ESPN.com. Check out the John Keim report. Big news here is they finally hired a defensive coordinator, Durante Jones. What do you think of the hire? What do you think of what he will bring to Washington?
So, I'm intrigued by this guy because, you look at his resume, he has more than earned the right to be in this role. What he's gone through in his coaching career, early in his coaching journey, the coaches he's worked under, Marvin Lewis, Vance Joseph, Mike Zimmer, obviously Brian Flores, and he's been a trusted person with those coaches, and he's Brian Flores' right-hand man. So he's in this spot where he should be in this spot, right? I talked to some people who were interviewing coaches throughout this process who were guy, he was very, very impressive. And, the word was why doesn't this guy why hasn't he been hired yet? That's how teams kind of felt. And so to me, and I had one person who's worked with him is it's a matter of time before he gets up. So I do think now is he an experience as a play caller in the NFL? Yes. He had the 1 year at LSU. But, I do think he is an intriguing hire. I don't know if it'll work because if you don't improve the talent, if you don't add an impact player, nobody who came in is going, anybody who would come in could only improve it so much. That's something another coach said, talking about when we were talking about Jones, is they don't have talent on that roster on defense. You need to improve the talent. So they need to do that now to then help him out. But I am intrigued by the hire because of that. And, so I think I think when you look at some of the other factors, for finding a defensive coordinator and others who are out there, I wonder, I do know for some, what is Dan Quinn's job security? That was an issue for some people. They don't know. And it may be, nobody knows, but that you look around the landscape of the NFL, what's going on, you look at their 5-12 record, you're getting rid of both coordinators. It's not a big leap to say, kind of a big year for them and for him. So what happens if I, uproot again and go somewhere where there's only 1 year, right? So if you're an established guy, maybe that's not what you want. For Jones, this is a first chance. And I know the guy, I was just watching some podcast with him that was taped a while ago. He's talking about he's moved 14 times in his first 24 years coaching.
Damn.
Don't want to do it again unless it's for coordinator or head coach. So it's a good situation. It's a good role for him clearly. But I don't know that they offered it to any proven defensive coordinator, right? I have not heard that. So I don't know that they were turned down by anybody directly, but I do know that this is a guy that impressed other teams, interviewed with 4 other teams for their jobs, and the feeling is it was just a matter of time before he landed one of these jobs.
Do you look
at a legit hire?
Do you look at the success of a lot of these young coaches who had not done it before over the last 6 to 7 years? Been a ton of coaches who hadn't called this, called that, right. And they are now the common names in the NFL. Hell, we go back to the history of this football team. Joe Gibbs hadn't done a lot when he got here, but he grew into something. Guys going to have to get a chance. You can't keep hiring all the old fogies.
You only become experienced by doing one thing, by calling plays.
That's it.
I think the hard part here is that you now have 2 guys like that, right? So that's one thing where say if you have one, of course, but when you have 2, you wonder okay, how's this going to go? Even though you can look at both of them and say I understand why they're in that role, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it. But yeah, you're right. I think again, you look at his resume, he warrants being in this spot. Whether or not he does well with it, I don't know, but he warrants being in this spot. This is not a stretch to say like, oh, okay, you know, what the heck's going on here? Like, that's not it at all. So I agree with you. Like, the only way you can do it, and he has done it at LSU. Now it's different level, but you've at least been in a position where you've had to call plays and have to understand how to call plays in the heat of a game, you know, and so like there's at least that for him. But yeah, I mean, you only and again, you know this too. You can call, like for David Blau, for example, he might call a play that is just like, that play sucks, and then Jaden Daniels makes a guy miss, throws a bomb to 60 yards of Terry McLaurin's touchdown. Like, terrible play, but those dudes made it work.
Right.
That's how you also look good, right? So, listen, man, I found that out coaching flag football years ago with my kids. I was smart with one team because one team had playmakers, the other team didn't, and I wasn't very smart.
Right.
I mean, that's how it is. So
Jimmy's and Joe's, not X's and O's.
Yeah, you got to get the dudes, man.
Talking with our friend John Keim here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. John, I'm curious where you land on this. I think offensively, because they promoted Blau in-house, they promote Stapleton in-house, you probably have things are probably pretty set, right? Like maybe I think it'll be interesting what happens with Brian Johnson, maybe. Right. You know,
right.
that's a guy that could feel like he was passed over. But I think they're probably pretty set there. Defensively on that staff, now that you're bringing in somebody new from outside of the building, I think we could see some turnover here.
Definitely, and I agree with you on both accounts. Like, we don't know what's going to happen with Brian Johnson, and you're right. Like, I don't know how he feels about it. But defensively, I do expect changes, and you know, and it could be from some guys leaving and getting other jobs. And it, you know, I certainly think, like, I do think that these guys will bring in someone to help with, who's, you know, somebody established to work with the front seven in some capacity.
Yeah.
What that is, I don't know, but that's kind of what I'm expecting there. So I do, you know, so there will be changes. And let's be honest, man, like, defense wasn't good. So, and I know, like, injuries impacted the entire team, but it wasn't like you looked at the defense and felt like, well, it's just a talent thing. Like, sometimes it was, but sometimes, like, what's going on? So when you have lot of what's going on moments, it just leads to more change. And so, you know, I mean, you're not benching play callers midway through the year if you think it's just about the talent.
Right. And I think there are some
people would look at the way Dan called it and think that it wasn't just about the talent at first.
I think if you look at the results, whether or not people's, you know, fans tend to like what's here and they know, but if you look at the results, they kind of mandate changes, and that's where it's going to land.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, like, listen, and again, both sides were impacted by injuries, but it's not like the defense was playing great and it's like, oh, you lost all these guys and it just went downhill. Was there ever a point out after the first game where it felt like, man, this D is just, if they could just be healthy. Offensively, you felt like, hey, that wasn't about, like, Kingsbury's not here because the offense was bad under him. It's because there are philosophical differences. But the offense, like, if you don't have your starting quarterback and your top receiver and two of your top three receivers for most of the year, it's going to be kind of hard to put together a good offense.
Right.
Losing Eckler, and you know what I mean? So, like, they're like, if they're healthy on offense, you could say, like, yeah, I could see them being good, even with a first-time play caller and with a couple of additions. But defensively, it's like they needed, like, what part of the defense would you say, like, that, at least this was really good?
Right. It's hard to point to something.
Yeah, and, like, there's no, like, the foundations on offense are there. Like, you have a good offensive line. You have the young quarterback. You have a very good receiver. So you have some depth as running backs. I think they would add somebody there, but you have depth there if nothing else, and you guys who can play and help you. But on defense, like, what's the foundation of that defense? You know, I just think it's hard to know. You don't have you need to find your Jaden Daniels on that side of the ball.
Right. Yeah, and I think they need to go heavy defense for everything they do moving this offseason.
Absolutely.
And John, kind of my biggest question with Jones coming to town is, obviously he's worked for the last few seasons for Brian Flores, who runs arguably the most aggressive defensive system, certainly in the NFL right now, and maybe in a long time. But he's also coached under a number of different people and learned a lot of different systems.
Right.
I think compared to the Joe Witt plan, it'll inevitably be more aggressive. How much do you think Durante Jones will dial things up here? And how much do you think Dan Quinn will let him? You know what I'm saying? Like, because Quinn's defenses haven't historically been these super heavy blitz rates either.
But I would think if you're hiring him, you're doing so with the knowledge like this is my mindset, right? Like, and if your mindsets don't, clash, if they clash, it's hard to do it. So I had Greg Williams on my podcast a week ago, and I asked him kind of that question, like, if you're a defensive guy working for defensive head coach, what's that like? And, would you have concerns about that? And he's like, well, he went to Jacksonville where he coached with Jack Del Rio. And he said, like, they had different styles or whatever, but they were very collaborative. And he said, like, and Greg is an attacking type coach. And like he said that the collaboration helped him, but he was able to call his defense. So if you go in there and like, if you're in this throughout this process, that has to be part of it. Like, this is how I see my defense being. And if Quinn is signing off on it and hiring him, you have to be okay with that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that if I'm Jones, would I go somewhere where I can't run my defense? But I do, so I think there's that. And if you're Quinn, like, I don't know that it was a matter of not wanting to attack more. I think like there were times in games like Minnesota feeling like you can attack more because the secondary can't hold up. So bring someone in who can kind of get that back end to match the pressures up front, right? And that's what Minnesota was so good, was the coverage matched the pressure. And sometimes it was different coverages that fooled the quarterbacks with those pressure looks. And I think so that's what you do. The other part is, and I had Kevin Seifert, who covers the Vikings for ESPN. I know you talked to him as well.
Yeah.
So maybe he told you the same thing, that the fact that he's coached this long and is coached under different coaches, you would think that it gives them the idea, like, okay, it's not just about my system. I'm not coming here to run the Jones system, right? It's doing what's best with the talent you have, because I've coached in different systems. So now you can adapt a little bit more versus if he's 31 years old, and I'm not saying Blau is like this, but if you're 31 years old and your first time, you might be wedded to a system because that's what you know.
Yeah.
And so I think the fact that he's coached in different systems probably helps in this spot where, like, yes, this is what I want to get to, but this is where I'm at now. Like, I could see that too. But again, like, what if they go out and get a few dudes? Like, what if they find impact guy in the front, whether in the draft or free agency, if they get a very good chess piece in the back, and with a Caleb Downs or someone else who can allow you to play certain coverages and disguises, then you can be a little bit more aggressive right away. So, but I think my guess is there's an adaptability to him because of that experience with different schemes and coaches.
John, thank you as always for the time, brother. We appreciate it.
All right, guys.
Be cool, brother.
All right, that's our guy,
Yeah.
John Keim. Give him a follow at John_Keim. Check out the John Keim Report. When we return, I want to check in with the locals. Had a couple games last night, a win and a loss, just maybe not how you expected it to go. It's B. Mitch and Finley. I want to talk about the Wiz and the Caps last night, but before we get there, B, interesting hypothetical here, and I stress hypothetical because I don't think this will ever happen. If I'm given the option of Landfill, White Brian, or Jeff to babysit my 2 children, I honestly think Jeff's the best option.
I think you just ignore all 3 of them. Call somebody else.
Landfill says White Brian. I said if it's White Brian and his lovely wife Rose, yes.
Nah.
If it's White Brian solo,
White Brian by himself, ain't no damn way.
my kids will run all over White
Most
Brian.
kids will run over White Brian.
Yeah. White
Landfill, nope.
Landfill, no. Landfill, I think we're moving. Landfill, would you be interested? $20 cash under.
Hell no.
$20 for what? I mean, an hour?
$20 for 10 minutes.
$20 an hour.
For an hour? Yeah, I'd do it for an hour.
Oh yeah, I do 20 an hour.
They'll love me.
Bro, I think I got paid $20 an hour to babysit back in like 04.
No, you didn't.
I think I did.
I
No,
don't
you
think
didn't.
so.
You lying your ass off.
I don't think so.
He ain't babysitting no
Maybe
for.
it's
What are you talking
25.
about? He
I
ain't
don't
babysitting no damn body.
I did. I was racking in the money.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, he lied.
White Brian, have you ever babysat?
Do my sisters count?
Like your own sisters or your sister's kids?
Like my own sisters.
They're younger than you?
Yeah.
So you
How
were,
much younger?
You were 12 and they were 8?
Yep.
That does not count.
Now, yeah,
Then no.
you know if you did something to them, your daddy and mama will beat you down.
White Brian, who do you think would be the best babysitter between the 3 of you?
I think probably Jeff.
I can tell you, Jeff has hung out with my kids and he's very fun with kids.
I told you, the kids think they're the same age because he act like he's their age.
No, that's not
That's it.
I have a big family. I just happen to be the one that all the kids love.
Just fun and goofy.
Kids normally lean toward people like them.
Problem would be if I need a babysitter to arrive at 5 p.m. What time do you think my man Jeff's getting there?
Tomorrow.
I'll be there for.
Not so sure about that.
That hour
Need a
count.
babysitter? Call my house. I got 2 for you.
I think like 8 times out of 10, Jeff would be a fine babysitter, but those other 2 times could be completely disastrous.
That Jeff's disaster rate is also the highest.
You want to hear what my babysitting is?
There's a high variance in your babysitting, Jeff. Low floor, high ceiling.
Yep. Hey, look.
But I think with babysitting, you need the highest floor.
Do whatever you want, just don't get hurt, and they'll be all right.
You just got fired about everybody that was about to hire you.
Hey, my little sisters and brothers, they're fine. My little cousins they're fine. They never got hurt. They good. Kids have a certain level of autonomy that they could be in their room for a little bit. But I definitely go check on them. Yeah, for sure.
All right.
You know, Jeff, you know how Jeff don't sit at that where he's at most times? You got to worry about your kids being unoccupied for a while.
Now, for 7-year-olds, do you put up those grates that block the doorways? Because, I mean, I could just put them in one room with those grate things, and that'd be good.
I told you I had to get better services to the house.
Because they ripped it off the wall.
They ripped it out of the wall, and Better had to come in and patch the holes in the wall.
That's a disaster.
My little one's strong, dog. All right, we'll keep an update.
Strong-willed, too.
Yo, very much so. We'll keep you updated on Jeff babysitting my children. The Caps played last night, Brian. Played the Seattle Kraken, who are not very good. The Caps were favorites in this game on the road in Seattle.
Keep telling you about every time we say the team not good.
This was a late game, so I didn't watch any of this. Caps lost 5-1.
Yeah. This West Coast trip hadn't been very good.
No. The Caps have now lost, I think 3. No, they won 2 games ago. So they've lost 2 in a row. They're 3-6-1 in the last 10. They're 4 points behind the third playoff spot in the Metro. It's not going great for the Caps right now. They've got another roadie. This one against Detroit, who is good. Detroit has 12 more points than Washington does in the same amount of games played. They're 7-2-1 in their last 10. And Washington's going to Detroit tomorrow night. Caps come home Saturday night. They take on the Hurricanes, who are the class of the Metro. They need to get home. They need to sleep in their own beds. Maybe some other things at home. Like, they need to get home and get their hair cut by their regular barber and eat some Five Guys or whatever their traditions are.
They just need to play better and more consistently.
Sure. Now, you know who played well last night?
Who that?
The Wiz. I watched
I
watched
saw that game. That's why I text you. I text you, dog. Because we were talking about that game prior to leaving here yesterday. And then they went out, and early they were blowing them out. I'm like, hold on now. Did that person really know something? And then they went down, and then they came right back. Sarr has become a monster, dog.
The Big Eiffel.
Yeah.
Last night, 29 points, 12 boards, 3 assists, 6 blocks. Plus minus of plus 16. Keyshawn George was good last night.
Yep.
19 points, 9 boards, plus minus of plus 19.
He played with some fire and energy. I like that.
Bilal played some really good defense last night. The dude Jameer Watkins played some really good defense last night.
Trey shot.
That was a fun game. Trey Johnson had 18 points, 3 of 5 from 3. He was getting to the rim a little bit, which I found really encouraging.
Once he puts that into his game, he's gonna get even more. Get those threes open up a little bit. Take a step back, bang.
So it went down to the wire. Denny Avdia I think this was his return. Maybe he had been back before, but Avdia was good last night. 17 points, 12 boards, but his plus minus was a minus 9. The dude Klingon, who when UConn won the title 2 years ago was a monster, but there were questions if he was like too skinny for the NBA.
He's gotten bigger.
He's gotten a lot bigger.
He's like 280 or something.
He looks like a beast now.
Yeah, but he's not athletic enough to stick with Sarr.
No, but Klingon has that game that's going to annoy the bleep out of the opponent. He's a little dirty, a little extra physical.
Yeah.
Last night he went for 14 and 20.
But just go at him. Just dunk on him, block his stuff, win the game.
It's interesting, though, because I remember the draft he came out. I think we had Aldridge on the show who was like, why not take Klingon? Get a beast in the middle. And I'm not mad at the Bilal pick. I like Bilal. But do you imagine if you had Klingon and Sarr in the middle?
That could be special.
It's not the case now, but I was really encouraged by the Wiz.
I like to see them go against each other. I think that's going to be interesting stuff to watch.
Well, and C-Mill was saying, so the All-Star game is 2-3 weeks out, and they have the Rising Stars game the night before, and we'll get to see Sarr versus Klingon in the Rising Stars game. I have more interest in this Rising Stars game than maybe I've ever had interest. Like, this young Wiz core is keeping me watching, and it's a fun feeling when you got a young team like that. And the Wiz had that. Calling it a hot streak is probably unfair to hot streaks.
They seem to be, they're not just young guys having fun. They're young guys who are trying to improve.
Yeah.
So it makes you begin to like them and watch them more.
And for those concerned, the Wiz with the win last night are 11 and 34. They are bottom 2 in the standings. There are 3 teams with 12 wins, but it's just the Wiz and the Pacers at 11. So they are threading the needle right now of losing consistently, but getting better on the court and setting themselves up to at least keep their pick, if not maybe get a top 3. And you and I were talking about how much the kid at BYU we like. The Kansas kid looks unstoppable. And then you've got Boozer's kid
at
Duke.
Kid at A-State can play too now.
White Brian, you watch a ton of college hoops. Who would you take number 1 overall out of all these guys?
The Kansas kid, but the Bant is pretty good too.
The Bant is the one that they are projecting as the number 1 pick, right?
The Kansas kid pretty much is the consensus.
I know when I was watching that game the other night, and some stuff I've heard, they've been pushing DeMatha more than anybody.
I also won't be mad if they get Boozer. I just have a feeling Carlos Boozer's son, Cameron, is going to know how to play in the pros.
Well, we better be in the top 3 if we're going to get any one of those guys. I think they go off the thing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, yeah. In what order to be determined? Last night, he made $200,000. You asked in the text thread, will that be investigated? And
well, I asked that because yesterday when we left, you forgot that our conversation.
No,
you were like, "Well, I'm going with that." Somebody putting that much money, and I'm like, "Okay, what does he know?"
So when it happened, I'm like, Jay, you think they're going to investigate that game now? Because they were talking about when they see something going very strange on one side, they go investigate stuff. Well, that dude put 69,000 in. From start to finish, it felt like the Wiz were just going to win that game no matter what.
I think the difference with the investigation stuff is if it's one dude who bets pretty heavy regularly, I don't think that looks abnormal. I think when you see the investigative stuff is when it's a game that doesn't usually get that much action, all of a sudden have a ton of action, maybe from different people. So I just, maybe Bees would be able to answer this. I don't know how rare it is for an NBA game. Because that a lot of the most recent college basketball fraud investigations, those were all first half spreads. You know what I mean? This was just a dude picking a team to win.
Yeah.
And 60 grand seems like a lot to us, but in the big Vegas world, is it? I don't know. But that dude got rich last night. I know that much. Speaking of bets, we're making some next. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy.
Brian.
Closing time.
What you got?
The colleges that have produced both a Super Bowl winning quarterback and somebody that won Best Actor or Actress Oscar. Now, predictably, most of these schools are in California.
You say which school?
There are 5 colleges that have produced a Best Actor or Actress Oscar winner and a Super Bowl winning quarterback. UCLA, not a surprise. Troy
USC?
Aikman and Helen Hunt. USC will enter that category if Darnold wins.
Okay.
Yeah. And apparently UNC will if Drake May wins. Somebody named Louise Fletcher won a something. Cal, Aaron Rodgers and Gregory Peck. Stanford, Jim Plunkett and John Elway and Reese Witherspoon.
Damn.
UCLA, obviously Troy Aikman, Helen Hunt, and Nicolas Cage. Now, 2 of these are not California schools.
They ain't Opus.
Wisconsin, Russ Wilson and Frederick March, who I'm not familiar with that word. And I'd argue this one's the biggest surprise. You had to guess a Florida college that has a Super Bowl winner and a Best Actor or Actress winner.
A Florida college?
Yeah.
USF?
I would have guessed Miami just because it's Miami. Florida State.
Florida State?
Brad Johnson and Faye Dunaway.
All right, old Faye. What's up, Faye?
Faye had a fastball in her prime.
Most people have it in their prime, Jay.
I'm throwing junk these days, B.
Man, nah, I still throw a fastball. Nolan Ryan. 2 pitches. That's all I need.
The only actors I knew on that list was Reese Witherspoon and Nicolas Cage.
I think Faye Dunaway was in the Bonnie and Clyde with Warren Beatty. If that movie is Faye Dunaway, fastball. Yeah, that was her. Fastball. Jeff, you never heard of Helen Hunt?
No. And you know what's crazy? I probably would know her face, but
I'm not surprised you haven't heard of Gregory Peck. I think the dude, he may be passed. I think I read the book, so I watched the movie. The movie's really old. They should remake.
Faye didn't age very well.
No, Faye did not age well. Her velocity fell way off.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's too much of the stuff.
Too much of that work on that face.
Yeah.
Hey, do what you want, women. Men that do it too. All that work when you're young, cool. It's gonna catch up with you. All I gotta say. I've seen it.
I weirdly got into this book as a kid. I think it's Method Man in a Wu-Tang song that talks about the guns of Navarone tearing up your battle zone. And then I realized that it was a book, and I read the book. And then I watched the movie, The Guns of Navarone. If you're into like old war movies, it's phenomenal. They should remake that joint. I hope that doesn't offend anybody. It's 60 years old now. Spoiler alert. Landfill, let's make some bets.
Heard it here first. I got the same what's heard here first.
Heard it here first on B. Mitch and Finley.
Gather around.
What they got to say was heard here first.
All righty, White Brian, how'd we do last night? I took the Wiz, winner.
Yeah, everyone won except me.
That's a good day.
That's what you get for going against us.
Did you take the Blazers last night?
Yeah, Danny Avdia revenge game.
What
Got the head in the bag.
What a hater. All right. I'm looking around. Butler St. John's tonight from the God.
I'm undefeated so far, right?
No.
Yes, boy. I hit a what's called yesterday, and I hit one last night. What are you talking about?
Be undefeated?
Yeah.
Damn. Terps don't play till Sunday when they will host Purdue and probably lose by 50.
Georgetown said they call Purdue.
They're not Purdue when they come to College Park. At least this year in College Park.
I'll take the Islanders and the Avalanche.
I love when Jeff picks hockey. A hockey parlay, no less.
There you go.
You know how I picked this game?
Yeah, you scroll and pick.
Yes, sir.
DePaul coming to play Georgetown tonight. Everybody remembers I bet on the Hoyas last time they were playing DePaul, and they shot 4% in the second half.
Wow.
DePaul's getting points on the road tonight. It's kind of interesting. Let
Landfill, man, you got to watch when you do the one finger salute, man, on camera.
That's fun.
Lee. All right, give me the Chicago Bulls, -2.5.
I know what I'm doing. Taking the Auburn Tigers tonight.
To lose?
No, to cover.
You should take them to lose, dog.
Laying 6.5. You can take Texas plus the 6.5 if you want. That the action interests me on
You
that.
ever notice I never ever pick college teams? I know what college can do to you, man. You can't focus a lot.
Ain't that the truth? Landfill, did you make a pick?
Rockets.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. If you missed that, it was good. Go listen to it. Thank you to Doug Kammerer for joining us. Thank you to John Keim for joining us. We're back tomorrow. Zach Leontis will join the program. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a beer.
Wednesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan, January 28th, 2026. Live from the Navy Yard in Washington, D.C., in our Half Street studios. We're coming your way for the next 4.5 hours. We'll take you up to 6:30. If you need to go anywhere in or around D.C. today, just give yourself a little bit of time.
Give yourself a little grace.
It's going to take longer than it normally does. What's happening is there's a bunch of lanes on all the roads, and then a bunch of them are taken up by snow and ice, and so plows are trying to remove that, but they're just sitting parked. And so like 4 or 3 lanes becomes 1 or 2, and that is a tough way to go.
So at one of my neighbors, they were iced in basically. Their driveway, there's a little bit of hill to it. The plow came through, which is awesome. Like very, very cool. We have a little formed a barrier. There's a 3-foot high ice barrier now in front of everybody's driveway. So, my wife and kids dug it out last night with the help of one of our neighbors so that I could get back home when I got home from the show, and paid it forward here with my next door neighbor. We were just, all you're doing is, it's like the shovel isn't the right tool. You need a pickaxe. All you're doing is like trying to knock down a little hill there.
I think most of the people that work in the office are probably back to work in the office by today.
Mm-hmm.
There are some of you that might still be at home logging the hours. And if that's the case, you can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel in high definition. Of course, coast to coast, wherever you go, take us with you. Pause and rewind if you got to go run errands. The Odyssey app, and we're live all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan. I'm excited to talk to Gary Myers at 3, longtime NFL writer who's been an author of a bunch of really good books about figures, quarterbacks, coaches in the National Football League over the years. But I've been going back and forth with him a little bit on social media. I saw him tweet about the Bill Belichick Hall of Fame vote. He is a Hall of Fame voter. He voted for Bill Belichick to get in. But I am one of the people that's very curious about who didn't. And I would like to find out who are the Belichick 11, as I'm calling them. The 11 people that did not vote for Bill Belichick to get into the Hall, the Belichick 11. I think we should know who those people are. And the reason is not so that I can be mean to them or yell at them or call them names or terrorize them on social media. The reason is so that we can take away their votes. Now, he is going to disagree with me on that, because I believe it's his belief that you've earned that right to be a voter and you do with it whatever you'd like. And because you disagree with them doesn't mean they don't get to have their votes anymore. So we could have that conversation. But I think he is like-minded with you and I that it is an outrage that Bill Belichick is not going to be a Hall of Famer. So we'll talk to Gary Myers about that coming up at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, the word that I use is it's disqualifying. It is a disqualifying. If you're unable to discern and take the information in that we all do and churn out an obvious result, that it's like saying 1 + 1 is 2, and we've got 50 voters that decide if 1 + 1 is 2, and I got 11 people going, it's 46.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You're more than welcome to do that. You now don't get to decide anymore. You've lost the privilege from me. It's that intuitive and obvious. I'm not doing this because Joe Jacoby's not in the Hall. I'm mad about that. I think it's wrong. I'm not doing it because Brian Mitchell's not in the Hall. I'm mad about that. I think that's wrong. That's good sports disagreement. This is nonsense. It's either you believe one of two things. Pettiness on behalf of Bill Polian, who got enough people, or pettiness with Robert Kraft, who got enough people.
Bill Polian, who does not remember if he voted for Bill Belichick or against Bill Belichick.
Doesn't remember.
That Bill Polian.
I don't recall. What are you, testifying in front of Congress? Come on, dude.
Also, how many years ago did you cast your vote? It should have been within the last few weeks. At worst, maybe, a month or 2 ago? You don't remember.
Was I supposed to check a box or underline? I can't remember what I did. Anyway.
Pretty amazing. But we'll get into that with Gary Myers coming up in an hour at 3 o'clock. The news out of the NFL today, which tangentially involves Washington, is that the Cleveland Browns, who are once again a dumpster fire, have hired Todd Monken as their head coach. Monken spent the last 3 years as the offensive coordinator with the Ravens. The Browns were not expected to hire Monken to the extent that the Giants have been convinced and sold. They were preparing the nameplate. Like, they knew Todd Monken was going to be their OC under their new hiring of John Harbaugh as their head coach. Monken was his OC in Baltimore. That they are down the road. They're preparing the press conference. They're putting out their press release is written. And Monken ends up getting this Browns job, which looked like it was headed in the direction of their defensive coordinator, Jim Schwartz. one of the better DCs in the league. So people say, well, why does this have anything to do with Washington? Well, here's why. Because the Commanders have been looking for a defensive coordinator, and supposedly they wanted a longtime play caller who's got some pelts on the wall. There's nobody who qualifies for that more than Jim Schwartz.
I mean, he is Scott Van Pelt, as far as I'm concerned. Like, that dude has a resume.
But you didn't know he was going to be available because it looked like he was getting the Browns job or that he was staying there. Well, as soon as they announced that Todd Monken's going to be their head coach, the reports are that Schwartz has kind of gone off the handle, that he told them, I'm not coming back as your coordinator. I will not coach for you. I want nothing to do with being here, even though he's under contract. And now, according to all the big national reporters, they're headed for divorce, and Schwartz plans on coaching elsewhere. So I want to cut this off at the pass to say the response in town's going to be that Washington dropped the ball because they didn't wait for Jim Schwartz. And that's okay if that's your take. That's fine. Jim Schwartz was not going to come here. Now, somebody reasonable might say, but you got to find out. And that's okay. You can do that if you want to. Maybe you will say
Did you steal my notes?
I did not.
Those are my 2 points.
I've worked with you for a long time, so I'd imagine that you would just want to talk to him. And to that, I would say, I got mountains to move. I got a Senior Bowl to evaluate. I had a Shrine game last week. I need to find my coordinator, and I'm dealing with what is and not what I wish was. But in the same way that Brian Flores was not coming here, everybody got very mad at me about saying this is not a good enough job to get Brian Flores. It was not a good enough job, as we found out, to get a lot of guys. Raheem Morris or Jonathan Gannon or others. This is not a good enough job to entice Jim Schwartz. Even though he has some local ties, I think he went to Georgetown. There's just better jobs available. So he was not coming here. I'm okay with what they did. Let's rock and roll.
I think I'm ultimately okay as well. I can say that and also say you got to talk to Jim Schwartz. Now, what you need to do...
How long are you going to wait? Like, what if in 2 weeks another guy we really like comes available?
Fair enough, but it was yesterday. So, like, I understand your point, but it's 24 hours. So I could wait that long. I could probably do that. I'm not waiting a month. I'm not going to wait until Arizona finds a head coach.
You could have waited until after the Super Bowl for Carl Scott. Should they have done that? As far as first-timers go, that's a more exciting one than what they did.
If you end up loving him, then totally. I guess my point is I need they don't have a precedent right now of talking to the really accomplished guy. Or waiting or trying to do that.
This is a Mike McDaniel take?
This is a Mike McDaniel opinion. Like, there's a number of guys.
This is a Mike Vrabel
thing. So, like, so far, we're like, we got a big offer in that department. Like, let's get a 1 for. Let's break the slump, go 1 for 19. Let's get on the board there with the base knock. He may not have come here. I would love to have found out.
I would feel way more confident knowing Jim Schwartz was their defensive coordinator going into the year. And I would even say, as someone who loves the Brian Flores defense and is glad that they're going the route that they are to try to run some Brian Flores-y things, I would rather have Jim Schwartz, knowing he's a great defensive coordinator and play caller.
Has been in a million spots with a million different sets of circumstances, has turned in some really good results.
He is a known commodity who's very good. You're hoping Durante Jones becomes Jim Schwartz. So, yes, I would rather have Schwartz. I don't think this is a very good job.
I'm sure of that. I agree with you.
The head coaching job would be a good job. The offensive coordinator job was an amazing job. You get to work with Jaden Daniels. I think most people around the league would tell you that is one of the great jobs that would have come available, which is why staying internal and going first-timer, while I'm cool with it and would have done something similar, I think was surprising to a lot of people, especially when they didn't talk to McDaniel. But as much as I like the OC job and the head coach job here, if it were to be open, the DC job is really, really bad. You've got a defensive-minded head coach, you don't have very good defensive players, and you've got a coach seemingly on a warming seat.
Yeah, possible short-termer there. No, for sure.
Other than that, how was the play?
Well, but it's not as if Schwartz is used to nothing but stability. He's been in Cleveland. But yes, but I get it.
But I'm just saying there's like 6 or 7 other DC jobs that he looks at and he goes, I would rather work there.
I bet you're probably right. You know how I find that out? Just that quick convo. And what I hope behind the scenes is that somebody reached out at some point and go, hey, if you don't get the Cleveland gig, or, if you don't get promoted, keep us in mind. Whether that happened or not, again, I don't have a lot of confidence based on the fact that they refused to speak to really qualified candidates multiple times over these last couple of years. So my bet is it's just, oh, wow, that's a surprise. Look at this, but we already got somebody. Again, Durante Jones, I'm into it. I think it's a good call. It's the sous chef from a really, really good kitchen that I like eating at. All in favor. Sounds good. Same way, and with David Blau. I just need that conversation to have happened. Let him tell you to kick rocks with your stupid job. You could try to sell him on your vision. He could sell you on yours. That's very reasonable. That's what the process is supposed to look like.
Another interesting way to look at this, too, is we keep talking about this through the lens of what Washington did and like who they chose rather than almost who chooses
Who chose
you.
them? Yeah.
I think sometimes we forget about that with these searches, honestly. But I wonder if they just got to draft coaches like the NFL draft, and you don't get to say where you go. You come kicking and screaming if that's what it takes.
Right.
But like Washington's turn in the waiver wire claim, we claim Mike McDaniel. He's our offensive coordinator. It's our turn in the defensive coordinating search. We claim Brian Flores or Jim Schwartz or whatever. Would they have done that over what they did? I think on defense, the answer is yes. I think on offense, the answer is no.
It might not be.
I think that a lot of fans, and Danny Rouillet, not telling you you're wrong, Danny Houtier, I think you wanted Mike McDaniel. I think they preferred David Blau, to be honest. On defense, I think they ended up with a guy because a lot of their better choices that they liked either said no or weren't available, which doesn't mean it's a bad hire. But I just wonder if they had their druthers and they got to just, this is a claw machine
That, by the
at
way,
Chuck E. Cheese.
is $1 million
They get
question.
to pick a coach and drop him into the Commander's bucket, and now you're ours. Who would they have come away with?
I bet you it would have been Blau as well. And by the way, again, as we talked about last week, that's a perfectly reasonable result. That is not crazy. Again, I said this 1 million times. I'll say it 1 million more. We're all products of our lived experience. What did we live through? Really smart people, both in the front office. See John Schneider going to another Super Bowl. Good for him. And really qualified, smart young coaches. Perfectly reasonable thing to land on. I need you to land on it, though, after talking to Mike McDaniel. It's just so intuitive. It's just so obvious. Anybody trying to argue something else, I don't see it. I always try to see the other side. There's no other side to me. I'm not talking that you have to hire Mike McDaniel or you had to wait for Jim Schwartz. You have to talk to him, though. You got to do some kind of outreach. And if you don't, you didn't do a very good process. Both candidates are good. I like both guys that are hired. They both make a lot of sense to me. It makes just as much sense with or without doing the full, complete search, which they didn't do.
And the reason I brought it up the way that I did with what would they prefer versus what happened versus what would they have drafted, so to speak.
Yeah.
I want it to inform how I feel about the pressure Dan Quinn's feeling. He is not hiring like a guy that has to start fast in September, in my opinion. He is not hiring like a guy that needs to have a winning season or get back into the playoffs next year. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, when you go get Blau, when everybody says, hey, when you've never been a coordinator before, when you've never even truly, honestly, been a position coach before, he was the assistant quarterback's coach, there's going to be some rough patches here. I remember talking years ago to Sean McVay about when he took over play calling and Kirk Cousins about that early on, infancy of building that offense up together in the quarterback room with McVay. There were speed bumps for one of the true savants, really cerebral and intuitive, sharp superstars over the last quarter century of offensive coaching, who's turned into a juggernaut, who's in the NFC Championship game more often than not now. And he's one of the brightest, but it was hard at first. And if you would have just had to have won in that first year, by the way, they didn't, you would have been in trouble. And if you're blowing out a coach, and possibly that means blowing out McVay, he's just in a different building. And if you were to fire Quinn after this year because they struggled and maybe lose David Blau, who's to say he's not the next guy? But I think when you have two coordinators that you need to hire, and you go get a guy who's never called offensive plays or even been an OC, like you could be an OC, pass game coordinator, what have you, and do a lot of that work without getting to call the plays because your coach calls the play on Sundays. Blau hasn't even done that.
Right.
He's not like the OC under a LaFleur or a McVay or one of these dudes that calls their own plays. And then on defense, you're going with a guy, now he has been a pass game coordinator, but has never been a coordinator either and has never called plays on game day. Did it in the SEC a handful of years ago at LSU. So there's risk in that, but I bring this up to say, are people sure that our perception of Dan Quinn's seat temperature is actually accurate? If he was on a hot seat, which he is not, I think you do something different with these hires.
Yep.
If he was on a warming seat, which he probably is, he has to be after a year like this, in a league where 10 guys just lost jobs, almost a third of the league, you'd imagine the seat is getting warmer. But I bet you we think it's warmer than it is.
I think that's the phrase right there. That's it. And I think that's what I missed in looking at this process. To quote Dan Quinn, we missed it.
Like you and I at the end of the season I think we were off base when we said he's lucky he's not losing his job. I don't think that was like an iota of a gleam. And people always used to joke like you weren't even a twinkle in your parents' eyes or whatever.
Yep.
Like, I don't even think
that wasn't a twinkle in Adam Peters' eye.
No, I don't think it was nearly as close as everyone thinks it should have been.
It's the mistake that I think I've made here. I don't want to speak for you, but I'll give my mea culpa. I definitely was ascribing to the situation my fury, frustration, anger, disappointment, bitterness, disbelief, all of the emotions that all of us felt as fans when this rug pull of a season happened. And the terrible stretch that I still think a lot of the fan base is underestimating as to how truly epically bad it was, in addition to losing 11-12, whatever the hell the number was, that month of uncompetitive football that has only happened one other time this century. It's not like, the Titans, they lost, or picking number one. No. This is special bad. Extra bad. To such a degree that all bets should be off. They weren't. I feel that. I don't know that they were. This is the behavior, reading the tea leaves, of somebody that's gotten that vote of confidence. Not the public one, not the dreaded vote of confidence from ownership, but a real one. Hey man, I don't know what the verbiage was, but I imagine something to the effect of, I put you in a bad spot. The injuries happened. We went veteran again this year. Not your fault that it went this way. You tried to right the ship. Stuff happens above your pay grade. You were a good soldier on Terry McLaurin. Not your fault. That's management stuff. You add up all the different things. We still think Dan Quinn, culture building, hat backwards cliche guy, is exactly what we need. We're riding with you. I didn't see that, and I probably should have.
So I thought a month ago, if they get off to a 1-4 start or an 0-3 start, the Wolves are going to be at the doors. The reports are going to be out there that Dan Quinn's in trouble. And I don't think I view it that way anymore. Now, yesterday I tweeted something along the lines of, if they go 7-10 and Jaden Daniels looks like he's able to stay healthy and the 2024 version of himself a bunch, if he plays at that level a lot, you're probably not going 7-10, let's be honest. But he looks a lot more like his rookie year than this year. A lot of the questions about durability and just how he's played go away. And David Blau looks like the answer at OC until he gets a head coaching job in a couple years. At 7-10, I think he keeps his job. But I said that on the show yesterday, and you wouldn't believe. I mean, a lot of people were like, that's insane. He should absolutely not keep his job if they're under 500 in his third year. I don't know if it's just the NFC Championship game spinning in the back of my head where that was the get-out-of-jail-free card this year, and maybe it'll have some relevance into year 3. I'm not sure, but I think that just generally, the way fans feel about the importance of a fast start and what is necessary for him, what bar he's got to clear to have job security after this year is probably very different than Peters, who might feel like, okay, guys, it's only year 2. We're a little off course because we tried to go for it.
Yep.
I don't think they did, actually. If they did, it was a funny way of doing it. But this offseason, they kind of said, you know what? Let's push for it. We waited a year to get younger and to try to do some of the things we'll do this offseason. But this is still the long-term solution. Look at 2024. That's kind of how I think they're thinking behind the scenes.
Yeah, so let me play that out. Let's say it this way. We need to go through the growing pains that we sidestepped in year 1. Normally, when you start a new regime, new rebuild, you get the 6-10 type season where it's younger players, it's figuring out who your guys are, maybe a couple vets to come in to help set the culture, but you're turning over a new leaf. You're really gearing up for that year 2. Well, they wandered into an NFC title game year 1, and it worked better than anybody could have imagined. There is no way you can go, we spent punter money on Cleveland Farrell, Dante Fowler, and a bunch of other guys. We throw darts at the board, and they turned out to be frontline starters for a 12-5 team. No one could have seen that coming. Nobody, right? With Noah Brown. Noah Brown wasn't the plan, but he got cut last minute. They went, we'll try that. That'll be our number 2. Their number 2 was going to be Jamison Crowder, Olamide Zaccheaus, or somebody in between. So it worked better than you could have thought, but they sidestepped the growing pains. Maybe that's how they view it. Maybe once you go out and there's not a new acquisition that's over 27 years old, making this up, but that's the new data point. We're going to be younger and faster. There might be growing pains with that. So maybe a 7-10 season that we're going to be like, oh my God, are you kidding me? Maybe they're going, yeah, but you wait, you watch. We got something going now. It's a different track.
But I'm talking about this from the perspective of Peters as I think about it too, where what matters really is ownership, honestly, and we don't know that part of it. But Peters and Quinn are in unison on everything.
Yeah.
So he's going to give him all the time, and he's going to probably be much more patient and They're just closer. They're buddies. Whereas, Dan Quinn's got to get on the phone every Monday with Adam Peters to answer questions from Josh Harris or whatever. And I wonder if they were to go 7-10 or 8-9 this year, where Peters would go, we're in good shape, let's keep pushing forward here. Maybe Josh Harris wouldn't. We don't know a whole lot about his patience. You could look at other sports and how he's operated to inform that, but this is just a different league. I mean, look, again, 10 coaches are out of jobs. Sean McDermott won a playoff game out of a job because he couldn't punch through and get to a Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl. Mike Tomlin hasn't had a losing season, out of a job. John Harbaugh has been sniffing around, knocking on the door of a Super Bowl for years, out of a job. It's just a different thing here. Unless you're the Jets, and then I guess Aaron Glenn just hangs around.
Firing coordinators, they're fine. They're doing great.
They are a mess. But let's open up the phones. 800-636-1067. Here are the questions. How warm should the seat be on Dan Quinn going into the year? One excellent season, one really bad one. And do you think the seat is as warm as the public perception? Or do you get what I'm selling here, which is I'm not convinced of that. He might be way more comfortable in his job security than you guys think he should be. His coach that he's hiring would inform that. You would think he's pretty comfortable if you're going with two dudes that are going to have growing pains early next year. Grant and Danny on the Fan. longtime author and Hall of Fame voter for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, joins us at 3 o'clock. He had Bill Belichick in. It's really funny. What's happened is basically, Danny, internet sleuths, if you will. A bunch of people have become detectives on social media to try to figure out who are the Belichick 11, because there's at least 11 people that didn't vote for Bill Belichick to get into the Hall of Fame. And Myers came out, like dozens of the other voters, to say, hey, just so you guys know, I voted for him. So you're just taking everybody at their word that they're not lying. But now people are getting down to the end of the list going, okay, well, we haven't heard from these people yet.
Yeah, I got a few people we haven't heard from, and we got a total of 11.
But Gary Myers had this point where he's like, why does everyone care so much who didn't vote for him? I agree with you. It's wrong. He should be in the Hall of Fame. But what are you going to do? Egg their houses? And I just want to talk about the fact that maybe there should be ramifications. Maybe you shouldn't continue to have a Hall of Fame vote if you don't think that the greatest coach of all time in terms of accomplishments, whether you agree with him being the best coach ever or not, we could discuss that. If he doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, who does?
Yeah, so, I mean, to me, again, the distinction I want to offer is if you are taking issue with his resume, somehow, you're one of these people. I argued with a couple on Twitter before I pulled the ripcord. He never won without Brady, and therefore he's not great. Okay, I disagree, but that's at least, there's something to it. If it's no, he's mean, and he needs to wait a year. If we're doing that kind of shenanigans, there's a big difference. You need to be able to defend your position, not with Bill Polian doesn't like him, and I'm friends with Bill. You can't do that.
I think, and I don't know, but I think this is going to be a lot of people who said he cheated. That's my guess. Mm-hmm. It's going to be football's controversy like the steroid era, which the two are not the same, and frankly, it's a joke that if you're saying the videotaping of the other sideline and the saga from that with the Patriots is why he's not going to get your vote, or you're dinging him for a year, but he'll be a Hall of Famer next year. The problem with that pettiness is that you push everybody else back. There's a bunch of coaches that are on the ballot for the first time next year that now won't get in. There are guys like Mike Shanahan that only have so many bites at the apple that probably deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, that now they didn't get in this year, but they won't get in next year either, because you're not going to vote for two coaches because they're just a backup. And with every year that passes, it's the same ballot as the players. Like, more guys become available. So the traffic jam on 395 gets worse and worse to try to get in when you get petty like this. But let's hit the phones. We're talking about the Commanders and Dan Quinn and whether or not he is on a seat that is as warm as people perceive on the outside. I'm making the case that when you hire a offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator who have both never done that job before, neither of whom has ever called a play before, you're not acting like a guy who's going into a gotta-have-it desperation fall. You're acting like someone who's building this program up and this staff up for the next couple of years. You're kind of putting project, high-ceiling, ascending star coordinators in roles where eventually they're going to be really good. So this is not the actions of someone that's on a warming or a hot seat. Do you agree with me, yes or no? And should he be on a hot seat? Joe's in Rockville. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hope you guys are warm. So listen, man, I thought he got a break, a long leash. I mean, just think about this. They were 12-5 when they went to the NFC Championship game. They ended up 5-12 this year. Can you imagine if Tomlin had done that in Pittsburgh? Can you imagine, would he have the ability to stay on after going to an AFC Championship and then doing a complete flop?
Yeah, I think yes is the answer to that. I think he would. I think no team stands by their coach more than the Steelers do. No, they have the benefit mostly of guys like Tomlin not losing. They also have not won 12 games under Mike Tomlin in a long, long time.
It's been a minute, yeah.
Because it's hard to do. But I understand the point. He's saying you shouldn't be allowed to be great and then terrible without questions being asked, which is probably fair.
Well, especially when the latest sample's the terrible one. Because if you flip the years, it's like, yeah, he took over Ron Rivera's empty cabinet.
Well, he's the coach of the year.
Yeah, and you go, okay, yeah, now you're 12-5, getting your guys in here. Look at this. But because it's in reverse order, it makes everything look, year one, flukier. Year two, oh my God, you're in over your head.
But I got news for people. The Bears next year are going to have a really hard time doing what they just did. They lived a pretty charmed life with late comebacks and crazy throws from Caleb Williams. The New England Patriots, everybody's been talking about this. You look at their schedule, strength of schedule, number of coaches they played that have been fired, number of bad quarterbacks they played. They're going to be in the Super Bowl this year. There's a really good chance they're not in the playoffs next year. Do you really think Mike Vrabel's going to be on a hot seat? I mean, if they go 5-12 next year, let's say, and Drake May plays in, what did Jaden play in? 7 games and finishes like 4 of them. If that were to happen next year, would they fire Vrabel? Absolutely not. They wouldn't. I understand that it's different, but I don't know how different it is. Vrabel got to an AFC Championship game with the Titans. Quinn got to a Super Bowl with the Falcons.
Yeah, Vrabel got there with Ryan Tannehill, inherited Marcus Mariota, took that Titans organization that we now know is a disaster.
My point is not to argue the difference between the two. I'm just saying it's not that different in terms of New England lived a charmed life, benefited from a lot of good fortune. Now, I would say even more so than Washington last year, Chicago this year. They blew teams out. They dominated them. They handled it well. But the Bears and the Patriots are both major regression candidates next year, just like Washington was this year. Mm-hmm. The Hail Mary, we've gone through this. We talked about the luck. We got a bunch of crap one day because we brought a guy on from a publication who talked about how they were the luckiest team in the league with a bunch of data and facts and information, and people screamed about it. The regression was bound to happen. They beat one team with a winning record. It was after Jalen Hurts got hurt, and they played Kenny Pickett, who's terrible. That was the win in the regular season against good teams last year with winning records. Now, it didn't matter when they got to the playoffs, by the way, and they go to Tampa and win, and they go to Detroit and win, because now, who cares about the regular season? Those are quality signature wins. Jaden played his butt off. You're in the NFC Championship game. But my point is just, if you're going to ask, what would happen if, I think most teams would keep a guy around the year after he got to the conference championship game, in my opinion. Pete, Gaithersburg, what's up?
Grant, Danny, gentlemen, good afternoon. Listening on the Odyssey app, and I'm following you guys on Instagram, so you can say I'm a fan.
Appreciate you, buddy.
You are my guy. Thank you.
So I'm all with you, Grant, for 2 reasons. I think ownership is more focused on the stadium and putting in people like managers like AP and DQ to kind of toe the company line until that 2030 opening date. And then the second reason is I think AP and DQ are tied at the hip for the next 3 years at least. For the reason you mentioned, Grant, they hired 2 coordinators that have never called plays in the NFL. So that, obviously, we're setting expectations low now. We're developing coaches. We're developing players at the same time. So we have that out. Now, if we bring somebody like Mike McDaniel in on offense and then it doesn't go well next year, guess what? People are getting fired. But now we have it in our back pocket. We're slowly building this thing up till 2030 till that stadium comes out.
I think there's something to that. Maybe not the 2030 timeline, but the take your time deal. Like, in other words, if and I appreciate the phone call, man. If Wizards management said, hey, we think we're going to be really good. Like last year when we went to spring training, we couldn't believe how the Nats were talking about themselves, both internally and externally. It's time to go win. It's time for it. Here come the wins. We're going, oh my God, you're going to fall short of expectations that you're setting. If we were supposed to go, wait a minute, you're telling me Trey Johnson isn't leading this team to 50 wins? What are we doing? It would be an incorrect standard. Right? But the out is, and by the way, they're doing the right thing. I'm all in favor of what the Wizards are doing. But the point is, you go, yeah, we're starting 3 guys that are in the Rising Stars Challenge, right? We've got a bunch of kids. We're building assets. We're taking our time. We're doing things the right way. Hold us to a different standard. That's kind of the point here, right? We got 2 neophyte coordinators that are going to be good, but you need some time to do that. It's kind of a built-in excuse.
Let's go to Bobby, who's in Gainesville on Grant and Danny. Bobby, is Dan Quinn's seat as warm as everybody seems to think?
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. I would say definitely not. And I can't really speak too much to the coaches, but I think really what hit me was when the season was over and we had the first press conference with Dan Q and Adam Peters. And the first person to speak, the person to open up the press conference was Dan Q instead of the president of football operations sitting right there. And to me, that just spoke so loudly, like, man, he is chilling and he has nothing to worry about right now. So that's all. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. The timing of this to me is interesting. Again, the reason we get here today is you hired your defensive coordinator yesterday. So we now see the vision of the 2 coordinators and the staff coming together a little bit for Dan Quinn going into year 3 with the Commanders. All right, 20 minutes from now, Gary Myers votes in the Hall of Fame. What's going on with Belichick? But next, which team is in the worst spot right now of these recent clubs that struggled to get a head coach? The Browns, the Jets have a head coach, but their coordinator search has been wacky. Could end on Frank Reich. And then the Cardinals are still looking for a guy. Seems like that's a job that maybe a lot of people don't want as well. It's nice to not be in that tier anymore. It's nice to be out of that bucket.
That is true.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. know why I sneeze so loud, but I can't sneeze quietly.
Your dad. That's what happens.
I also have a cough sneeze thing that happens where I don't think you can say when I sneeze that I don't cough, but it's simultaneous in the same thing. I've just become a really loud, bad sneezer.
Again, the instant you become a dad, you hold that baby for the first time, something happens in our DNA.
You get a braided belt, New Balances, and you sneeze loud?
There is shtick about it. It's known. I can't remember who did it, but I saw a good Instagram type bit where a bunch of people are hanging out. They're having a nice conversation. You go, what is this video about? It drew me in because I didn't understand what it was going to be. And then the dad sitting in his big easy chair goes, huh? And they're all like, no. And they run out of the room and like he blows out the window.
My wife's dad, so that's my father-in-law.
Yeah.
Nice guy. We get along well. A lot of things I like about him.
Why'd you wink at me when you said that?
The way he sneezes ricks me.
Really?
Oh, man. He is the loudest, like, the whole room stops. Everyone turns and looks at him.
Is it the high-pitched bit, too? Like when it goes up?
It's very high-pitched, but I'm telling you, Danny, whatever level of noise you're expecting, it's so much louder. It does not matter where you are. If you're on the same level of the house, it is legit jarring and your heart like skips a beat. It's that loud.
Have you guys discussed it?
My wife knows about it.
Okay.
Because whatever I think about it, she's 20 years
She's got a head
into
start.
already hating it. His wife yells at him. I actually feel worse about that. Because now he's sneezing. You can't help that you're sneezing.
Right.
And she's like mad and also yell. You know, the whole thing is bad for everyone.
Is it loud enough to like it would wake a baby from like a different floor?
Oh, a different floor, maybe not. It's possible. Would you wake a baby potentially if you took a pan out of the cabinet and then slammed it down on the floor?
Yeah.
So then it's potentially,
it's like
the same kind of loud. But I realize like now my wife's been, essentially now she's her mom and I'm her dad, I guess, because I sneeze and she gets mad at me. But I'm such a loud sneezer. And I didn't used to be. I also cannot sneeze once. I've never in my life only sneezed once.
It's the double.
Double, triple.
You're a double guy.
Very rare, quadruple.
You have a quad sneeze?
I've had a quad sneeze a couple times. But like I would say, here's what I would break down. If I sneeze, 0% of the time it's 1. I'm not sure it's ever happened in my entire life.
Okay.
50% of the time it's 2. 40% of the time it's 3. 10% of the time, quad sneeze.
A 10% quad is high.
Yeah. Just a loud sneezer.
I'm a single sneezer guy. Let me get to this though. Can you do an impression of your father-in-law sneeze? Like, do you know, like is it a cha kind of thing, or is it like where does it go?
I don't trust the strength of my voice post cold enough.
Okay.
To do that and have the voice I need for the rest of the show.
I got you. Because my dad. Again, all I remember from my dad sneezing, and he's still my dad.
I thought you were about to
sneezes.
say the only thing you remember about your dad.
No,
I was
I
like,
don't-
that's actually a depressing
very,
tale.
very weird memory. He used to take me to Little League games, but I just remember him sneezing. No, but like he had this kind of like his was deep. You know what I mean? It sounded like he had just like he was in the 300 and he was doing a war chant or something like
Okay.
that, where it's like he just like imagine like you just won in combat in some kind of like UFC and you're like beating your chest and you got some kind of war chant going. He's like, "Hacha!"
Well, that's the other problem.
Like that one.
The dual noise. So my father-in-law is big on like the first noise before the sneeze. So like, everyone look over here. It's like, you know, whatever that is.
Oh,
And
the
then,
draw in.
boom.
Yeah.
It's just, God, you don't have to. That's how I know that it's a little bit put on. That's my allegation.
That it's put on?
A little bit of a, hey, I'm sneezing everywhere.
Do you think people might think yours is put on?
I hope not. It's not.
Because I've been accused of it by my kids.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys, it's what happens now.
No, but if you're saying, could you do it quieter if your life was on the line? Like if I'm hiding under my bed and there's a bad guy trying to kidnap me. By the way, I hope it's a very strong person because I am hard to kidnap at this point, if you know what I mean. You ain't throwing me over your shoulder and getting down the
Can
steps.
you come help me with this guy we're trying to kidnap?
I saw a bumper sticker when I was a kid years and years ago that I loved. It said fat kids are harder to kidnap or fat people are harder to kidnap, which is funny. But yeah, like in a world where I can't be heard, I could do a quieter sneeze than I do, but it's not my default setting. It's just not my default setting.
Right. So if you can anticipate the sneeze, you could do something about it to a degree, but there's still an involuntary amount of noise if you're going to sneeze.
Even if you anticipate a sneeze, though, when you start staring at the light, it's on the precipice, you know it's coming. the second it comes is still not up to you.
Right.
Does that make
Yes,
sense?
it makes perfect sense.
Like, I know it's coming. Here it is.
Especially with your double propensity.
And triple.
Triple
lots.
That's 90% of the time. It's 2 or more.
Why do I keep saying Lutz? That's a figure skating thing?
Yeah, you're looking for axles and Lutzes.
So many axles. Axel Rose.
Axel Foley.
David Axelrod.
Oh, damn it. That was my last
Not
one.
bad.
I had nothing else.
The Browns are really, really in rough shape. So are the Jets. I'm going to throw the Cardinals into the mix. Maybe they're not in as bad a spot, but it seems like their
It's sneaky bad.
coaching search is not going very well.
They're the Southwestern Jets.
If you're a fan of an NFL team right now, who's 32? Like, who's the team that is the most embarrassing when you have to say who you like? And this was us at times. We're like, Washington. Someone's like, what'd you say? Like, Washington.
Nothing. Who do you like?
Who do you like? And I kind of feel that way anytime I have to say Commanders out loud anyway. So but I just say, Washington or the artist formerly known as the Redskins or whatever. But would you rather say publicly that you're a Browns fan today? Because at least you have a Pro Bowl quarterback in Shedeur Sanders. Or would you rather say I'm a Jets fan?
Browns. And it's not as if the Browns are good.
Because you have a Pro Bowl quarterback. Because if you have a Pro Bowl quarterback, you can't be that much of a joke. Like, you've got your answer.
I've got Myles Garrett. I got something. You know what I mean? I'm not good. I know I'm not good.
You're acting like a Pro Bowl quarterback.
No.
You've left that out.
I will not take this bait. I will not.
Stop bait.
I have been hooked by this hook before. I won't do it, Grant. I won't do it. The Jets, to be a Jets fan, is the single worst existence. That's as bad as it gets.
So bad.
The Browns are 30th and 31st. I'm not telling you they're good. There's a 3 in front of it. But the Jets.
I'm team don't fire guys after 1 year most of the time. I really am. I just can't believe Aaron Glenn survived. Bad press conference after bad press conference. Gross decisions one after another. Uncompetitive, terrible football. Quite literally the worst, least competitive December that we've seen in the modern era. And after 1 year, he's firing coordinators and basically redoing his entire staff. You better be really sure about this guy. Why is he staying? I guess they're convinced. I mean, if he never played for the Jets, there's zero chance he's still there. Right? Zero.
I would say, well, again,
that relationship with the owner is why he's still there.
But that's what it is. I just don't know the answer. Neither do they. They don't know which way is up. Every year is a new plan or a new design or a new thing. I'm involved. I'm not involved. I'm not calling anybody. I will. It's a disaster.
Gary Myers voted Bill Belichick into the Hall. Not enough people did. He's not getting in this year. We'll talk to the voter, Gary Myers, about that next. Jacob Young. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. JY survived the offseason. In fact, all of the Nationals outfielders so far have. They've got a boatload of guys for 3 spots.
Some good young talent there.
I was banking on 1 or 2 of their outfielders, whether that's Young or Hassel, getting traded. But so far, they're just all showing up to camp, and it's one position where they'll be pretty well built with internal options.
I wonder what they're going to do. Because at a certain point, guys got to play or
Why
not, right?
Flip one of those guys and somebody else in your system for an arm. At some point. I'm not saying it's got to be it's not going to be a helper to win. It's not going to be a mid-rotation arm. But, take your surplus. You don't have many of them. You have one of them at this point. And go get something you need. Paul Taboni will, I'm sure, be trying to figure out that puzzle as we get closer to spring training. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
They can do a lot for you, right? What are you doing to protect your family's assets? They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Ruud guest hotline, Danny. Ruud's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And let's talk to Gary Myers. We've had him on the show a couple of times, and he's always been excellent. He is an author of some really, really good books about the NFL, including Once a Giant. We had him on to talk about Brady versus Belichick, and I believe his most recent project was the Aaron Rodgers book that I read and really enjoyed. Gary, thank you for joining us in D.C. How are you?
Thanks for having me on. Aaron Rodgers' book was written by Ian O'Connor, but thanks anyhow. It was a very good book.
I feel like, you never wrote anything on Aaron?
No.
What's the last thing we asked you about when you were on our show when we talked to you about Griffin?
Yeah, I did a book once.
Was it Brady Belichick?
Brady Belichick is the most recent book. That's from
that must be what it was.
September. Yeah, okay, that's all right.
Well, I'll just say that you wrote an Aaron Rodgers book. We'll pretend like you did.
That's fine.
Is your next book called Polian versus Belichick?
Wow, huh?
All right, so let's get into this. So you were kind enough to tweet back and forth with me a little bit yesterday. So the reason we're having you on is because, as you know, Belichick doesn't get into the Hall of Fame. It seems insane. So I have a lot of thoughts on this, and I just want to, as a voter, get your insight on this process. But before we start spouting off our takes and get your reactions, can you inform us on how this actually works? Like the voting process. I've heard that there's a way that maybe people accidentally didn't vote for him thinking they didn't have to worry about him and other people would take care of that part. Like, how would that work?
I've been hearing that today, and it's the first time I've ever heard that rationalization that he doesn't need my vote. I'm going to give it to somebody else because he's already got enough. When it's a secret ballot, there's 50 people in the room. Maybe for the Belichick conversation, 15 people spoke up. So nobody has any way of knowing how anybody's going to vote. And I've never voted like that. I vote for the people that I think are most qualified. And
So are you saying, just from your own opinion, that's not like a reasonable take on how he wouldn't make it?
Well, I can't say that didn't happen. I'm just saying it shouldn't happen. That's not the way we're supposed to vote. You're supposed to vote on who the most qualified. You're not supposed to try to game the system in order to get more than one person in that you're backing. And I mean, how would anybody know if Belichick got the 80%? We didn't take a straw vote before we did the poll, before we did our vote, which is done electronically.
And when did you guys vote, by the way?
Let me just say this. If anybody did that, and that's what cost Belichick the Hall of Fame this year, they should be embarrassed.
Gary Myers, a Hall of Fame voter who did go on record to say he voted for Bill Belichick, is joining us on Grant and Danny. It's 50 votes, right? 50 voters. You need 40 to get in, so it means at least 11 people, essentially, did not vote for Bill Belichick. When did you guys vote? Because Bill Polian doesn't remember who he voted for and who he didn't. Was it like years ago or like 1996? When was it?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was 2 weeks ago yesterday.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, so that's really hard to remember, for sure.
Yeah.
So 2 weeks ago.
Bill, I'll say this about Polian. I get along great with him. He's one of my favorite guys. I can understand if you said to Bill, who were the 5 guys that you wound up voting for in the modern era candidacy, and you can only think of 4, because that happens to me. And that's why I write this stuff down. But when it comes to Belichick, there's just no way you forget whether you voted for him or not. And I saw what he told Sports Illustrated yesterday, 100% he voted for him. And then he told ESPN there was 95% chance that he voted for him. I don't understand how he doesn't know 100% who he voted for in that category. There are only 5 people in the category, and 2 of them were 2 of the biggest names in NFL history over the last 30 years in Kraft and Belichick. So I don't know what's going on with Bill there.
Gary Myers with us here.
I would say this.
Go ahead.
He's a little bit 10 years older than me, but he's still sharp as a tack. So I don't think that he's
You say
forgetting.
he's still
that.
on TV occasionally and on the radio breaking down ball, and he seems to is very sharp.
Yeah.
So my question, Gary, is what is the case against Bill Belichick, and did someone make it? You don't have to out anybody's name specifically, but were there, here's why he shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame type conversations happening?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's anybody who follows this stuff can figure out what the knock on Belichick was, because it certainly wasn't his achievements. It was the whole Spygate thing. And, people can say, I didn't vote for Bill, I voted for Roger Craig instead because he needed my vote and Belichick didn't. Or they can say, I'm trying to think what other rationalizations I've heard so far, but another one was I'm going to vote for somebody else because Bill is going to get in next year or the year after. He's a lock, but he doesn't need my vote this year because even if he doesn't get in, he'll get in next year. So I voted for somebody else. I mean, that's a bunch of bull too. It's all the Spygate stuff. I mean, if people just want to be honest and say they didn't want to vote for him because they consider him a cheater, and the Hall is supposed to be about integrity and following the rules and all that stuff, then I don't agree with it, but at least, come out and say it, because that would be the real answer. And certainly people, spoke up on that in the meeting. You're right, I can't name any names, but I know who they are.
What do they rhyme with? I'm just kidding.
I'll tell you what they rhyme with. They rhyme with, I'm not going to tell you.
Right. Gary Myers is with us on G&D. So you mentioned Spygate, and there's no doubt that that's at the center of this. Punch a hole in this or agree with me. If you're telling me Belichick can't get in for Spygate, then Brady can't get in on his first term. Then why is Robert Kraft potentially going to get in this time? They should all be penalized if we're penalizing for the achievements. Spygate, I mean, Brady's deflating footballs. I don't know if they say it's equal or not, but controversy, cheating, whatever the great, the terms and air quotes are, then you got to be consistent about that. Does that mean Brady's not a first ballot guy? Does that mean Kraft isn't getting in either? If you vote for Kraft and not Belichick because of Spygate, you're a goose as far as I'm concerned.
What did Kraft do wrong in either one of those instances, besides owning the team?
Well, but his accomplishments that got him into the Hall, I would imagine, are the on-field success of the team.
Well, I don't know that he got in. Do you know?
No. I'm saying if someone votes for him and not Belichick,
I see what you're saying.
that is hypocritical and
I
stupid.
I don't know what happened with Kraft yet. No, I mean, he didn't know about Spygate. I'm convinced of that. I've had long conversations with him about it. And he even, in one of my books, I wrote about how he was sitting with Belichick in his office like a month after the whole thing settled down. And he said, let me ask you something. On a scale of 1 to 100, how much did this stuff help you, with 1 being the least and 100 being the most? And Belichick said 1. And Kraft looked him in the eye and said, then you're a real schmuck. He didn't know about it. And nor would I expect him to know about it. This was clandestine stuff that was going on for years. And Kraft is just not in the loop on that kind of behind-the-scenes stuff. He owns the team. He's got a bunch of other businesses. You can say it happened on his watch, so he's responsible. Okay, fine, but he didn't know about it.
Well, to be clear, real quick, Gary, I'll just say, I'd vote for Bill Belichick. I'm not voting anybody for Spygate. I guess my point is, and you would know this better than I would as a voter, if Robert Kraft gets in, isn't it largely because of the rings and the titles and whether he knew it or not, you benefited from it. Part of his resume that makes him a Hall of Famer is exactly what we're holding against Bill Belichick, no?
Well, that's if you think that his titles are tainted, which I don't happen to think that he won any Super Bowls because of the spying stuff. I'm not saying it didn't benefit him a couple of plays here and there. I'm not even going to go as far as to say that it determined the outcome of a game, or even resulted in a score, or stopping it because it was they were spying on the defensive signal. So I'm not saying that Brady benefited by it. I just don't know. This whole thing is just so absurd. If we just judge Belichick by the start his career, and believe me, I ripped Belichick to pieces in the Daily News when this was going on. But if you want to wipe out all Belichick's achievements up until the end of the first game of the 2007 season, when Eric Mangini outed him and they confiscated the camera and the whole thing happened, all the penalties, etc. If you want to say, okay, we'll expunge all of his achievements up to that point from his record. Well, from the second game of the 2008 season until he left New England, he completed an undefeated season in 2007 and barely missed winning the Super Bowl, but won 3 Super Bowls and lost another 3. So he got to 6 more Super Bowls after he stopped cheating. That, in and of itself, is a Hall of Fame career. And to say, no, I can't put him in because up to that point he was cheating. Well, let me tell you something. Is Jimmy Johnson in the Hall of Fame? Yes, he is. Jimmy Johnson told me that he started doing this 10 years before Belichick, or 15 years before Belichick, and really didn't find it very useful. And other coaches have told me they were also doing it and didn't want to devote the manpower to it. Now, it doesn't exonerate or condone Belichick for cheating just because others were doing it. It just shows he was stupid for getting caught.
Yeah, Gary Myers with us here on G&D. So this is my own editorial for a second, Gary, and I really, really appreciate your candor and sharing all this with us.
Transparency.
And you also, by all accounts, did the right thing here in terms of voting. But this is something that has really grinded my gears over the years. You see it in baseball a lot, and it now seems to be rearing its ugly head here with pro football voters.
I know exactly where you're going. Go ahead.
So it is the league didn't do enough. I am the guardian. I'm the person who will punish, and I will weigh in, and I'm holier than thou, and I will look down only a certain kind of thing, right? Where for baseball, they always use the morality clause or whatever the fancy terms are. They're fine with racists, misogynists, woman beaters, criminals, illegal gamblers, this, that, and the other thing. But if you cheated allegedly in a very specific way during a very specific amount of time, we can't let you in. But if you took greenies, that's fine. If you did these other things, that's fine. I can't stand that. It's a similar pathology here where the league didn't do enough, in my view. I have to punish him somehow, some way. And to me, that exceeds the criteria for the job. You already said it very well, I think. You call balls and strikes, you go, oh, that's right down the middle. 1 + 1 is 2. That's a Hall of Famer. You can slice up any part of his career. Mm-hmm. It's good enough for the Hall of Fame. But this idea that I'm now a super judge to punish a guy some way because the league didn't do enough, in my view, I just find that so abhorrent. Tag, you're it.
I thought you were going to ask me about the transparency. That's where I thought you were going with that question.
That's what we tweeted about. That's coming in a second. But you can get this one first, yeah.
Yeah. There are members of the committee who feel they're the gatekeepers.
Yeah.
And they piss me off. They think that if a player gets in that they don't support, that they take it as a personal affront. And in this case, there's holier-than-thou people who are just repulsed by the idea of putting Belichick in because he cheated. Now, what about Paul Hornung and Alex Karras? We put Alex Karras in, I believe, during the Centennial class in 2020, decades after he was suspended for gambling. Obviously, Paul Hornung went in after he was suspended for gambling. You be the judge, what's worse? How about the fact that O.J. Simpson is still in the Hall of Fame because they claim they have no mechanism for keeping him out? And if what he did, or is alleged to have done, any way you want to say it, happened before he came up for vote, it's in the bylaws that we only consider stuff that happened on the field. So conceivably, he could have murdered 2 people in the 5 years between his career being over and when he's eligible for the Hall of Fame. And our instructions, or the mandate, is you just consider him on the merits of what he did on the field. Well, I can tell you, there's no way O.J. Simpson would have been voted in the Hall of Fame if he murdered 2 people in that 5-year period. But by the bylaws, we weren't supposed to consider it. There's nothing in the bylaws that says we keep people out like Belichick because of what he did. Although I can understand if they want to take a hard look at it because it did impact supposedly the results on the field. I'm very dubious of that, but that's just after talking to a bunch of people who just say, it's a bunch of garbage. But my feeling on that, and I actually said this in the meeting, was the reason I give it somewhat a bit of credence that it helped Belichick is he's somebody that accounts for every minute of every day of people who work for him. And why would he have devoted all that manpower to somebody aiming the camera at the defensive coordinator, than somebody having to decode the signals and match them up with the plays so the next time the Patriots played them, they would conceivably have an idea of what defense they were running. If he didn't feel he was getting something out of it, then he wouldn't have been doing it. Now, I don't want that to sound contradictory to me saying that he belongs in the Hall of Fame. It's just that I kind of look, it was a big deal at the time. As time has gone on and we've seen what his results were without doing that, I really do wonder, did he really benefited from it all? Because he got to 6 Super Bowls and won 3 more without doing it. So my feeling is he would have won those 3 Super Bowls anyway, but everybody's got a different interpretation of it.
Hall of Fame voter Gary Myers on Grant and Danny. So 2 other quick things to hit here, final few minutes with you. You mentioned the transparency thing, which we went back and forth on, where I just think if you want to vote for this, everyone should know who you vote for. And baseball's done a way better job of this, in my opinion. But whether it's the MVP or whether it's, Coach of the Year or the Hall of Fame, if you're voting for things, people should know who you're voting for. That transparency is a no-brainer. Now, you made the case, hey, the votes this year were not made with that rule in place. You can't change it midstream. And I'm actually okay with that, but it sounds like you're willing to sign off moving forward if you agree that everyone should know who's voted for and who isn't by each person.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was forthcoming and transparent in revealing my vote. I would certainly feel everybody should do that. My problem, and I kind of didn't word this correctly in one of the things I tweeted last night. I'm saying, why is everybody getting so worked up over who the voters are, who voted against them? What are you going to go egg their house? I truly believe everybody's vote should be revealed. But part of the problem is that the anger and I'm not going to go so far as say threats, but anger and the vitriol and just, God, it was just out of control last night. Who were the voters? Why won't you name them? They should stand up and admit they're the ones who kept him out. I don't disagree with that, but it's almost scary.
I agree, and I don't want anybody's house getting egged, but here's what I would say. You said, why do we want to know? Why do we care? And I have an answer for that. We need to know who the Belichick 11 are, okay? And that's what we're calling them now, the Belichick 11, because they shouldn't get to vote
12.
anymore.
It could be 12.
It could be more.
That's true. It could be the Belichick 13. I think we'll disagree on this.
I was asking that somewhat rhetorically last night, only because people were just out of control.
Right, I get it. People are crazy, and Twitter people are really crazy.
We always have a follow-up meeting about a month after the meeting. And I am going to bring up that we should make all the votes, that they should reveal all the votes, and anybody who doesn't agree with it, you don't have to be on the committee anymore. But to reveal the votes, to force people to reveal the votes now when they cast those votes, thinking it was confidential, to me, that's not right. You can't change the rules in the middle of the game. But going forward, I'm all for doing that because I do that anyhow. So, of course, I would want everybody to do it. And you think I like people calling me a liar on Twitter? I'm only saying I voted for him so people don't get down on me? That couldn't be further from the truth. I have too much integrity to do something like that. I'd like to think the rest of the committee, nobody's saying they voted for him to get themselves off the hook when they really didn't. But I can only speak for myself, and there's no way I would say I voted for him if I didn't.
So the last question I have then, and I'm going to assume we'll disagree on this, it is my belief that, if you voted for him, it's disqualifying, that you don't deserve to vote for the Hall of Fame. You made a comment, I think it was you, that said something like, well, this is an earned thing. These people can basically do what they want. I know someone in baseball took issue with this and was like, I hate this take. I get to do what I want with my vote when I earn it. There are certain guys, there are just certain things that need to be expected where if you take this process so unseriously that Bill Belichick's not a Hall of Famer, nothing else that you think should matter. That's kind of where I'm at on this.
Who says they took it unseriously?
Well, the result was unserious.
But listen, I disagree with what the result was. But you can't say that they took it. Is there such a word as unseriously?
I don't know.
I'm not sure, to be honest
I haven't
with you.
written all the books.
If you're saying they didn't take it seriously, I mean that's a pretty big leap on your part.
Well, you can use whatever word you want. My point is, this is like I'm mad that Brian Mitchell and Joe Jacoby aren't in the Hall of Fame. I think the fact that Joe Jacoby's not in the Hall of Fame is ridiculous.
I presented him at the senior meeting a few years ago. I was
Which I appreciate.
Thank you for doing that.
Yes, thank you. That's ridiculous. But that's not what we're talking about. This isn't a debatable thing. This is 1 + 1 = 2.
And then 11 people said, nah.
This happens in politics all the time, where we act like, oh, well, they're allowed to have an opinion. It's
I'm going to say it one more time.
Yeah.
He didn't get rejected, if you want to use that word, because of his accomplishments, which are the biggest no-brainer probably in the history of the NFL. He got rejected, in my opinion, and I didn't take a poll on this. I didn't ask anybody, who didn't vote for him, why they didn't vote for him. I'm just saying by the tone of the meeting, he didn't get in because people don't feel that somebody who was disciplined for cheating the game deserves to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer. You can't say that they should be thrown off the committee or they didn't take the vote seriously if they truly believe that. I don't agree with that take. It's not how I felt. It's not how the majority felt, because certainly, he got at the very least, I'd say he got 36 or 37 out of the 50 votes. So, it's over 70%. But you can't, because you don't agree with somebody, you just can't say they're wrong or they didn't take it seriously. They all had their reasons. Now, if somebody didn't vote for him because he was kind of a jerk to all the media for all those years in press conferences and he was condescending and disrespectful, if somebody didn't vote for him because of that, then they're not taking it seriously, because that should have nothing to do with anything. It had no impact on any game because he was a jerk. And so that's how I would differentiate. But if somebody felt really strongly that he won because of this and he wouldn't have got disciplined like they did if it didn't mean anything, then that's their opinion. Because you don't share it doesn't mean it's wrong. I don't agree with it, but I have a different opinion. I think he deserved to get in. And I didn't even, the only thing, when we had a vote for 3 of the 5, meaning Kraft, Belichick, Roger Craig, Kenny Anderson, L.C. Greenwood, I checked off Belichick and Kraft it took me about a quarter of a second to do that.
Yeah.
And then
find the obvious names, yeah.
I'm sorry?
No, just say, find the obvious names, and then we'll deliberate the rest, right?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was easy. And I thought Kraft should have been in 10 years ago. I mean, him not getting in has been a travesty, but this is like the first time the whole committee got to vote on him, because he's been just stuck in the contributor category and never made it out of the subcommittee as the candidate. If Robert Kraft doesn't get in, I know him so well, and I like him a lot, and I'm going to be incredibly disappointed for him. I mean, what are we thinking if we're not putting him in? I mean, what's the black mark against him? That he's been to 11 Super Bowls with 3 different coaches and 3 different quarterbacks, and won 6 of them.
Is the morals clause a part of this, or no? Still or not?
There's no morals clause that I'm aware of.
But is it? You mentioned with O.J. Simpson, it's like an on the field only thing. Is that still the case, or has that changed? No,
that's still the case.
But you're saying that potentially for these people, the cheating is an on the field thing, I guess.
Well, I'm just saying that I think that voters potentially could look at what Belichick did and say it impacted the game, so that's an on the field thing.
Right.
The only exception they've ever outlined for us was when T.O. was I think it might have been after the first year that he didn't get in, and it took him until his 3rd year. And the argument against him was that he was very disruptive in the locker room. He backstabbed his quarterbacks. He was a great player, and they told us, I think it was the second year, that we felt that he was disruptive in the locker room to the extent that it impacted his team's ability to win, that could be considered an on-the-field characteristic, or that would fit in the on-the-field category, rather, and that we can consider that. And it took him until his third year to get in. Now, I do want to say that I voted for him each of the 3 years. And then I tried to explain, and I don't do this anymore, I tried to explain on Twitter why he didn't get in, even though I also explained that I voted for him, but I felt, people would want to know, why didn't he get in? Look at his numbers. They're right up there with the best who ever played the game. So I tried to explain, that he was a knucklehead in the locker room, and they said we can consider that, and enough people didn't, thought that he was, a net negative as a result of that. And people then turned around and blamed me. And all I was doing was explaining it, and they glossed over the part where I said I voted for him. So I don't do that anymore because you can't win. People just want to, if they want to vent, they just vent.
Gary, great conversation, man. Really appreciate the candor, transparency, and going back and forth with us, buddy. Appreciate it.
Can I just mention that as long as I was on for a little bit here, and I enjoyed talking to you guys, my book, Brady versus Belichick, came out in September. And it has a lot of the stuff. I do a whole chapter on Spygate and Deflategate. And then for NFC East fans, my favorite book that I've ever written came out a couple of years ago. It's called Once a Giant. It's about the 86 Giants, but it's not about the season. It's how they became a brotherhood winning that championship, beating the former Redskins, by the way, in the championship game that year.
You don't have to mention that.
It's heartbreaking.
I know. But it's mainly about their life after football. And this is the 40-year anniversary of the team, and the book came out a couple of years ago.
40 years, oh my God.
It's how they're struggling with their life after football.
Oh, wow.
And it doesn't have, you don't have to be a Giant fan. If you were a fan of the Washington team in the mid to late 80s, there's a lot of stuff in the book about that team as well. But it's mainly about players from that era. And what the Giants are going through, I guarantee you, a lot of, like the Redskins are going through now, and the Cowboys, and name your team. I just picked this team to write about because I know the team really well, but it's got some really, it's really eye-opening on what the players, people will learn a lot about what the players from that generation are going through today, because that was 20 years before there was a concussion protocol. And the protocol in those days is count to 5. Okay, go back in the game. That was the concussion protocol.
Gary, thank you. We will send people to check out the work, and thank you for a few minutes here. This was great.
All right, take care, guys.
Be good. Gary Myers, Hall of Fame voter, little insight on how the process works. Bill Belichick will not get in his first year of eligibility. G&D on the Fan.
Listen to B. Mitch.
double plays coming up at 3:45. We'll go blitzing at 4 o'clock. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Big news came out of Nationals Park yesterday that we weren't able to get to on the show. And it's one of those things where, this is something that I think for Nats fans matters a lot because you spend a lot of time watching Nationals baseball. Very few people are going to watch all 162, but if you do watch just about every game and you watch most of every single game, you're talking about investing right around 375 hours.
I mean, it's hundreds of hours, man.
Sitting in front of the TV watching baseball. So people like me do that. I know for a lot of people it's going to be less than that, and that's perfectly fine. But I was at the Hall of Fame years ago, speaking of the Hall of Fame, watching Cal Ripken Jr. and Tony Gwynn get inducted in Major League Baseball. And the broadcaster that got in that year was a guy named Denny Matthews, who incidentally is still, until very, very recently, been calling Kansas City Royals games. And is like everybody's grandfather in Kansas City as the longtime broadcaster until recently with the Royals. And Denny Matthews had a line at that time, and again, this is back in the early 2000s now, where he said, "You've taken me with you on your camping trips. You've taken me on your bachelor parties. I've gone with you in your car on long journeys. I've been in your kitchen and your living room." And I just remember how cool that was, and it's so true. You think about this with Buck Ants and Chenier and Charlie and Dave and some of the iconic legends like Joe B. and Locker. These people spend so many hours with you. They don't know it. Yeah. It's a little bit of what happens ideally in radio with me and you and people.
It's the hope, dude.
You meet people and they're like, it's almost like we're buddies, right? I bring this up to say the Nats have a new play-by-play broadcaster. After 2 decades of Bob Carpenter, Dan Kolko is now going to be the new play-by-play voice of the Washington Nationals.
Well, you said it. I mean, the reason I love basketball, the biggest reason, Steve Buckhands, Phil Chenier. Like, in my home, on grainy home team sports and, NBC Sports Washington and everything in between, those guys were bringing me the knowledge every night. Same with Joe B. and Locker, and you think Charlie and Dave and all the great broadcasters we've been fortunate enough to have in this market. I mean, Sonny Sam and Frank, dude, it's that kind of delivery vehicle because the players are going to change. Right? I mean, think about who was here 5 years ago. Think about who was here 3 years ago. Who's here now in terms of players? The constants are the guys that deliver the message to you on a nightly basis. And to your point, we're going to be spending a lot of time with Dan Kolko in our living rooms. It's pretty amazing, man. I mean, for his journey from covering the Ravens, I think in 2008 for Masson, and I mean, that's what he was doing. He hired right out of school. And next thing you know, like after several years, with the round of layoffs from Masson, and then the Nationals said, no, he's not going anywhere. We like him a lot. Hired him to be part of the broadcast, a pretty unprecedented move, but they made sure that he was around, and here he is getting to sit in the big chair.
Yeah. Congrats to Kolko, first and foremost. We know him. We've been friendly with him for a long time. He's been on our show, and we see him at the ballpark all the time, and I'm happy for him. I mean, he's a guy, as you said, who's worked his way up over there, and has bled Nationals baseball for a long time. He has been over the last few years more recently like an employee essentially on the broadcast, but he runs a lot of their press conferences and is the point man when they introduce a new manager or whatever. And so this is a guy that loves the Nationals, and I'm sure this job's going to mean a ton to him. So that's very, very cool. I will say this, and it's not in any way meant to detract from the cool accomplishment for a guy that we like in Dan, but there are only so many times where you get to have an opening like this. You think about Bob doing this for 20 years. I say this all the time with the Commanders play-by-play gig that I was had an opportunity to interview for a couple of years ago. There have been more people that have called Redskins Commanders games, like in my lifetime. If you look at that number, there have been more popes since I've been alive.
By basically. A lot, by the way.
Right. It's not that close. And so this is one of those like all-time, when you get that chance, how do you fill that role? And I was hoping, like you see in Chicago, they go get like a Boog Shambi to do Cubs games. In Detroit, they had an opening, and they went and plucked Jason Benetti, who's one of the great broadcasters in America, away from the Chicago White Sox. Adam Amin does Bulls games in addition to being a network guy. And you see these networks that go out and they do this. And I was kind of hoping, like, if the Brewers get Brian Anderson, maybe we could get, Joe Davis is the Dodgers. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's go big here. Let's help the organization grow something. But they kept it in-house and they went internal. And I'm happy for Dan. I really am. But it's interesting to me that, this was the first time in 20 years they had the opening, and I just wonder, like, what the philosophy was, the mindset was But it's great for a guy that we know well and who gets a golden opportunity.
Yeah, a good dude getting a really cool thing. I think that's the end of the day. But it's your point. It's if it goes the way it's supposed to go, you blink and you fast forward 25, 30 years, Dan's an old man, and see you later. Pass the torch to the next guy.
He's doing a send-off out on the field. It's Dan Kolko weekend, and somebody else takes the chair.
There'll be 13 managers, 6 GMs, a million prospects who will come and go. It's the ebb and flow of sports. It's the, ownership change is probably the most rare. Then this is like the second most, like when it leaves the family business or whatever. This is like not one of those things that happens all the time. As evidence of Bob, you're a pro, who's a great dude and good at it. You get to do it for a long time. Really cool.
Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. We'll take you up to 6:30. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
It's time for the double play.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Okay, so you got something planned. Do I need to get my phone out, or do you have...
I think, yeah, you should.
Okay.
Or just use your laptop, actually.
Okay.
I think you could do that.
All right.
So Sydney Sweeney's in the news today. I don't know if you're aware of what's going on here. Are you up on this? So Sydney Sweeney came out with a new lingerie brand called Siren. Now, are you familiar? Do you know who Sydney Sweeney is?
Yes, I do.
For those of you that don't know, she is a very talented actress.
The talent.
She is an exceptional actress. She does a great job acting, and she's in films and shows as an actress. That's I think how I'd sum up Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah,
very, very good actress. So she came out with a new lingerie brand, and I was just curious when I heard about it. I'm like, this is crazy. I didn't know she had a lingerie brand. And I, as you know, if nothing else, I'm into fashion, and I'm interested in these kinds
You're
of things.
fashion forward gentleman.
So I saw that, like, apparently on her Instagram, she was posting a bunch of her new items. So I was like, let me go check this out, just see how she did as a designer, if you will. And I had my own thoughts, but I realized when I got here, Danny, that you probably have not yet figured out whether you like them or not. So I figured we could pull up Sydney Sweeney's Instagram if you wanted to do that.
Trying to do it on my laptop. It doesn't want you to be on your laptop.
You could just get on your phone and
Down
go to
to
the
my
people you
phone.
follow, probably.
Do not
And she'll-
follow. Is this the right Sydney Sweeney? I don't follow her.
That's her.
The top one, that's
Yeah,
it? Okay.
That would be the one.
All right, so I'll go there.
Now, if you go to her account, you'll see, and again, this is just because you're a fashion guy.
Yeah.
You've always been very good. We always say on the show behind the scenes, like, Danny is not only fashionable, but he should do a fashion expert kind of segment on the show. We've said that.
We've kicked it around.
We've kicked it around. So
Yeah.
we figured today would be a good day to debut it. So without further ado, Danny, we'd like your thoughts on Sydney Sweeney. The line is called Siren,
Siren.
Syrn.
Where am I starting here? Is this, is
wherever
it this
you'd
one?
like. I think the top left, probably the latest image.
Top left. We'll go top first. All
But
right,
this is,
top
I want
first.
your
That's
thoughts
funny.
just on her line. That's all we're looking for. Did she do a good job?
This is very interesting. What she's done here is it's not just your straight brassiere and underpants, panties. There are extra Roman strap kind of situations.
Roman
So you know what I'm talking
sandals?
about? Yeah, well, like when you have the Roman sandals, because ladies for a while weren't just wearing sandals with the strap to stay on. It turned into 17 different straps, and it's weird. It was a trend with bikinis. So
I
she's
have
kind of
always had
continued
this question,
that. Yeah,
by the
please.
way, and as a fashion guy, maybe you can answer.
Absolutely.
What is all the clipping and the lines that go down the leg? What is the point of all of that? It just seems like
It's an elaborate.
It's unnecessary.
Yeah, it's like, can you solve the puzzle to gain access? You know what I mean? It's like one last riddle. Like
it's a labyrinth.
Answer me these questions 3. They must be true, or you get cast into hell. So what you notice is a very supportive brassiere. That's I don't know if it's underwire. I don't know exactly what's working there, but there is something being done. Hopefully, it's not cutting too much into the shoulder or back, because those have to work certainly very hard. I'll move to the next slide here. Well, she's on a phone. She's on a telephone.
Cell phone.
Yeah. I don't know who she's calling. Let me check my phone. Nope, it's not me. But again, it's the same sort of principle where it can't just be the regular undergarment and matching top. There's a lot of connectivity there to connect the hose with the rose goes in the front and the like. This is that's an interesting silhouette right there. Action there. Now this robe that I'm looking at here, GP.
Is this part of the Siren line?
This is part of the Siren line. So there's your robe.
Yeah.
That goes over the top. That's more like a cover up, and we don't need that. So that's probably a big waste of fabric to me. This one's interesting. This pink top here, I wonder if it comes with the sunglasses. It took me a couple seconds to notice she was wearing.
You know what's always weird to me on these?
Sunglasses.
And again, I have not seen these. I'm just looking at these as part of the show now to try to figure out.
This is your first time seeing
She
them.
did a good job with the Siren line or not. The people that comment on her pictures,
that's
it's
tough for me.
so creepy and
Tough
weird.
for me, yep.
I get it if you're like a
friend of hers,
one of her friends that's like
someone who's actually in her life.
Proud of you, girl. But they're just the people that are like, this looks great. Way to go. Like, she didn't need you to do that.
Yeah, it's very interesting having you and I both know really attractive females that are professional, that are out and about in the world, and it's a very strange thing. Well, they'll post stuff, and it's like, come on, that you thrive and need people to be like, oh my God, so beautiful. Even though you're never going to talk to that guy, you need that guy to sort of fill the tank there in that regard.
Our double
It's always
play
interesting.
on Grant and Nanny. By the way, did you knock out any more eps of your fallout of your show yesterday?
I am almost all the way caught up. So this will be the most recent episode 7 of season 2.
Are we ready to give up on that show yet? Or are we still pushing through?
It's excellent.
Okay.
It is outstanding. I think I've got 2 episodes left. Now this is a moving picture for Siren. Have you checked this one out? This is
a
interesting.
video of sorts.
Yeah.
That's really
Yeah.
Not familiar. No.
Well, it's right there on the profile. I mean, it's easy to find. You already follow her, so you could take a look.
As a fashion guy, Danny.
Yeah.
How are you going to grade the Siren line?
This is, it's not something that I would wear, obviously.
I don't think it's meant for you.
Right, it's definitely not meant for me. But as a known critic, this is definitely form over function, and it's got a purpose behind it. You know what I mean? It's an enticing type profile here that's being demonstrated. High grades, high marks, but understand what you're getting into. This isn't I'm going to the office, I've got a meeting at 9. This is, I have a meeting at 9 p.m. You see what I'm saying? I have something else that's on my mind. Sexual stuff.
The Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. That's our show fashion expert. Just a first time trying out a new segment where Danny critiques fashion here on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, ahead of our Beltway Blitz. Show's brought to you by Condori and Murrah. That's a law firm. We love those guys. They'll take care of all of your important paperwork and needs. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. I just got an email from the kids' school, and I thought we were getting a verdict on tomorrow. Turns out it was a false alarm. It's something else. I think there's a small chance we'll be back in tomorrow. But you, Danny,
yeah,
Fairfax County Public Schools, Rouye.
That's right.
I don't love your chances.
Well,
I think you're out all week.
Well, here's the thing. We already were. Thursday and Friday were days off. Why? Great question.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Thursday and Friday are scheduled off days?
That's right. That's right.
That worked out fortuitously.
Yeah, some people saw it coming and kind of last minute were like, we're just going on vacation. We're gonna leave on like a Friday afternoon and go somewhere for a week, and have to dig out of this ice storm later. But yeah, they're all doing way better than us. But yeah, Thursday, Friday, we're off already, which is, again, not my favorite thing. Open that school up and put the children inside it, please.
Let's get you a Beltway Blitz on the teams in town you care the most about. We cram at least 3 teams and sports storylines into one segment for you every day here on the Blitz. Let's get to it.
The Washington Capitals.
Wizards next, Commanders in the hole, but we'll start with the Caps and Sammy Silver. Sammy, I got to be honest. I'm worried, officially. I know they were without a couple of defensemen last night. It's no one game necessarily, but there have been 2 roadies on this trip against very beatable teams where they haven't played well that have now got me in the dumps a little bit about the Capitals. Help me out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking great. I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. That loss last night was I think Tom Wilson said it best. He called it a kick in the teeth. It didn't look good from the moment the puck dropped. They were just outplayed. They were overpowered. They spent way too much time in their own zone, weren't able to really get anything going. And at this point, I mean, you look at the numbers, they haven't been able to win back-to-back games now since the start of December. So, there's still time left. And, Pierre-Luc Dubois is making progress. And, you're without 2 top defensemen last night, which hurts. But, something's got to give here. And I think they know that.
Yeah, 7-17 by my quick and dirty count since, December 11th. It's more than a quarter of a season. It's kind of been this. How much of a fix is PLD? I mean, you can't play every minute of every game. I mean, there's a lot of people that have to play a lot better for this thing to turn around, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't sit there and expect, one guy to make a difference. I think it'll make a remarkable, difference for the top 6. I think he's a guy who, he can provide offense and some more stability, with your line combinations and what have you. But at the same time, he's a, center that can match up against other guys' top units and play a shutdown role too. So I think getting him back will be a big boost. I think it'll be a good morale boost just to have him back around the room, back, in the swing of things. But at the same time, like you said, I mean, there's a lot of different areas where they need to improve and step up, and it comes down to the individuals at the end of the day.
To that point, how much of this issue is that they're just not that good right now versus how much is it, games missed or not having everybody on the ice, whether that's PLD, that's been an extended injury you knew was going to catch up eventually, but they've also had no Sordiff at a point, no Wilson at a point. Again, 2 defensemen out last night.
Mm-hmm.
Chicky gets sick. It just seems like every time you turn on the TV, 1 or 2 guys are out.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much, it can be both. 2 things can be true. It can be that, the urgency and the play is just not the standard that needs to be at right now, which, you can't look at the numbers and sit there and say that is. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, you turn around and, it starts in December, you're missing Leno. And then, Tom goes down for a few games. And then, Justin Sordiff, just as he starts to heat up, goes down for a couple. And Jacob Chikrin gets sick. And then Rasmus Sandin and Matt Roy. It's a lot. And, the adversity doesn't help. It also makes it very difficult on the coaching staff to kind of put together a lineup where, the lines are gelling and consistently together every night and able to capture that spark and able to really sit down and, recognize each other's identity and playing styles and go off of that. You don't have time to do that, especially, you look at the schedule right now before this Olympic break, you're playing every other day. There's barely time to practice. Everybody's getting injured. The lines are different every night. it's not easy, but at the same time, I mean, it's the NHL, it's a business, it's the best league in the world for a reason, and these guys know that, you know, when injuries call or things happen, somebody's got to step up and something's got to give, and it's that next man up mentality. You saw it so many times over the last 2 seasons, and it's just missing in action right now. So once they recapture that, I think they'll start to trend in the right direction.
What could the coaching staff do differently here? Different approaches, different line combos. Is there any answer key there that maybe they haven't tried yet?
No, I know that sounds like a blunt answer, but
no, it is. It's good.
I mean, you look at the coaching staff and you look at what they're trying to do, and you saw it last night. Like, you know, you had the Ovechkin, Dowd, Frank line, which was together for a few days, a few games, and then, you know, there's not really any groove in Seattle. So then, you know, Ovi goes to work with Stroman, McMichael, and, you know, the lines, change midway through the game. So it's not like nothing's happening and nobody's tried anything new and it's been, 80 games and it's the same combinations. I mean, it's switching, it's changing. It's, Carberry's doing what he can, but at the same time, I mean, you got to look at the injury situation and where you stand with your lineup, and it comes down to the individuals at the end of the day, too, to respond and do something about it, and I think that's what the Caps need right now.
Sammy, thank you. Always enjoy having you on.
Thank you. Enjoy the snow days.
And we are. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sammy Silber with us on Grant and Danny does a great job covering the Capitals, the hockey news. All right, let's talk hoops.
The Washington Wizards.
Dave Johnson, voice of the Wizards, with us on G&D. Dave, it's been a minute, man. How are you?
I'm doing well, and then this team is young. It's fun, and we're starting to see, hey, I can see the future. I can see Alex Sarr as a cornerstone of this franchise. So it's coming into focus. It feels like one of my young summer nights when I woke up, and now all I see things clearly, and I can believe again.
Well, you mentioned Sarr.
He was incredible last night.
12 boards last night to go with 29 points. We could just start with
6
him.
blocks?
Where is he's leading the league in blocks. 1.5 a game. It's 6 last night. 11 of 29 from the floor. Hit 3 threes. How about his leap? What do you attribute it to?
His leap is just hard work. He came and determined that he was going to attack. He was going to get more dunks this year. And what's notable about last night, he was up against the city block, another young player, but Donovan Clingan is a huge individual and a physical player, and he responded to that challenge. So, what I would attribute that leap to, and that we're witnessing, is just hard work. And this is part of what these guys they drafted. It's not just what they see from when they were in France or wherever they were. You've got the NBA is a huge league. Again, billions of people on the planet. There's only 500 NBA jobs. So you have to also project who's going to be able to then accept the responsibility of growing in the NBA. And Alex Sarr what's great about it is he is an elite NBA rim protector, not an elite second-year NBA rim protector. He is an elite NBA rim protector of all the rim protectors in the league.
Dave, I love Trey Johnson. I've been very open about that. I've constructed this whole thing in my mind where he and I are best friends, and we want to just talk hoops together as we grow old and sit on our front porches and in rocking chairs one day. But I love his game. I've loved it from Jump Street. I love when they drafted him, and I like it just as much now, if not more. What are you seeing from him now that may be better than a few months ago as he continues to kind of grow and get more comfortable in the association?
Well, he just had a career high 6 assists the other day. I think what's really jumping out is his ability to play make, and it's a mature playmaking. He uses a variety of moves. I think about a slam dunk that Alex Sarr had that he fed Sarr for that slam dunk against the Charlotte Hornets on Saturday. The way he picked and probed, he came on the baseline, he drew attention, and all of a sudden, Alex Sarr gets to eat. The other thing, and this is something that Chris Wright, the former Georgetown basketball star, as part of our broadcast team, noticed, is that his leadership. I know that sounds crazy. A guy's a rookie, but the way he interacts with the players, the way He gave an example of the way he talked to Bub Carrington after Carrington passed to Keshawn George when probably Carrington should have taken the shot. And then Chris noted that Trey got up to him and said, "No, you know what you're doing. That's your shot. You take that." So he's mature beyond his years. He is going to be an all-star in this league. He can do so many things, again, he's mature beyond his years. So that's where the excitement is right now for me. Is that look, we've not always hit on our draft picks, but you're seeing the Keshawn George, the Alex Sarr, Trey Johnson, and again, Bub Carrington is coming alive now. I think he would have been in the Rising Stars game if he'd come alive earlier this season. But earlier this season, it was a different role for him. C.J. McCollum was a part of our mix. So again, I think Bub Carrington is also, as you look at who's going to form the core of this franchise going forward. As I said, you're starting to see, wow, these guys are going to make a difference in games. I mean, Alex Sarr, the blocks he's getting, the way he defends, there's no qualification there. He is coming alive in his sophomore year.
Dave, thank you as always. We appreciate it, and we will catch up soon.
Good. I'll wait for the next time there is 29 inches of snow. Then I know you'll call me.
That's right.
Dave Johnson, the voice of the Wiz. Thank you, buddy. Let's talk football.
The Washington Commanders.
Our friend Chris Russell. Speaking of the snow, Danny, people are not going to believe this, but this is so true.
What happened?
We were trying to see if they had plowed outside yet, because a lot of the areas of the Navy Yard they haven't plowed.
Right.
We looked out in the snow, and right there in that pile where they're pushing everything just to clear the way, we saw a hand, like Shredder, poking through the ground. But it was just a hand poking through the ice. It was a human hand, though. So what the hell's going on down there? We ran down there. We started breaking out shovels. We're all digging through. Chris Russell was frozen.
No.
In that block of ice, and it just punched his hand through. And we saw
God.
him. We pulled Russell out. We melted him, and he's in studio with us now. Rainey, how long were you in that ice?
6 hours and 20 minutes.
6 hours and 20 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you miss your podcast on the Deuce, or were you able to do it from the
I
from
did.
the snow?
The podcast no longer exists.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's been excommunicated.
You didn't tell us that.
No, I haven't been able to communicate with you guys because my phone has been buried as well, and because I was stuck in the snow. So
while you were frozen, the Commanders found themselves a defensive coordinator.
Did they?
Durante Jones is the guy.
Wow.
If I were to tell you that they tapped into the Brian Flores tree with his right-hand man, what would you tell me?
Of course they should have. The only question I have is, why didn't they do it earlier? Like, they should have been interviewing Durante Jones and Christian Parker, who went from Philadelphia to Dallas, even before he went from Philadelphia to Dallas, and even before Brian Flores said, no thanks. But here's a guy, I know a guy, and he wants the job and he wants to come home. They should have been doing this all along. I don't know what took them so long.
What is your threshold for success, year one, for Durante Jones?
Well, you guys know me. I'm a big analytics guy. I'm a big numbers guy, right?
Analytics amigo.
Analytics.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So whatever the analytics tell you, the DVO, what is that? DVOA?
The analytics of football.
Yeah.
DVOA.
Whatever that
You're
is.
like a high schooler who makes fun of people who do their homework.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Nice pocket protector, nerd.
Yeah, way to do your homework, loser.
Whatever it is, I'm sure those numbers are very horrible. If you can get to middle of the pack in year one, good enough for me. Now, whether you determine that by yards per game, yards per play.
You'll know when you see it. So to you, is it like 17, 18, somewhere in there?
I mean, I'd prefer if you can get me to 15.
Well, I'd love that
if
too.
You can 17, 18, I'll take that. I mean, I think... Now, of course, it depends on, right? Would you say there's a caveat? If they go out and get 4 starters, 4 pretty much guaranteed starters in free agency, which I don't think they're going to do, I might expect a little bit more than 17 or 18. If you do what you've been doing, getting me a ham sandwich over the last 2 off seasons, you might be lucky if you get past 20. Is that fair?
It is fair. And that's where I'm at. I mean, I'm looking at the roster now. There's only so much salary cap space. They got a lot, but it's not infinite.
Yeah.
You're going to have to prioritize somewhere.
Yeah. The numbers on the salary cap space go all over the place because of rollovers, because of incentives, whatever. I don't know. The last I read, it was like 65-ish million, somewhere in that range.
Concern, worries about 2 first-time play callers. The Commanders told us they didn't want to do that. That's why it's on my mind.
I was against it initially, but here's how I've justified it in my mind, is that Durante Jones is not 37, he's not 29, he's not 31, he's 47.
He's never called plays in the NFL.
I understand that. He's called plays at LSU, called plays at Morgan State, whatever, or Bowie State, whatever it is. I get that it's a concern. I will say I'm not absolutely sold. It doesn't sound like you guys have really kind of discussed this. I'm not absolutely sold that Dan Quinn doesn't call plays initially while ramping up Durante Jones, right? I mean, is that possible?
Is that possible?
But
it's different systems, right?
47-year-old with 13 stops.
Unlikely. Unlikely.
Yeah, he's running the Flores thing. Quinn's going to call the Flores plays. I don't think so.
Again, unlikely. Granted, unlikely. But I would just say, you know what? Maybe because he hasn't called the plays yet on the NFL level, maybe there's some sort of ramping up plan.
Well,
I doubt it. But
one
maybe.
more interruption then on that front. I'm not going to the analogy you used the other day to the world's best sushi house, right? Which is what Brian Flores is.
Right.
I can't hire the executive chef. I got the sous chef. I'm not going to hire him to a steakhouse. See what I'm saying? I'm doing sushi.
Understood.
If you bring in a Brian Flores tree guy to run Dan Quinn's Seattle stuff, good luck playing against any Shanahan offense.
Understood. But is it possible? Is it possible that they install the system, Durante Jones, Brian Flores system, which I'm not absolutely certain it's going to be an exact copy?
Because he's got some Zimmer, he's got some other guys, sure.
But is it possible that they install that to ramp it up, but for whatever reason, again, just lack of experience at the NFL level, DQ says, all right, you know what? I've called plays for a million things. It doesn't have to be my system. I can call plays just to get us through the first couple of weeks. Again, not likely, but just something that crossed my mind until we get some sort of confirmation from either Durante Jones or Dan Quinn that he is going to call plays, which he should, Durante Jones meaning. I at least have to wonder about it.
Rini, I'm not sure I've ever met anyone who's more of a contrarian than you. So whatever.
But that's not being contrarian. That's just me wondering
I'm
about it.
not talking about
okay.
that. I'm going to another question.
Okay.
That was a very contrarian thing he just did.
It was pretty
Did
contrarian.
you notice that?
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Everybody.
Me?
And I mean everybody's locking arms right now on Twitter. We don't agree on anything.
Yeah.
About Bill Belichick getting shafted in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Why do I have a feeling you were doing 12 minutes today on this is not that crazy. Bill Belichick doesn't need to be in the Hall of Fame the first time. He can wait like everybody else. Was that a Rini take today?
No!
Oh, that a boy.
No!
What was
See,
your
when I was
contrarian
stuck in the
take?
mountain
His
of
take
snow,
was coaching doesn't matter.
Yeah.
When
coach should be in the Hall of Fame.
when I was stuck in the mountain of snow and ice, I was doing a podcast that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
And what I said was this: you're either a Hall of Famer or you're not. Okay, and Bill Belichick's a Hall of Famer, so to me, this is completely a biased agenda by either Robert Kraft, who had to come out and issue a statement, or by Bill Polian, who is a very influential knucklehead Hall of Fame voter and Hall of Fame general manager, who was so tired. Yes, he doesn't remember. After he said he did remember, and he absolutely voted him to another reporter. He was so tired of getting his ass beat and handed to him by Belichick and Brady and the Patriots because he didn't bother to build the defense, because he didn't bother to build special teams, because he was surrounding your guy Peyton Manning with 80% of his salary cap in 2004 and 2005. He was so tired of getting his ass beat, he's still trying to take it out on Bill Belichick.
Well, speaking of your guy Tom Brady, I am worried about him now. Because if we're setting this precedent that Belichick's not a first-time Hall of Famer because
it's cheating
of the cheating, and then not only do we have Spygate with Brady, but we've also got the deflated football saga that he was paying people for lesser errand balls. I mean, is he going to have to wait a couple of years?
See, this is a great point, and here's another great point because I didn't think about that.
Wait a couple of years, and he runs the Raiders into the ground a little more.
Right?
I mean, is that going to be held against him?
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but here's what I also thought of, and this is kind of macabre, right? A year and a half from now, if this was just literally a 1-year punishment, right, where he doesn't get in first ballot, but he gets in next year, Bill Belichick still got to wait a year and a half for induction, right? It's early August 2027. What happens if something, God forbid, happens between now and then to Bill Belichick and he doesn't get that day? The blood is on your hands, Bob Kraft. The blood is on your hand, voters. The blood is on your hands, Bill Polian. The blood is on everyone's hand. What happens if that happens? What happens if this wasn't just a 1-year penalty?
I understand
what
the
happens?
point. Yeah, I understand your point. And again, not to be glib about it, but you're talking about like an older gentleman. Like the number of times it's happened where it's like he didn't actually get to find out he was going to the Hall of Fame. It's like, oh my God, get off your duff. Because somebody was like, no.
But
like,
also,
on,
what
man.
happens if this wasn't just what it appears to be? A first-year, stinger? Like, hey,
What if they don't change their mind next year?
Yeah, exactly. What happens if they have enough political influence behind us? And who's more influential than Bob Kraft and Bill Polian? This just in. Really influential. And how many times you know how this game works? Hey man, I did you a favor. Remember that time back in 2007 when
my back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can you
Scratch
take
your
care of me?
back.
I can't vote for it. I can't do it publicly, but can you take care of me?
Reenie, did the horseshoe get transferred from Tom Brady to Drake May? Another Patriots quarterback benefiting from good fortune.
Of course, Tom Brady
in the
Tom
postseason.
Brady had the horseshoe his entire career, but because we like Drake May doesn't have the horseshoe.
I just said he has the horseshoe.
No, you
Did it
you
get
asked,
transferred?
did the horseshoe get transferred?
Yeah.
And I'm saying
saying
there was no horseshoe
Drake
transfer.
May has had great fortune this postseason.
He's had great fortune, but I will say this.
Well, I just want
I
to give you some numbers.
I know you love Drake May coming out of Carolina
can I just give you some
as I
numbers?
did. Sure, but just let me make this
First
point.
3 playoff games, right? Drake May, everyone's like, God, he's been so terrible. This is awful.
He's better than
right?
Tom Brady in his first 3. Yes,
670 yards to 570 of Tom Brady. 5 and 2 touchdown to picks to Brady's 2 and 1. Rating is over 10 points higher. People are killing Drake May. Understandably, he hasn't done anything. Tom Brady is so lucky he didn't play during the Twitter era. He just is, man. What a passenger he was early on for some of those Super Bowls. Back to you.
Let me tell you something. That first Super Bowl, the throw that he made in the back corner of the end zone against the Rams to David Patton, man, I'll never forget that
Super
play.
Bowl 36 in New Orleans. Your boy was there.
Real quickly, I will just say this. No, I don't think the horseshoe got transferred. Drake May, remember the reason why you and I liked him, quite honestly, ahead of Jaden Daniels, was because Jaden was considered the playmaker, the electric this, that. Drake May was a hell of a playmaker and a play extender and a downhill running threat with that athleticism and that body and that frame. That has helped him tremendously, obviously, in this postseason. And whether Josh McDaniels called the play or didn't call the play or gave him instruction in the headset right before to keep it, Drake May said he didn't. Albert Breer said he did. Whatever the case might be, Drake May is an awesome play extender, playmaker. That is the one chance the New England Patriots, I believe, have to beat the Seattle Seahawks in the Super Bowl, is if Drake May rushes for 50-plus yards and a touchdown.
I think we should get together and watch the Super Bowl together, eat some wings. What do you say, Reenie?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
It'd be a lot of fun. He came for the video where I was sick.
He did.
Yeah,
Yes,
our
he
live
did.
game watch where Washington lost by a million to Green Bay.
Respectfully. And you were way more fun than Danny was that night.
100%.
I mean, you
I
really
was not fun at all.
carried the broadcast. Danny stared straight forward and a couple of times, made noises.
People
you were also-
I was
you weren't feeling
totally under the weather. They asked me direct questions. I was like, I don't know. This sucks.
I had fun that night. It was a great night of fellowship.
We didn't all have a blast.
Yeah.
Most of us had fun, and Danny was there.
to be fair, Danny doesn't have much fun with us.
This is a good point.
Wow.
G&D on the fan. We'll talk Dan Quinn in our 5 o'clock hour and his job security going into the season. But next, 2 first-time coordinators. It's being made to be a risky negative. Could that also be a positive? Are you excited about that? You're listening to The Fan.
Definitely took the long way. But you know what? Things happen for a reason, Ari. And I think that was the best thing for me in my career. It allowed me to be in places and meet with people from all different types of backgrounds. Like you talked about, East Coast, West Coast, coaching in the South, coaching in the Midwest, high school, Division I, Division II, Division III, and even coaching in 2 professional leagues with the CFL and now the NFL. You come across all different types of backgrounds, and you got to find a way to meet people where they are.
That's Daronte Jones, your new defensive coordinator. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. You get truth serum. You get to ask Daronte Jones any question. He's got to give you a real answer. What do you want to know?
That's a great question. Do you really believe you're going to be able to do your stuff without anybody looking over your shoulder? It's part of the selling point for coming here, because Dan Quinn's got some pelts on the wall as a defensive mind, right? He's been more successful as a defensive coordinator than he has been as a head coach. I think that's unequivocal, despite a Super Bowl appearance and an NFC Championship game appearance. Other than that, it's a lot of mediocre, a lot of 500 record. Will you be able to do your thing?
I probably need to give him a week to watch tape and get his bearings down and let him get comfortable in his office a little bit before I grill him on this. But you know what I would ask him? What do you think about Daron Payne? How good a football player do you think Daron Payne is? And here's why. This was not on the rundown, but Russell and I were just getting into Daron Payne during the break, and I actually want to pivot to talking about him for a second and open up the phones on Payne. This is one of the more fascinating player decisions they'll make this offseason. He is due $28 million against the cap this coming season. We've talked a lot about this number because it seems untenable and ridiculous. But we also talked about a couple days ago when Ben Standig comes out, Substack, talking to people in the building, and he reported he thinks they are going to keep Daron Payne at that number. Now, this is a different opinion, or it's not an opinion, it's a report. But his opinion on our show days before that was he thought, I said point blank, do you think Daron Payne will be on the roster? He said no, he thinks they're going to cut him. Well, he apparently did some digging and some reporting on this, because then he wrote a piece where he said that he believes Daron Payne will not only not get cut, but that they won't restructure the deal and extend him, that they'll just have him play at $28 million, which to me seems ridiculous.
It's among the highest for that position in the NFL. Now, I'm looking at AAV, quick and dirty here on Spot Track. So Chris Jones, highest in the league at 31. Most of the guys that are the stars are 25, 26, $24 million, somewhere kind of in that middle range. That's the AAV for Daron Payne is down in the mid-20s, but this year is where it spikes towards the end of the deal.
You can't convince me that he is worth paying $28 million for a football season. And I like him. I am a Daron Payne guy. I actually think he's their best defensive player, and I don't even think it's particularly close.
I think it's a dubious honor, but you're right, yes.
If you were to release him going into this year, because there's a mini out in the deal that will have made it a 3-year, $67 million contract, you can save yourself what is almost $17 million in cap space, because there's an 11.2 cap hit that is dead money that you cannot get out of. Meaning, instead of paying him $28 million to play, you would pay him $11.2 million not to play, but that's still a difference of $17 million that you can use on your roster. That could be a starting defensive tackle who's really, really good on the market. That's more money than you gave Javon Kinlaw per year, as an example. You could also just use that on several starters over a few different positions. But there's also dead money into next year. I don't care a lot about it, but it's $5.6 million, which is about 1.75% of the cap for 2027. So it's really $17 million or so in dead money over 2 years for Daron Payne. But I just don't know how you can justify, based on the performance this year, even as your best player, and I think he is really good. If you told me right now he makes a Pro Bowl next year, I'm not batting an eye, I'm not turning a head, I'm not side-eyed on you. I'm just, okay, yeah, he's a good football player. But Danny, he's had 1 year ever. This is why I didn't want to pay him and re-sign him for the huge money that they did. It was the contract year, Pro Bowl, 11.5 sacks. That's the only year like that. Everything else is 3 sacks, 4 sacks. Sacks aren't the end-all, be-all. We can look at pressures, TFLs, other things. But his career high in everything, TFLs, quarterback hits, you name it, was when he was about to get paid. Before that year, he was completely different, not as good. And since then, he has been not nearly as productive. I still think he's good. I'm complimenting him. Good football player, but he's also about to be 29 years old.
Yeah, he's a lot closer to fine than he is that star. And I was wrong, by the way. I did want to pay him because I what I saw was, Look at all these new moves. Look at all what he's added to his game, the burst, the different things that he was doing that he hadn't done before, not just productivity-wise, but action-wise, right? He was knifing through blocks in a way that I hadn't seen, as if someone that had worked really hard and gotten some technique down and a few different things. And I go, this is an ascending player. It makes sense. He regressed right back to what he was, which to your point is pretty good, fine, whatever adjective or adverb you want to use.
I would even say he's like a really good player who puts up solid numbers, counting stats at his position. It's hard with D tackle sometimes. But here's the real problem. There's a little bit of a Brian Arakpo element here if you want to pull back the layers on this onion. If you really want to open the hood and dig in, his biggest game of the year by far was against the Vegas Raiders in Week 3. He had 7 pressures, hit the quarterback twice, hurried the quarterback 5 times. The Raiders are a terrible offensive line.
Very bad.
Probably the worst Washington played. That was by far his most impactful statistical game. I thought his best game overall might have been at Dallas midway through the season, which is a much better offensive line, much better team. That was his highest PFF grade by far this year. It was like 90.8. But if you look at the big pressure games, 7 against the Raiders, 6 in Week 18 when the Eagles didn't play a bunch of their starters. Like, he kind of got fat. That's half of his total pressures via PFF this year. This is actually mind-blowing looking at this. I hadn't seen this. Literally half of his pressures were in 2 games. One against the Raiders, worst line in the league maybe, and then the Eagles in the last game where they didn't start a whole bunch of guys at the very end of the season.
Yeah, he was a ghost for a lot of the year. And my general philosophy, so again, it's not a rule, but there are certain exceptions, but my general philosophy is if you have great, you pay for great. That's no problem. You got great, you pay for it. I don't. We're all happy. You get great production, I don't care what it costs. You cannot pay for great and only get good or pretty good. It's my cousin's corollary, right? If you're going to pay someone top of the market money, they need to be top of the market. If you put yourself in a position where you have to pay top of the market for someone that is not at the top of the market, that's a bad place to be. Ipso facto, they should have traded Daron Payne at the deadline. They should have tried really, really hard and gotten what they could. Who knows if they had other offers or willing.
Made the call or two.
Who knows? My bet is they didn't try very hard, given now that, hey, he'll come back. He's part of this thing. They think he's part of the furniture here. I would cut him, and I would move on. And I know I don't have a ton of. I have some savings. It's a lot of dead cap. It's rolled over. Depends if you do a pre or post June 1st, et cetera. But I need to have that money be spent elsewhere because I cannot pay for great because that's what it is. This is top of the market defensive tackle. The other guys in that sphere are superstars. He's not. It's Milton Williams. It's Chris Jones. It's Quinnen Williams. These are these superstars at the spot. He's simply not that. I can't do that. I can't be in that business.
$28 million. And Standings reporting they're just going to pay it to him.
Yeah.
That is actually a little bit alarming to me from this reason, too. Don't you want to be freeing up a bunch of that money to go on a little bit of a spending spree? If they're willing to just go, you know what? Here's your $28 million, Daron Payne. We don't really need that.
Yeah, pre-June 1, you could save $16.75 million.
Which we talked about, about $17 million. But my point is, if you're not interested in getting that $17 million, you don't think you're going to need that $17 million. I'm hoping that they're gearing up to be Santa Claus with the big red bag, going into people's houses and dropping dollar bills next to their bed to get them out of bed to come to Washington. Do what New England did. One of the things we just learned watching the conference championship games, 2 of the most aggressive teams, 2 of the teams that spent the top 4 cash this offseason in free agency were the Patriots and the Seahawks. I'm not saying you can buy a Super Bowl, but they got a lot better really, really quickly. And nobody spent more money, more cash this offseason than New England, especially on that defense. We've talked about this. It's Harold Landry at edge. It's Robert Spillane at linebacker. It's Milton Williams at tackle. It's Carlton Davis at corner. Vrabel deserves a lot of credit. He's done a hell of a job coaching them. They got better with players. And to just say, we'll just give Daron Payne the $28 million, we don't need that $17 million, worries me a little bit about how aggressively they plan on spending cash this offseason. But on top of that, I'm just looking at his 3 sacks. That's what it was, by the way, this season. 3 sacks. Not the end-all, be-all. Everyone can tell me, but what about pressures, win rate, all that? He had 3 sacks. 1 against the Giants in week 1 of the season. 1 against that team. Bad offensive line.
Fewer quarterback hits than Bobby Wagner.
Then he had 1 against the Minnesota Vikings, and then he had 1 against the Eagles again when they had punted on the season and played a bunch of backups. So he basically had 2 sacks in games against starters this year. Javon Kinlaw set to make what next year, Darius?
16.2 million.
16.2. So you're talking about 28 plus 16.2, $44 million for 2 defensive tackles that combined for 3 sacks this year. I know you don't pay defensive tackles to get sacks, but give me a break. I can't do that.
Yeah, you use whatever you want. Tackles for loss, quarterback hits, just passes batted, disruption. You're not getting any.
He's a good player. How can you possibly pay this guy $28 million this coming year? Why wouldn't you get out of that contract? Or if you really like him, because I'm assuming they do, if they're going to pay him $28 million,
right.
How would you not then extend him, lower that number, and keep him around for the next 3 years or something?
Well, here's how it feels to me. It's one of those. Well, we can't afford to lose him because our defense isn't very good right now. And that's the wrong way to approach it.
Okay, so then extend him and lower the number, get better sooner, and have him on for a couple more years if it's really about just not being allowed to get rid of him. Or cut him. I guess that goes against what you're saying because your point is you have to have him because you don't have enough good players.
Yeah.
And I've made this case, by the way, with these D coordinator interviews. I thought it was a bad DC job. One of the reasons is you don't have enough hosses. There's not enough dudes. The best player on your defense is Payne, and he may or may not even be here. Standig is reporting he thinks he's going to be here and that they're not going to rework that deal.
Yeah.
At $28 million?
Which I think it's insane. No, I'd say it's too far. I think it's wrong. I think it's a bad decision.
I remember talking to Logan about this, and he said it's not as much of an overpay as you'd think because, on the open market, he might get, I'm just making this up, but 22 to 24 million. So it's only a handful of million more than he'd be paid AAV, which is true. But I'm not suggesting that,
I don't know. I mean, John Allen got 17 in the open market.
Yeah, but I think Payne is, at this point of his career, will make more than Allen did.
18? I mean, is he making 28?
Bigger cap? No, not 28. But that's what I'm saying. I think it would be what would Spot Track suggest? Do they have a market value on him? I would bet he would be in the 22 to 24 range. Maybe even if you want to go bigger net, I would say 20 and a half to 24. But I think he'd be in the 20s. So it's not it's not like he's the most overpaid player ever. But don't you want the money to spend to go get better at other spots?
I'm desperate. I'm using that right away. Again, I would have traded him at the deadline, taken whatever I can get. Whoever gives me the highest bid gets him because we were going nowhere, and I'm still will not let that go. Fine, that wasn't possible because nobody was interested in giving you anything down the stretch for Daron Payne. I'm now moving on because I need that money.
Let's open the phones on this next. 800-636-1067. The report from Standig is that the Commanders are willing to allow Payne to stay at $28 million next year. Would you be cool with that? This is the Fan.
Wake up with the Sports Junkies.
Coming up Thursday morning on the Junkies.
intriguing decisions the Commanders are going to have to make when it comes to player staying, going transactions. Daron Payne. He is on the books for $28 million this year. $28 million. If they get out of that contract and release him, they'd save $17 million. They'd have $11 million dead money this year. They'd have $5 million dead money, about 1% of the cap next year. But $28 million for Payne coming off a year where he had all of 26 pressures, 13 of them in 2 total games. I keep coming back to that. 6 against backups in the final week of the season against the Eagles, and then a 7-pressure game against the Raiders, who had one of the worst lines I've honestly seen in person in ever. Like, it was so bad in week 3 in Northwest Stadium. But that was half of his pressures for the year in a 3-sack season. Just seems like you can't possibly allow him to play at $28 million against your cap. But according to Ben Standig, his report this week, that is what the team plans on doing. Shane's in Fairfax. You can call us like Shane did, 800-636-1067. What's up, Shane?
What's up, Commander, Lieutenant? How y'all doing today?
Good, buddy.
Hey, look, you guys know how I feel about Daron Payne. I'm with you, Commander. He should have went a long time ago. Like, we're paying him a top 10 defensive tackle for a low-end defensive tackle price. I mean, it's ridiculous. He had to go last year, but we kept him. And if we're going to keep him at $28 million, that is a joke. I'd rather start over. And let's don't forget, this is supposed to be a rebuild. And that's what happens when you end up going to the championship. And then now we expect to go to Super Bowl every year. But we're still in rebuild. That's the whole point of this. Rebuild that defense. And look at Seattle right now. Take Seattle as a blueprint. Defenses wins damn championships. I don't care. All these offenses are gimmicks, but your defense is still going to keep you in games and win you damn ball games. And Daron Payne, his time is up here. He's got to go. Put him in his Louis Vuitton bag and send his ass back to Bama or wherever he wants to go. But he's got to go.
Why is it got to be a Louis Vuitton bag?
It's a nice bag.
I guess that's a very nice bag.
If you make it $28 million, you can afford the nice one.
I mean, look, I understand. I'm saying it. You're on my team if your point is you can't pay this guy $28 million. I don't get the vitriol of, like, he's not good. Like, I see a lot of this on social media at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny, where people are going, oh, he's just not a good player. He's their best defensive player. That I'm here if you want to argue with me. I'd love to hear your critique or your analysis of that if you disagree. I think it's a hard road for you to tell me otherwise. There is not someone on this defense that's better than him. So that is why they could, and I think they will, it sounds like, go into the season saying, we're going to pay him all the money. I don't like it. I think it's a bad decision, but it's why they could. There's nobody on this defense that is a better player than him right now. So it's not a great thing, it just is.
Yeah, I mean, it is a dubious honor with a defense that can't attract defensive coordinator candidates because it's so devoid of talent. I think if let's say he wasn't first-round pick, let's say he wasn't $28 million guy, let's say he was average NFL salary whatever year he's in, you'd go, who's a nice piece is Daron Payne. And when you make the outsized money that he does, expectations go along with it. So I do get the vitriol. Right? It's annoying when you're paying a guy like he's a superstar and you do not get anywhere close to superstar disruptive. You can't run drives because superstar that makes $28 million is there. Right? You're doomed. You got to do something else. You have to take certain things out of the playbook. You can't run inside because that monster's there. You can't do anything that takes too long because he'll throw your center into the front row and hit the popcorn guy and knock your quarterback into next week. None of that happens ever. Again, 1 year of doing it, and you were on this. I was not. You had it, and you got a couple times, as you said, it's Brian Arakpo style. You get fed against a couple bad teams to put together below average numbers. I mean, this isn't like he had 12 sacks, and we're going, how did he get them? Okay, he got 4 against the Raiders, 5 against the Chargers with no tackles, and it was a mess. He's got worse numbers than Jacob Martin. He's got worse numbers than Bobby Wagner as a pass rusher.
Different positions, though. I mean, he's not paid to get – Jacob Martin's job is literally get on the field, pin your ears back.
But I'm talking TFLs and everything in between.
Tim in Haymarket, what's up?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Good, man.
I just want to say, saying Daron Payne is the best player on the defense, who cares? The Redskins' defense sucks. So, big whoopee-doo, Daron Payne's so good. He got his personal foul and kicked out of the game. Now kick his ass out of D.C.
Well, he did get kicked out of the Lions game for swinging on Amon-Ra St. Brown. Yeah, I guess it's true. Being the best player on a bad defense doesn't get you a whole lot. There's no ribbon for that. But it's not as though he's a 4 out of 10 player who's the best player on the defense. He's probably a 6.5 or 7 out of 10 player. Again, this is a guy if he hits the open market, who's going to make over $20 million a year. It's because a lot of teams want athletic defensive ends who can get up the field. He was a top 15 pick. He's played in the Pro Bowl. Like, the resume is pretty good, and he is a better player than it sounds like people want to give him credit for in town. But the point is, he's now at a crossroads where you either pay him like an elite player here, or you just say goodbye and thanks for the memories. I think it's a pretty easy decision. But it sounds like that's not the route they're willing to go. 800-636-1067. Would you keep Daron Payne on the roster at $28 million next year, or would you release him and take a dead cap hit of 11+ mil, save $17 million to spend elsewhere? G&D on the Fan. Brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. Thanks to Toby for the update. The K&M lawyers are standing by. They will help you protect your family's assets. Schedule a consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. That's kmlawyers.com. Do you have a go-to snack at your house?
This is the challenge. Operation Less Fat is ongoing, as you know. When there are snacks, I consume them. So we try to have things for my kids to be able to eat and my wife to be able to eat, and then have me not eat them, and it doesn't go very well.
But, I mean, you could have a snack that's a meat stick or something still that's healthy. Like, is there something that if you're grazing or you're hungry, you're like, I'll go grab one of those?
So, and this is bad, it's the pretzel thins. Bag after bag.
Pretzel thins are a 70 snack.
Yeah.
Talking about the little crispy paper thin ones you can kind of snap.
That's the one.
Those are a great treat.
Yep.
Speaking of thins, I will go to the ground convinced and confident that Oreo thins are better than original double stuffed Oreos. And I was team double stuffed Oreo for a long, long time. I think Oreo thins, familiar with their game?
Yeah, of course, yeah, sure.
I think they're better. It's the perfect amount of cookie and cream.
Now, the original Oreo, where it's like the regular thickness, still hard to beat that. You're talking double stuff,
Those
which
are third
became
to
more
me.
the normal. The original Oreo is third?
Yeah.
Behind the double stuff, which has all the filling?
If I'm either buying a regular or a double stuffed, I'm going double stuffed, but I'm going thins over that. So I would go gold medal, thins, silver medal, double stuffed, bronze medal, original Oreo, worst of the three.
Wow. Okay. All those packages sold were by accident. They stubbed their toe into it?
Or they were great. The others weren't available just yet. Now, I would imagine double stuffed outsells regular. I'm almost positive. And thins should be slapping everybody in the face constantly. I would think they're the number one seller. They might not be, but that's why I said it's a little bit of a bold take. I'm out there. I'm on a limb a little bit on that.
That's real interesting. I don't know, dude. I mean, the thin. You're remember Wedding Crashers at the various weddings that they're going to do, like during that montage
when they're crashing weddings.
When they're crashing weddings during the movie Wedding Crashers, where Vince Vaughn, it keeps cutting back to where he's reaching over and taking Owen Wilson's cake. He's like, I like the icing. You like the cake part. And Wilson gets a little bit annoyed with him. If you're an icing person, then that double stuff is for you. You want more of the icing, quote unquote, which is the filler. But if you're a cake person, more so than icing, which is what I am, then you want more cookie as part of your ratio. So the thin for me is great, but it's hard to hear the besmirching of the OG. That's just very interesting to me.
I think you're taking it wrong. I literally put it on a podium. It's a bronze medal winner.
Yeah, but
it doesn't mean I'm telling you it's bad.
The interview at the end is what went wrong. Because it came in as the heavy favorite.
Perspective.
Wow.
It might be how'd you get on this podium.
Wow.
Tell us about the road to get here. As we welcome you back on The Fan, though, and welcome you back into Grant and Danny, we're talking to Ron Payne and your willingness to pay him $28 million. So, Danny, how adamantly against it are you? We're both in lockstep that we would release him before we had him stay at $28 million this year, and we'd free up $17 million in cap space. I'm team, let's go spend some money, let's get aggressive, let's be the Patriots of 2026, and let's find new starters at every level of the defense who can make us splash this year and make us a lot better. It doesn't sound like that's necessarily the path for them if they're not that interested. Like, again, we know where $17 million is. We're not that interested in going and getting it. That's what this tells me.
Yeah.
If you're going to stick with Payne at D-tackle.
Like, I am pretty adamant that he should not be the answer at D-tackle. Again, if I thought there was any way that I would get close to that production, like, it's not necessarily about the $28 million to me. It's about the difference, which is if I cut him, I save about 17. Am I about to get 17 million in production? Like, is the alternative, if I went out and got an Ed Oliver type player, who's, I think, way better than Daron Payne. Ed Oliver is going to, as AAV, is 17 million a year. If I went
it's about to be a lot more than that, but it currently
right, that's what it currently is. If I went out and got that, from, say, I don't know, Dalvin Tomlinson, who's a little bit older, like, would I get $17 million a year if I gave it to somebody on the open market? Would I get better production? My answer is yes, probably.
Yeah, I don't think
and that's where you and I might differ.
I mean, Dalvin Tomlinson's just a big run stuffer, a different player, but that's not the point.
Yeah, I picked it up. Yeah.
800-636-1067. So fill in this blank before we get to the phones. If they keep paying and pay him $28 million,
that is a mistake.
But you're not angry. You're just like, not what I would have done. There's no vitriol.
I'm on the way to anger. I'm not there. But I go, this is a pretty easy one here, guys. What do you see that I don't?
And that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah.
My filling in the blank, if they keep paying at $28 million, I would need to ask, what are we doing here?
Like if they kept Lattimore, I would go angry, furious.
Yeah.
This is incompetent. We need to have a tribunal. Let's get everyone together and figure out what's going on.
Let's hit the phones. You can join us at 800-636-1067. We'll start with Brett in Leesburg on the Fan. What's up, Brett?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, dude.
Love the show.
Thank you.
First, real quick, you guys are talking about Oreos. If you haven't had the Oreos Reese's Cup combo, then you're not living life.
So I haven't, and I would even tell you this as an additional step. I haven't had any of the Let's Get Cute flavored Oreos, and they do a million of them now.
They're like 30-some kinds.
There are. I'm
Yeah.
against them. I want the traditional, but it sounds like you've dabbled a little bit, Brett.
I have dabbled, and they are delicious. At least try them and give me a review.
Brett, I know you have
guys...
a football point to make, but now, I'm sorry, you opened up a thing here. Is it an Oreo-flavored Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup flavored Oreo? You see what I'm saying?
It's
like, what's
it's
the base?
It's a Reese's Cup with like a topping of Oreo. I'm telling you, it's 100 out of 100, and I'm a snack guy.
So this isn't
It's
even
silly.
an actual Oreo.
So it's
itself.
like a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, and
Oh, yeah,
then
it
it's
comes
got
with only
Oreo
2 Reese's
accent.
Cups.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yep, go get it at Sheetz, go get it at a gas station, whatever. But yeah, just have them and then talk about it on the radio.
I will try it.
But
And
real
when my
quick,
wife asks why I'm eating it, I'll say because Brett
Brett said, I mean, it looks
told
pretty
me he needed
spectacular.
my intake on this.
God, look at that.
All right, perfect.
All right, go ahead, Brett. Sorry.
Well, real quick, I'm in your guys' camp. I would rather not re-sign him. I'd rather just drop him and cut ties. But I'm just thinking of a different angle. He had his best year in a contract year. He's going into another contract year. Do you think that they may want to say, all right, we're probably going to get another really good production year out of him because he's money motivated, but we don't want to re-sign him, like, and just continue to kick that can down the road. So let's see what we can get him out of this year. Yeah, we're going to be overpaying for him, but hopefully we get, Pro Bowl level Daron Payne as opposed to what we've seen over the last couple of years because he's going into another contract year.
I think that's the strategy. I think you probably nailed it. I mean, they go, we've been through this far. We waited through the mediocre Daron Payne. We waited through the time where he's not going to give us live up to his value. This is the time when he tends to do it. So maybe let's take advantage.
Yeah, I think there's something to that for sure. Also, I think the worst this year, they want to have their cake and eat it too, then the path to that would be an extension where he's here for like 3 years after this or whatever, and you lower that cap number and then you backload that contract or whatever. I would not do that. I would not have paid him to keep him around on the huge contract the last time necessarily. So the best case here is, to me, you let him walk and you free up $17 million. I guess the second smartest thing to do would be to just eat $28 million this year and have a good football player play good football for you at probably more like a $18 to $22 million production level and just wear that. Third and worst might be the long-term extension. But you're right. Maybe they feel like, look, as Danny said last segment, we don't have enough good football players. If you're looking at guys who could make a Pro Bowl, Daron Payne's the first one you write down, and there's a couple other guys maybe. So we need better players. We can't get rid of our best player. Also, we know he's going to be in a contract year. We know he's going to be motivated. So maybe this will be the second best year of his career because of that. Mike is in D.C. What's up, Mike? How are you?
Man, y'all stole my thunder because everything y'all said I agree with. That is the problem. We don't have enough on defense to just let him go. He's our best player, right? And then on top of it, with the new scheme, we don't know how better he might play. We talk about coaching up. Coaches got to use players into their strengths, and he's not a bad player. He's in the top half of upper echelons of defensive tackles. He's not the bottom half, so we got to use him. We don't have much I do agree. I would not sign him to an extension, but next year he's a go. We already don't have a lot of picks.
You don't think, Mike, that you could make that $17 million that you're saving go farther? Like, no pain, but they already have a lot of money, top 5 amount of money in the league to spend. You add another $17 million to that, that could be another 2 or 3 starters on defense.
Yeah, but we're taking a gamble. We don't know what's going to be available, how things are going to go, and if then we let them go and then the cover's bare and then we lose it, I guess rather take that for sure shot. We already know he's our best player. That's just the whole problem. Like, if he wasn't our best player, I would say yeah, but he's our best player.
I smell what you're cooking there, and it's a good call. Appreciate you making it.
The simplicity of that last point, though, I think is actually sharp to come back to, which is you'd love to be in a spot where it's just a no-brainer that you get to let this guy walk. But when you have so little talent, you don't really get to do the smart thing all the time. You've got to do the bite the bullet thing. This might be a bite the bullet situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's how, trading, just as like the fundamentals of society. Like, I have extra grain, you have extra apples. What can we do? Like, my grain's worth more to you because I've got a ton of it. See what I'm saying? Like, we can make a trade, make a swap. When you are devoid of something, defensive talent, you go, oh my God, I can't get rid of one. But to me, this is operating out of fear. I understand it might go bad. Every signing might go bad. Every draft pick might go bad. And again, I'm not trying to do a tough guy bit. My point is, I'm either going to do the right thing every time or I'm going to start bending my rules. And then, well, okay, I'll bend the rules this time. And next thing you know, you don't have any rules. You've got kind of some gentle guidelines you don't really plan on following. The organizational philosophy should be, we are not going to overpay people. I just saw you go through a knockdown, drag-out fight with Terry McLaurin, who's got way more pelts on the wall than Daron Payne does. And you're going, oh, Daron, absolutely, 28 for you? Come on down. And you made Terry, thumb war for every cent. I know it's not exactly the same situation, but man, oh man, if the philosophy is we're not overpaying, then don't overpay for a guy that's fine at the top of the market.
I don't spend a lot of time anymore worrying or caring a whole lot about 4-3 versus 3-4 because I think everybody runs everything. And whatever you would call your base defense, I feel like is less important than it has ever been in the history of the world because of the percentage of time you're in it. And just especially in this defense, like the Flores defense, the idea that they're in a 3-4, great. Way to go. That's a 3-4 defense. Is it? Can you tell? It's just 6 dudes lining up across the line all the time. But if you think about their defense, they basically had, I guess in a traditional sense, like most often, John Allen as a 5-tech edge on a 34 with like Jalen Redmond on the other side and Javon Hargrave as almost a nose in the middle. Now, they very rarely ever ran just an actual 3-4 look where then Grenard is standing up and Van Ginkel's standing up. But if they are going to go the route of Minnesota, where it is a little bit more 3-4 than 4-3 or whatever, how do we even know if they think he's a fit? Like, Daron Payne, to me, is a very traditional 4-3 tackle. As a 3-4-5 tech, he can make it work. Allen made it work. I don't know, though. Is that how you want to use him? And if you're not going to be able to get 99 cents on the dollar out of this player, then it makes it even less of a reason to keep him around at $28 million. So the standing piece came out as an example before they had their coordinator. And I'll actually chat with Ben about this soon, and I'll have to ask him about this. But I'm not knocking his reporting. I'm sure it's true. How could they possibly even know what they're going to do with Daron Payne before they even know what scheme they're going to run or who their coordinator is? What if Durante Jones comes in here and he's like, hey, we got to do this. I don't think Payne can do this that well. I'm really not a big believer in him in this role. You're just going to keep him because you already decided that? Like, how did they even make that decision before they had a coordinator?
That's a sharp point. I mean, because, again, we don't know what we don't know here. Right, let's just assume it's a reprint of Flores, which it may not be, by the way, because again, he's had some other good defensive minds that he's been around, like Mike Zimmer.
Zimmer's fourth-man front, Vince Joseph.
Yeah, so let's just say, for the sake of argument, it's that Brian Flores, what Bill Simmons used to call the town hall defense, where there's 5 or 6 guys sort of wandering around the line of scrimmage. Some are down, some are up, and you don't know who's coming, you don't know who's not, etc. And that's the point, is to confuse the offense and bother you. You go, well, I don't really see Deron Payne doing that. Or I want my defensive tackle, the guy that's going to line up for the sake of argument, and they're going to share breadth, him in the center. I want that guy to push the center every play because then, you might have to help and then that'll free up my blitzer. Or I want him to be a knifing, penetrating, maybe a bit undersized, Johnny Newton style guy. I don't know what I don't know there. But to that point, it just seems odd that this is where we are. The certainty of it is what kind of come back to the point that you just made. I'm going, are you really sure that you couldn't do better here?
Well, maybe it's because I don't like the verdict, or I don't like the report that they're going to do it.
Yeah.
It just feels early to me for them to know to that point. Drew's in Florida on the Fan on Grant and Danny, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Drew? How are you?
Hey, I'm good, guys, and a little bit warmer than you are up there, so sorry about that.
Only by about 40 degrees, probably.
Yeah. But I think you got to keep Deron Payne, and I think the economics actually are the reason, because there's non-recoverable expenses, right? NRE. The $17 million, you're going to have to pay that one way or the other. So when you look at the cost of Deron, he's really $11 million, not $28 million. And then there's opportunity costs, and the reality is we're probably not going to pay all of our cap space, so we're going to have unused money, and we have hole after hole on defense. And so making more holes just doesn't make sense, and you got a new defensive coordinator coming in. So, is it more expensive than he's worth? Yes, but you're kind of dealing with the deal you made, and you can't go back in time and remake that deal. So you are where you are, and frankly, for $11 million, he's worth it.
Well, it's 17 mil. I mean, your point's still the same, right? It's 11 million in dead money, so it's 17 million. You're saying is the difference that you'd be paying him, and he's way worth more than that, which I get. But I guess I'm juxtaposing that, though. The 11 million is gone either way, to your point. Right. But it's 17 million to keep him, or 17 million to use on something else.
Yeah, but if you told me we're going to run out of cap space, then I would say that 17 million to use on something else is valid. But you're not going to run out of cap space, right? The cap is going to be 300 million or something this year. Jaden's still on a rookie deal. That's the other part. You got to strike when the iron is hot. And we got a lot of work to do on defense. So making that hole we got a deep hole to dig out, and you don't want to make it deeper. So
cap number this year is 295.5. It's a good call.
Yeah, it is a smart call. So I guess the way to think of it in economic terms is a new player at 17 going to be $11 million better or equal, therefore, to what you'd be paying Deron Payne this year, right? Like, in other words, if you go get a guy at 17, is he going to supersede what Deron Payne is already going to give you? Because you're out $11 million regardless if it's dead money or then the difference between these two players. My argument is yes, and it's worth it. I just don't want to have bad contracts on my books, and I'd like to be out of this sooner rather than later. But I understand the perspective.
For me, it's even more simple. I got to think to myself, what is he worth? It's probably pretty close to 28 million on the open market. Let's say 22, 23 million. So it really shouldn't chap you as much as, it feels like it does to pay him the $28 million. But really the question to me is, what is my expectation for this player this year? And when you look at last year and you see what he did or did not do, and you see that half of his pressures came in 2 games against a bad line and then backups playing, that's a real problem for me. Like, this was a legitimately troubling season in a sense if you're paying him $10 million or $12 million. So at 28, am I just getting back in line to sign up for that again? I don't think I'm going to. The other part of it is, does he fit into this defense? And I would have to defer, if I'm Peters, to Durante Jones and whoever the D-line coach is that he's bringing in here. Do they want this player at that number? If they do, all right, let's go get him to have a big year then. I'll keep him around, no problem. But if they feel like he's fine, but there are some other guys at less money that could give you something comparable, then it's a pretty easy decision for me. I do worry about this past season. It was not nearly as good as I thought it was when you really dive into some of the numbers. And there's a lot of fool's gold type performances in there against teams where you got fat against guys that you should get fat against, honestly.
Agreed.
There's a lot of weeks where it's like, where were you?
I'm even, I think, a little lower on him generally than you are. I think he's much closer to a guy than he is like a star.
So then we do disagree, because I think he's like a good player. Like, if you told me this coming year he either plays, I don't know, like 5 out of 10, 4 out of 10 football, or makes is in the conversation for a Pro Bowl, I would probably say the latter. But he didn't play like it for most of this season, and maybe part of it is he's on this pedestal just because there's not much on this defense.
Yeah.
So it just makes him look that much better. Grant and Danny on the Fan will take you up to 6:30 an hour from now tonight.
Listen to B. Mitch and Finley all week for your chance to win a pair of tickets.
On Friday, we'll be at Capital One Arena for Wizards basketball. We're doing the show live in the concourse. So as you get into the arena, come say hello. Ryan just tweeted us and asked if we'll be there for the John Wall celebration tomorrow. We will not be. We are a day late for the John Wall celebration, but we will be in the building, in the barn, on Friday for the Wiz. I'm excited to get out there for the Lakers and the Wizards on Friday night.
It has been a minute. Yeah, I will tell you this. We have these all the time now, especially because we're getting up there. I'm even much older than you. Marks the time, dude. We're honoring John Wall, talking about the organization. There's a John Wall honoring ceremony tomorrow. I was on the radio when they won the draft lottery for the rights to draft John Wall. One of my early shows doing the overtime with Bill Rowland, we were reacting live as they finally pulled the Wizards number up first. It was one of the, I think, 2 or 3 times in history they have not been just boned in the lottery, and they won it that year, jumped up a couple spots for the right to select John Wall. And it was fun and exciting and awesome, and it was, one of the few good, honest to goodness Wizards moments. They were very rare and few and far between for a franchise that has never gotten right in my lifetime, and it was really, really fun. And now, tomorrow night, they're going to honor that player because he's been gone for so long.
I remember where I was when they won the lottery for John Wall, and I was in Baltimore at Oriole Park at Camden Yards in the press box, watching on my laptop while watching baseball, and I went crazy. It felt like something that was not allowed to happen. I grew up, I've said this on the show a bunch, like there was a long period of time in my childhood where my Wizards fandom exceeded almost anything else. Right there with the Redskins, and come home every day and just shoot baskets, and couldn't wait till 7 o'clock to go chart how many rebounds people got, and I would draw little columns on loose leaf paper and keep stats on my own as if box scores didn't exist on the internet or something.
Uh-huh.
But I remember when they won the lottery for John Wall, everything was going to be different. Everything was going to change.
It's so funny to think about. How many players in the top 10 of that draft do you remember?
Oh, God. I don't even remember. What year was that?
So that's 2010.
I mean.
Who went second? Remember there was quote-unquote debate. I think Philadelphia selected this guy. But it's always confusing where it's like draft rights are gone and they have to do that weird thing where they put the hat on even if he's not going there.
Yeah, I don't remember that draft really at all.
So it was funny that, again, it's one of those where they pretended there was debate and there wasn't.
What's funny is I was even at that draft. I covered that draft for us.
Evan Turner.
That's the name, yeah.
Went second from Ohio State.
Ohio State.
Yep.
Yeah, Evan Turner, because I was at that draft that night for the Fan, actually. Was it Madison Square Garden?
You did your move.
Javits Center.
Can we tell that story? You did your move where you just kind of went.
Move?
Well, you went right. Security said, don't go past this line. You went past that line, handed John Wall the phone.
That's right.
And so we could talk to him on the radio.
So it would have been, 2010, something like that? So I was on the Skins beat at the time, but I got sent just because it wasn't like we had a bunch of people that weren't doing anything.
Right.
So it was the off season, obviously. And CK set me up on the train to go cover the draft.
It's middle of June. It's like $118 for an Acela.
So
just get up there.
Wizards are picking one, and it's known that they're taking Wall. The second they won the lottery, they were taking John Wall. He was going to do the Doug Cap One Arena. So I get there super early, and I set up. And it's one of these events when you cover a draft where there are hundreds of people. Everyone just kind of takes out their laptop and workstations and desks and whatever. So I get set up. I took the Comrex up there. This was back early Comrex days of is it going to work? Is it not going to work? It's got to be plugged into the internet.
You need something called internet.
Exactly. So I'm just kind of walking around, and this was probably, if the draft was on that night, let's say at 7 or 7:30, this is probably 5:15.
Yeah.
And was it MSG, I'm guessing, or it was either that or Javits Center, one of them, Radio City Music Hall.
Something like that, yeah.
Wherever it was. And I'm walking around the facility, and I kind of walk up to this area where it's no credentials beyond this point. No one's around, and I'm just I've always been a big fan of just play dumb and ask for forgiveness kind of thing.
Yep.
So I walk around this bend and get around the corner, and I see that I'm now in that area.
The area.
Where you see it on TV for every draft.
Uh-huh.
Where there's just a bunch of tables and chairs where all the families are going to be. And each different table has another placard. So it'll say Evan Turner, and family, or John Wall or whatever. And there's nobody in this area except John Wall and I think his mother and maybe one or his agent or something. There's 2 or 3 people sitting at a table. There's no one else around. It's just John Wall. And I'm holy shnikes, this is the belle of the ball. This is the whole point. This is the guy that